I shouldn't leave the body lying around.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to prod with the prod. We're going to leave a lot of fucking bodies lying around. It is RazörFist Arcade. It is the second part of our Deus Ex Revision playthrough, and I am joined as always by Mr. Taran Gell. How the hell are you, sir?
I'm doing just fine. And that's our stream, folks.
Well, it's been a lovely stream. I'll catch y'all later. It is the second part of our Deus Ex live stream. We are going, I believe when we last left off, we had just descended into the sewers where we encountered a underground base that totally wasn't occupied by Majestic fucking 12. And I'm looking forward to discovering the mystery in the game I've played 1,000 fucking times. Let me see if we can start her right up. All right, there we go. I need, however, to make sure that it is not too loud. There we go. All right. I don't mind this game being a little on the louder side. Who would want to miss out?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing.
Make sure she's capturing. Whoops. Yes, let's turn game capture on and let us make sure also that it's capturing the right thing. There we go.
Thank you for joining us tonight, folks.
Load up the game and see if that captures.
Oh, that is a bit loud, yeah. I can't hear us.
Just a moment. That's not the problem. The problem is it doesn't want to capture the window. It hasn't. All right, there we go. Mm-hmm. Darren, you want to read something out while I'm doing this, or?
Vagina,
sure.
Vagina, vagina.
How's that?
Vagina.
Not that. Okay, here we go.
Thy raven wings.
We might wind
Welcome
up
back.
having to do. Might wind up having to do display capture on this.
When I find myself in times of trouble, Father Gribble comes to me,
Yes.
speaking words of wisdom. Pocket sand.
Yes.
God fucking speed to Johnny Hardwick. You will be missed.
Unfucking believable. I don't know exactly what happened that led to his untimely demise, and I'm not going to speculate loudly about it. I promise. Taryn, any theories?
I actually don't have any.
People
They
really
didn't.
pay
I don't
money
think
to
they
see this
said
stuff.
anything about it. Car crash? Fucking what actually did happen?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I have not heard of a cause of death.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't look into it, but God, that just came out of fucking nowhere, bro. Got Galaxy. There we go. Gotta make sure it's the correct. Just making sure everything's all set up here, folks.
Ray, thank you for the 20. Your recent video reminded me of a quote. It was along the lines of, communism is man's punishment for killing
You're
God.
too late. And you can't do a damn thing about it.
Except send you back to the people in a body bag.
Perfect timing.
Do you think that if the establishment falls,
Mm-hmm.
people will return to the idea of religion and spiritualism?
If what fell? Sorry.
If the establishment falls.
If the establishment falls, I mean, I don't see those two things. I don't think are really connected, because hell, the establishment built itself largely by manipulating evangelical voters, and even before them, the sort of new Christian movement of the 1960s that was just this side of Marxist adjacent. And before that, I mean, the entire reason the Communist Party USA exists is because the dioceses of particularly New York and Los Angeles sucked communist dick all throughout the 1920s. So I don't think those two things are connected. The ascent of religion can aid the rise of authoritarian governments just like anything else can. All right, let me see if I can maybe launch directly and possibly that will help us.
Black Paladin says, I recently released an English translation patch for the NES game Giant Monster Flabberus.
Uh-huh.
Good for you.
I've never even heard of it.
Neither have I. Probably a niche Japanese game.
This apparently doesn't want to capture normally, so we're gonna have to use display capture. Is that gonna work? Is that working?
I'm seeing it. Yep.
It popped up.
Yep. It's there.
After I hit that. Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure. Just fucking. Complicated business. Sorry to keep you waiting. Complicated business. Okay. I think it was. Yeah.
Let's listen to it. Make sure it's not too loud.
I think I can duck under this.
I think you can, but then there's one where you actually have to jump.
Yeah, I'm aware. Yeah. Or I could just be a lazy fuck and use an EMP grenade.
No, that works too.
Let's be honest.
Before we continue, I will point out it is still a touch loud. If you want to bring down the in-game
Louder than
audio.
us?
Yes.
Okay. You never catch the audio on our voices, but you always catch if the game is too loud. I noticed this. Let's see here. Man, I don't know. It's getting pretty low here. All right, there we go. Alrighty.
Let's see. How does that sound? That's pretty good. What do you think, mods? Is good? Good.
Alright. Now I can lift that with my fucking super nano steroids. Or actually, shit, I could just break that window. What the fuck am I saying?
Lampshade, thank you for the 20 and welcome back.
What am I saying? Let's grab the, hopefully this doesn't set off an alarm.
Decided to
What? It's bulletproof!
Decided to get a physical CD for Anthem's No Smoke Without Fire, and still love the bass playing on this album.
Uh-huh.
Between this and watching Mitch McConnell get booed to oblivion and back, it's been a good week.
It really has. That was fucking crazy. Did you see that video?
No, I saw the, a different one with somebody else. But no, I did not see that one.
This is gonna set off the damn alarm. Dude, I need to use an EMP grenade. This is the only way I'm gonna do this stealthy-like. Because that box is gonna trip the alarm. And that's no good. I don't have an EMP grenade. That presents something of a problem.
Emperor Creatine, thank you for the 20. Today's retro game haul: Bionic Commando, DuckTales, Tales of Fantasia, Tales of Symphonia, Super Mario Advance,
Like
Mario
say
Kart,
Sonic and Tails, for fuck's sake, at this point. So many Tails.
Mario Kart Double Dash, and Super Metroid.
Road.
Lucky to have 4 retro shops on the same street where I live. That's cool. Good haul. Not Alfarius, thank you for the 10.
Well,
Is it
I'm YOLO. I'm gonna have to at least give it a college try here.
Is it too soon to get an impression of Dale Gribble giving a mourning the loss of his voice actor?
Yeah, I knew it. That was a son of a bitch. Apparently these are keyed to detect boxes!
Oh, that's not the worst. Did you ever see that little short that was out there?
What?
Guy's playing Deus Ex for the first time in his life. Breaks a garbage bag. And you know how shit comes out of the garbage bag, right?
Right.
When it, like, explodes?
Mm-hmm.
A ripped piece of paper floated in front of a laser beam and set off the alarm in the gun turret.
Crazy.
Like, that's how good the fucking physics are in this game.
Alright, did we get the key, the door code? I don't know if we did.
Oh, is it too early to get a impression of Dale saying goodbye to his voice actor?
Oh, I don't know. That just feels inappropriate.
I mean, that's fair.
I could do a Dale impression all day long, but that hits hard, guys. It sucks. He's the best character on King of the Hill. And they're making a reboot. They're making a reboot right now. Just stop. Seriously, just shit can it. You lost Luann. That was bad enough. People discount Luann's importance on the show. Brittany Murphy not being on the show would have fucking killed the show by itself. Because she was great as Luann. May she rest in peace. But, oh man, Dale? Dale not being on the show, that is it. Stick a fork in it. There is no point in doing a King of the Hill reboot.
You're done. Like, there is absolutely no point. If one of the 4 die, it's over.
That's just wrong. Oh wait, that's for the lasers. Fuck. Oh well. I've got a few. Nice. Oh, I didn't need to do that. Shit. Wish I had found the key code, but whatever. I seem to remember every time I drop down here, I wind up blowing through all my multi-tools.
Doomsday Machine. Thank you for the 20. You ever watched the movie The Substitute?
No, I haven't.
If you haven't, it's a Tom Berenger movie where he plays a Vietnam vet who becomes a substitute teacher to take down a gang from the inside.
Nope.
This is gonna
sounds like an
me.
edgier kindergarten cop, to be perfectly honest.
This is gonna date me, but I remember walking past that at Blockbuster quite often.
Yeah, I mean, I remember that. That was one of those movies that definitely got pushed pretty hard. Okay, we're gonna try and... Actually... What was the access code? Did I find it? Bloodshot...
Nope, thank you for the 10.
It's like MJ12... I can't remember the password.
You want to cheat this one
Well, I have
time?
the guidebook right there. I could cheat if I want. But, I'm trying to remember.
Somebody already typed it. Probably from memory.
Probably. I mean, I almost had it from memory. It's MJ12, I know that.
That's correct.
What's the fucking password?
Coup d'etat.
Coup d'etat. Thank you.
Nope. During your Revenant 2 stream, you mentioned someone who recently did a good breakdown of Red versus Blue State and federal welfare. Who was that again?
Dr. Brian McClanahan, actually.
Okay, God effing speed. There you go.
Yep. Brian, B-R-Y-O-N. Is it... Okay. What is... I'm gonna... Real quick.
Shadow Fox, thank you for the
check
20.
The controls. I think quick save is up in the leg.
My job has me so busy, I have to remind myself to enjoy the fruits of my labor sometimes. In that vein, I have a seat 3 rows back for an upcoming Gojira and Mastodon show. Metal is life. And life is victory.
Yeah, but what does Mastodon have to do with metal?
Yeah.
Wonder if this is the same.
EMP, are you cautious of roommates? Found house key gone after bathing while hearing freaky noises from my vent that leads 1 meter to another dorm. That's...
What?
Okay, well, thank you for sharing.
Yeah, that's... I mean, it's always a risk when you take on a roommate, always. Best... I find you need a perfect mix of someone you don't know that well, but you know well enough to know they don't have the corpses of Cub Scouts buried in a crawl space underneath their fucking stairs. Like, you need that delicate fucking balance. That's very important.
And for a creatine, Anakin's thoughts on Sam as Charles Bronson or Donald Trump.
What is this guy doing? Oh, I knew this bullshit was gonna happen. What is the reload button? I know what the quick save button is. What is the quick load button?
F9 maybe?
Pad slash? Okay, whatever. Alright. Or you could just not. Alright, whatever. There we go. Okay. Okay. I don't think that was the best way to go about that anyway.
So what are
this water is like toxic, if I remember.
I believe it is, yeah. But there's like some loot down there. If I recall correctly, I don't think it's worth it. Like, I don't think you're missing out on much. Like, there's ammo, maybe a med kit.
I can't switch to my weapons. Okay, that was odd. That was real interesting. Alright, this way I get to go back and not use that multi-tool for that. Alright. Yeah, that was weird. My weapons glitched out.
Probably an error while loading.
Yeah, I don't know. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That was a close shave. I came so close to setting off the alarm. Sweet, gentle Jesus. You can't see me because I'm leaning.
So, Mr. President, what are Anakin's thoughts on sand?
I hate sand. It's annoying and coarse and rough, and it gets everywhere. Hey, Pally, you're pretty smooth, though. What is the full monologue there?
I don't know.
I have watched Attack of the Clones so many times, I still can't recite it from memory. Attack of the Clones is one of the few actual Star Wars movies, you know, the ones not made by Disney, that I legitimately think is a pretty bad film. But even it has its virtues. Even it has some pretty cool sequences. It's just that slow... It has a lot of the same problems that a lot of modern movies have. No one really wants to fucking own up to this. They want to pretend that this problem is peculiar to George Lucas's prequel trilogy, but fucking pacing. That movie, it's not even that long of a movie, but it feels like it's like 4 hours long because you have that lengthy fucking down pace segment in the middle of the movie where fucking Anakin and Padme are hanging out on the planet, and basically for the next fucking hour all Padme is doing is changing outfits between scenes. And meanwhile, fucking the action-packed subplot of Obi-Wan Kenobi researching a dart and he winds up going to a different planet. Eventually that bears fruit and becomes interesting. But like, dude, that movie's really poorly paced. Really poorly paced.
Yeah. Agreed, agreed. Mac Daddy, have you heard that Talkin is getting ready to release an album?
Yeah, they released the first single already, and it sounds good. I mean, Dawn had been talking about how they've been writing material for fucking years. Dude, when I released my Metal Mythos in like, what, 2015 or something like that? They were talking about having written new material all the way back then. They just didn't release it. And it's understandable, right? Like, for those who don't know, like, Don Dawkin had a crazy spinal surgery, and it was supposed to fix him, but the spinal surgeon fucked up, and now he's like, his arms are paralyzed. Like one of his, like his right arm or some shit is paralyzed. So, and Don was already struggling with like his voice and stuff, although it's kind of stabilized. It's like, he doesn't have the range he had in the 80s or anything, but his voice sounds more like stable than it did, where it was, for a number of years there, it sounded really changeable and rough and whatever.
vagina, vagina.
It did not sound like vagina.
Vagina.
Beautiful. I thought you got rid of the wildy. Did you forget to save the super chat settings?
No. Oh, there's the two.
Make me.
We have some surprises in the super chat notifications, by the way. All right. Okay, so that'll lead across to the ramp there. I'll probably just leave that alone, honestly. Oh, look at all the sniper rifle ammo I have. Tempting.
You're forgetting that there are two. There's wildies here.
Uh-huh.
And then there's the explanation in full.
Whoa.
Well, this is the wildy, blah, blah, blah.
Oh, no, that's the good one. You deactivated that one?
It's the more pricey one, and we've got others to consider.
Oh, my God.
Because of certain events that were unfortunate that happened.
Certain deaths that happen suddenly.
People can die of suddenly?
Apparently, I don't...
You're letting me loose?
Yes! At least we have a number of Bronson notifications. And that will never change.
Nevers!
Shit, I need to... Can I... Trying to close the damn door! Trying to close the door!
My mistake.
Okay, maybe I'll just... Yeah, fuck it. I'll just sneak behind him. He's not moving.
I'm checking it out. Anybody else here?
Okay, well, that was unwise. That was unwise. That was my mistake. I'm off to a roaring start here. Let's try this again.
Oh, also, Dawkins and George Lynch are on tour.
Yeah, they've been touring for a while. Lynch Mob and Dawkins
Excuse me.
have been touring, and basically the way that it works is Lynch Mob plays their set, Dawkins plays their set, and then at the end of the Dawkins set, George Lynch comes on stage and plays some songs with Dawkins, which is awesome to see because go watch my Dawkins mythos. Don Dawkins and George Lynch were just this side of Mortal Enemies. Actually, not even just this side of. Like, fucking Shredder and Ninja Turtles. Okay? They did not care for one another. And it's just cool that, like, probably just because they're old, they finally lapsed into not give a fucktopia. What is this?
Emperor Creatine.
That's not it. There's way more to that.
Emperor Creatine. People can die suddenly? Is the people gonna die?
Well, everyone dies suddenly.
CTC. Thank you for the 20. Greetings, lads. Nothing much to say except
Okay, that's where I need to get to.
liking the stream so far. Thinking of seeing the
Of
film.
course, it's fucking Deus Ex! And thank you for joining us.
Thinking of seeing the film The Last Voyage of the Demeter. And I hope it's actually good or decent. What do you think about that? What are your thoughts about that?
What?
The Last Voyage of the Demeter.
Haven't heard anything about it.
Do you know what that is?
I've heard of it. What is it?
The Demeter was the ship Dracula took on his
No,
way.
I actually did see this, and in fact, I saw the trailer. How did I forget about this? I'm interested in it. It's kind of interesting that it's gonna, like, steer into the full-blown gothic horror. Like, it's gonna be period, correct?
Yeah,
And
it's-
I like that. Look, there was a cool period in the 90s that I miss a lot. And it kind of stopped before it really got going. And that was, we went back and we made a lot of the remade a lot of the Universal monster movies, right? Frankenstein, Dracula, and so on. And we set them in their appropriate time period, which didn't happen a lot in the Universal films. And went back to the source material a little bit and made them a little bit more of an adaptation of the books. Now, how faithful they actually were in the end. Actually, James Rolfe, Cinemassacre, they have a great breakdown of like, okay, how similar is this Dracula adaptation to the actual book? Because obviously he's a big monster movie fan and shit. He did a really, really good job of breaking this down, actually, if you want to watch that. But those movies, even though it... Oh, shit! Speaking of great movies. The, you know, we had Bram Stoker's Dracula, followed by Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, which I fucking love that movie. A lot of people shit on it. I love that goddamn movie. But neither one of those movies was that faithful to the text, even though they called it Bram Stoker's Dracula and Mary Shelley's Frankenstein. There were things that were a little more similar to the text than the original adaptations, but then there were just these fucking hog wild, what the fuck just happened, very Hollywood movie kind of asides. I was always bummed that, like, we never got to the other ones. Actually, fuck, the Brendan Fraser Mummy movie was technically a continuation of that trend, right? Universal was working on that in the early 90s when all those movies were coming out, and then it took them until whenever, 99, 2000, whenever the fuck the first Mummy movie came out, to finally get that out. It's kind of crazy to think about. That wound up being the most successful of all of them, but people don't generally consider it a part of that wave. They never got to Phantom of the Opera, which pisses me off because that's my favorite one. I think they did do a Wolfman movie, didn't they, in the 90s? What was it? Like, was that American Werewolf in London, or what the fuck was that?
Wolfman? Was that one with Jack Nicholson?
There was a Wolfman movie, but it wasn't called, like, The Wolfman. It was... Later on, they did Benicio del Toro. I've heard that one's okay, but that was a lot later. I was bummed that, like, that whole kind of movement stopped, because I loved that approach, going back to the original books, and because I love gothic horror, the horror novels specifically, and all of those except for Wolfman are based on gothic horror novels. Wolfman is pulled out of Universal's ass. They actually invented that myth. But you know, all that stuff could have been, you could have done a new Invisible Man, you could have done the whole 9 yards. They were trying to do that with that dark universe, but they fucked that up even,
yeah.
Right? They set a lot of them in the modern day. Dracula Untold Story was a steaming fucking shit pile, and then the Invisible Man movie was basically Patriarchy the film. It's terrible. Terrible. I would love to see another wave of those and just make them faithful to the original books. Whoa, shit. Fuck. I don't know what happened there. I think maybe the guy standing on the edge there saw me. Let me like back away. I'm gonna see if I can... fuck it. You know what? Do I have like a hazmat suit? I may just drop into the water. I do. Okay. I have a hazmat suit, so I'm gonna go ahead and equip it. Activated. And I'm just gonna drop the fuck down here.
He continues, I hope it's actually good, or at least decent.
Yeah.
Also wanting to get the game called Gourd. God fucking speed. I haven't heard of Gourd.
No,
I've heard of Gorn.
Nor have I.
I think I've heard of Gorn. Is that the VR one with the weirdly shaped, like, arena guys, whatever? That's pretty fun.
I don't know. I've never heard of it.
But
I think you're making shit up.
Rob, it must be that old white privilege climate change causing those deaths. Duh. CNN and NPR told me so.
It's not there. That's where I came from. That shut off. Good. Okay. That went somewhat smoothly.
Nintendo Wii, who's been worse for baseball in the long run?
Who's that?
Bud Selig or Bob Manfred?
Manfred by a mile. In fact, Manfred was behind a lot of the shittier shit that happened during the Selig tenure. Manfred was a heavy in baseball and basically politically maneuvered himself to get into the position that he's in today. He was behind blowing the whistle on steroids to a large degree, even without proof in some cases, and basically he was going to build his career off of that. which he did successfully manage. But it was basically just politics. Basically politics.
But going back to Dracula,
Yeah.
it's a decent premise. I mean, it's only based on what, a paragraph or two from Bram Stoker's Dracula. When
Not
the
a
Demeter...
paragraph or two.
Is it like a chapter?
Well, the whole... Have you ever read Dracula? It's, one of the interesting things about Dracula and the Phantom of the Opera is that they're written in a kind of different way. They're Gothic novels, but they're written in a sort of in-universe fashion. I highly recommend anyone who hasn't read them to read them. Because they're
like
more
the
modern than
letters,
you would
right?
think. Yeah, they're like diary entries. They're like diary entries, and you're reading them after the fact, and that's the book.
Oh.
And Phantom of the Opera is similar in that sense, although Phantom of the Opera is a little more clunky and kind of disjointed, but same idea, right? Like newspaper clippings and journal entries and what have you. So that's where a lot of that comes from.
It is an interesting premise. I'll give it that. The trip from wherever, Romania to London.
Yeah, it's like a slasher movie.
Yeah.
An old water treatment facility. I wonder what all these paramilitary types are doing down there. Considering what the smuggler said, I would imagine this is where they're holding his friend.
Overkill. Thank you for the $1 and the banana.
There we go.
Medieval syphilis. On the topic of old school horror, did you ever watch Svengoolie?
No.
No, can't say I have.
I dropped down from there. I hope I didn't fuck myself there.
Lance Corporal Hawk.
I'm okay.
Did you hear that Carrie Underwood recently covered Ace of Spades?
No, I didn't. Doesn't surprise me that much. Country music's been glomming onto rock and metal's credibility for a long time now.
Honestly, wasn't as bad as I expected. Any Mythos news?
News? No, I have nothing to announce.
And
I make
weekly
those when I'm inspired to make them.
and weekly request for a Zelda retrospective. Can't wait to see what's next.
Yeah, thank you.
Definitely someone. Aim for
Let's
the head.
read a few of them real quick. Henry, we didn't know who he was, but he knew who we were. Godspeed, Johnny Hardwick.
Oh, there's like a little... Dude, was that in there before? I know they reworked the maps. I don't remember that being there.
Oh yeah, that didn't occur to me. This whole area might be new.
That's the thing.
You can't
that guy
rely
was
on
looking
memory.
down.
Yeah. Medieval syphilis on the topic of old school horror. Already read that. Iron Rider. Ever heard of the tabletop board game called Fire and Fury?
No.
I feel the power flowing through me. Today was my sister's B-day. She turned 23. Could I get a Godspeed for her?
Godspeed! You're a day closer to death.
Henry McCormick.
Damn it. I
Mummy
knew I was
was-
going to blow through all my fucking multi-tools.
The Mummy was such a fun film. I wish they still made movies like it more often these days.
Oh yeah, The Mummy was another one that was Universal pulled out of their ass back in the day. That wasn't based on a Gothic novel. It's essentially, when you watch The Mummy, you realize it's really just a remake of Dracula with Boris Karloff in mummy makeup instead.
And Henry Carey, 2 Henrys in a row. Did you like the movie League of Extraordinary Gentlemen with Sean Connery?
Never really watched it. I'm not hearing it was an Alan Moore comic. I did read a little bit of the comic and didn't think it was very good.
I thought the movie was okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
For its time, it had good special effects, and the premise was a bit wild, but, you know, it's all tongue-in-cheek, you know, outlandish. You're not meant to take it seriously.
Guy in a coat. I'm checking it out. Gotcha.
Oh shit! Man, this place is crawling with guards. Okay, enough save skill. Let's try and figure a way around here. I'm trying. My problem is I'm trying to ghost instead of just fucking blasting everything in sight like I should be. All right. Did I get a scope on this? I did not. Got a laser dot sight on it.
Andrew Van Halen. What are your thoughts on Bruce Dickinson's and Blaze Bailey's solo work?
Bruce Dickinson's has never done much for me. Blaze had a really good period there in like the early 2010s and shit. He was he was releasing a shitload
Okay, I'm taking that one
of
off.
really good albums.
We've heard enough from Funny Mustache Man.
Well,
tonight.
it's, you know, that's only one variant of like 5.
Oh. John Horn. I love the 2010 Wolfman remake. I believe it got crucified because it came out at a time when YouTube was rife with Doug Walker wannabes.
Yeah. Some movies fell prey to that, unfortunately. Oh, shit. Is this,
H.P. Lovecraft, welcome back, and thank you for the 20.
is this poison gas?
Always assume.
No, it's not. It's actually not.
Regarding Last Voyage of the Demeter, I think the premise is intriguing. I just can't hack the bad CG and the totally unrealistic black ship doctor in the 1880s Europe.
Yeah, of course. Well, that's Hollywood. They have a checklist.
It's almost
You know why that is.
It's almost as ridiculous as Black Anne Boleyn.
Anne Boleyn, yeah, they're making
Boleyn.
an Anne Boleyn film with a black chick for no apparent reason. Nobody has anything on them? Really? Nobody? None of you bums just had access to a multi-tool or something? You fucks! Actually, you know what? These trash bags might have shit in them.
7 League Boots. Would you be willing to read or criticize first part of a book I'm writing?
I don't really do that.
Yeah, sorry.
And I generally don't review books either. I did on the Shadowcast, I reviewed the new Shadow book that sucks 12 cocks in rapid succession. But that's only because it's a Shadow podcast. And it's the first new Shadow product to come out in goddamn years. And it's terrible, and you should avoid it. It's real bad. And apparently they made a sequel, and it's even worse. I mean, the sequel is so bad, they couldn't pay enough bot reviewers on Amazon to defray the negative feedback. So it's sitting at like 3.5 stars out of 5 or something on fucking Amazon. Ooh. Ooh.
Ash Hawk. Text Talks. BT Hunchback drops the 26th. Obsidian Mug. Hail Razor. Too tired to ask
God
anything.
damn it! Fucking controls, shit!
But God fucking speed.
Why did I have to? I shouldn't have saved scum there, actually. I should have just opened up.
Can't wait to read Ghost of the Badlands. And also, please, never stop making fun of Yellowstone.
Everyone should. Why is that camera... okay. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. Enough pussyfooting around. What?
Falling back.
Ah! Shit! Shit!
Falling back.
Fuck you. Alright. We go in the hard way!
The Ronin.
But
Have
it's fun to ghost this game, but it's fun to not ghost this game, too.
Have you ever seen Penny Dreadful?
No! Believe it or not, given who, stars in it. But no, I have not.
He says the show was damn good. And Walter, now that Dale has passed, my brain is processing a Pocket Sand cover of Purple Rain. I hope it exists, and it's as good as my imagination is making it out to be.
I need to upgrade my where's my skills?
LA, please sing Pocket Sand in honor of Johnny Hardwick.
You can there's a song?
I think he sang it on his channel. And I'm not like I don't know the lyrics or anything.
Yeah, I've never heard it. I'm sorry. I don't have quite enough. I almost have enough skill points, but not quite. This guy's gotta die. This guy right here. He is cruising for a long-distance lobotomy. Alright! Don't reach out and touch somebody.
That guy, Gus.
Hi. Quite a head there. Be a shame if someone shot it the fuck off.
That guy, Gus.
Boom.
Some feminists have started talking about men having problems. Do you think this is genuine? Or just trying to save their skins now that everyone hates them? And should they ever be forgiven?
Men having problems? Like, what do they mean? Like in an algebra textbook? What the fuck are they...
Yeah, he does not elaborate.
What does that even mean? What, like, acknowledging that men fucking have to pay bills too? Like, congratulations, you acknowledged a fucking sunrise, you stupid haughty cunt. Like, what do you want, a fucking cookie? Actually, probably does want a cookie.
Cult of personality. Seems like the left is continuing to go after Clarence Thomas. Do you think anything will actually come of it, or is it just some pre-2024 chicanery?
I don't know that anything will come of it, but they're certainly going to try and push the ball up the hill. Here's the thing. If you get rid of... Think of it from the left perspective. If they get rid of Clarence Thomas, suddenly they don't get to run on the abortion issue the way that they want to. And in certain cities, it's... You know, that's still a winner for them. It wasn't actually, polls showed pretty clearly that it wasn't actually that big of an issue, abortion, in the 2022 election, contrary to the mainstream narrative. It really didn't wind up being a decisive issue at all.
Shoe on Head is a Sanders cultist? I mean, I like the Colonel too, but... What does that have to do with anything? Alabaster Scar. Fun fact, Rebecca from Cyberpunk Anime has PK Dick tattooed on her, a reference to Philip K. Dick.
Yeah.
This proves she has excellent taste in writing, and is another reason why she is the best girl.
Yeah, it's a shame the show doesn't have the best writing. Let's see here. The Eye of what? Cream of what? Alright. Oh, there's a readable. Dude, I cannot find a fucking wall pewter quick enough to shut these fucking things off. J. Stewart, JS1357. J. Stewart, JS1357. Oh, it's for that computer. Goddamn. I need a security console. And that's what I need. This is actually a cozy little dormitory, I have to say. MJ12, if they take care of their people like this.
No, that's where your tax dollars are going.
You got a fucking billiard ball too? I mean, what the fuck? Actually, it's not billiards. That's pool.
Oh,
hey, you got fucking table tennis? And table tennis.
That guy Gus, follow-up, feminists started writing articles about male loneliness and self-ending. Also talking about men's psychological problems and failing in society while refusing to improve themselves. Oh, the world's falling apart because men can't handle it?
Yeah, right.
Is that it?
Right. And yet there's women in more leadership positions than ever, and most of the places and countries that they're in charge of are failing the hardest. It's odd.
Yeah, it's amazing how we're progressing so much, yet the world's falling apart.
Yeah, how's Lori Lightfoot's Chicago doing? Surely that's a utopia on Earth, no? No?
Yes, they also have a water cooler. Notice that.
Of course.
Black Bull, the thoughts on the latest no-hitter by Michael Lorenzen.
I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
Men depressed, women most affected.
That's literally what you're describing, bro.
Yeah.
Literally what you are describing. Huh. And I am...
Mr. Cliff. This is my first super chat, and I wanted to say hello. Oh, hello.
Godspeed. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for joining us.
How do we... Surely. Ooh, I had a shotgun this whole time I could have been using. God damn it.
Deus Pigeon throwing you some thanks for keeping us sane. Well, thank you.
I'm a pigeon. Cool. Cool. Alright. This fucking uppity-ass security camera. Okay, you gotta go. You gotta die. I'm just one little bit at a time. I'm gonna chip away, because that fucking thing is the bane of my existence, right there.
Nothing a
That
Gep
thing
gun.
killed Kennedy. That fucking thing. Gotta die.
Nothing that a Gep gun won't fix.
Where is my Gep gun? I don't have a Gep gun.
What?
I don't have a Gep gun.
Did you drop it? What?
I never picked one up. I was all, I'm gonna play like a secret agent, man.
The hell's wrong with you?
Is that just bouncing? I think it's shooting, like, just to the right. This fucking camera. This is so annoying.
It killed Kennedy, and your problem is...
That's true. That's true.
Doomsday Machine. I don't get the appeal of anything cyberpunk. From 2077 to the formation of a new subgenre, it just seems boring. Is there any cyberpunk worth seeing?
Well, let's point out your error to begin with. You started with Cyberpunk 2077. A tabletop that... Look, the Cyberpunk tabletop is great. It's not even in the top 200 of Cyberpunk things in media. And that's the tabletop, which is 1,000 times better than that piece of shit game. The video, do not start out with Cyberpunk 2077 to get into this genre. Fuck, start with this game instead. Okay, that's it. That's it. Fine. Fuck. That's I have had it. Look at that shit. There we go. It was right at the end there, and I literally could not get past it. You fucking piece of shit. There we go. Excellent. Finally. All right.
Emperor Creatine.
Fucking pro gamer status confirmed.
Speaking of Chirac, Illinois
Chirac, bro.
just voted to ban the AR-15 and other related guns
Hey!
and accessories. I can't wait to hear the eventual SCOTUS opinion striking this down from Clarence Corn Pop Thomas.
I don't know. They're private security for a biotech company or something. They had me doing antibody work.
Corporate security isn't usually outfitted to fight a ground war.
They're doing experiments on people. They don't want anybody finding out.
All right. I don't think I killed everybody.
Wait here while I deal with security.
Boy, they made JC ugly as fuck. I mean, like, burn victim, like... Nanotechnology for stupid people. This is where Kojima got it.
What?
Alright. Nope. Bink. Nope, nothing there. Nothing there. Hey, I got a multi-tool. 1 for the 5 that I used.
Iron Rider.
Okay, let's see if I got any.
Any books or sources you would recommend to understand what happened in Waco during the 90s? I was down there for vacation a few weeks ago. Godspeed.
Oh, man. You know what? I'm going to throw that to the chat instead. For documentaries and shit. I'm going to throw that to you. Because I would be interested in recommendations of documentaries and whatnot. I've seen the standard ones. Actually, you know who did a really fair one, surprisingly, is PBS Frontline. I was like blown away. Like, what? PBS Frontline? It was, I wouldn't say it was based, but it was relatively honest. That's the one that I would recommend offhand. But if any of you know of any really good Waco documentaries, I would go ahead and post them now. Help this fine gentleman. Taryn, you ever watch any?
No.
Or read any books about it or anything like that?
My knowledge of Waco begins and ends with the newscasts. I saw that when it was happening.
Dude, I didn't remember seeing any newscasts back in the day. That shit was kept under wraps when I was a kid. At least in Arizona media. Not a lot of discussion of it. We had our own kind of Waco, Ruby Ridge kind of situation in Arizona, and it did become national news briefly, and that was, of course, the thing I've talked about before, the Viper militia drama that happened, where it turned out that an FBI informant guy had basically incited these guys to attempt a bombing or something like that, and he was the only one. They literally tried to expel him from the Viper militia. They weren't even called the Viper militia, by the way. That was the name that the media ran with. But yeah, that was kind of our own domestic version of that. There was a big propaganda push in the 90s as soon as Clinton took office to try and create this domestic terrorism narrative. And I think with the benefit of hindsight, we can all see why that is. In the 90s, the federal government grew in size by a lot. And I think they needed that domestic terrorism narrative, whether it actually existed or not, in order to fuel the federal overreach of people. I mean, who was involved in every single one of those situations? Janet Reno. All three, in fact. Viper Militia, Waco, Ruby Ridge. All three, Janet Reno. Okay.
Emperor Creatine.
I really need to get in here, but nobody's given me a key. Oh, wait. You know what? I might be able to open it with this fucking thing again.
How can you do silent takedowns without the get gun? Scabrous wretch. How far will the Uniparty go in terms of being blatant in 24? Would they be willing to fortify the Dem candidate to have more votes than people in the U.S.?
Thank you, asshole, for fucking me over. That door was open. If I hadn't talked to you. Sorry. How badly will they... How blatant will they be?
Yeah.
They will be... This is gonna be 2016 on steroids. Gang, they tried in 2016 a more subtle variant of what they did in 2020. As I said and have said, hell, I've said it since 2016. And the most prominent example of evidence of this fact is Jill Stein's audit that people just forgot all about. Jill Stein thought that Donald Trump cheated, and so she pushed for an audit. And the Democratic Party weren't really paying attention to Jill Stein. Oh, it's crazy hippie Green Party lady. Oh, well, we'll just ignore her. And then she fundraised, did a Kickstarter for an audit. And that was in Michigan, and I think they did Wisconsin as well, and they may have done Minnesota, just a couple of different states. And of course, the results wound up giving Trump more votes. But that wasn't the interesting part. They found evidence that there were tens of thousands of Hillary votes in, I think it was Detroit. I think it was Michigan, Detroit, something like that. That they had entered in as votes for her, but there was no physical ballot as evidence that that vote had been cast. It had just, guess it was just plumb lost, right? That's literally what happened in that case. And then immediately it started out with Trump trying to stop the audit because he was like, oh, she's targeting my campaign. And then as soon as that came out, he was like, oh shit, keep auditing. And fucking Hillary, her people came in, threatened Jill Stein with litigation, and they got the entire audit. And this was a forensic audit shut down. That was in 2016. So there's some evidence they tried to pull a fast one in 2016, but they just didn't. They weren't able to do it and be subtle about it. So in 2020, they were not subtle about it. That's really what happened. So I think they're even more scared. I hold with Robert Barnes on this one. I think term one of Donald Trump was a guy who thought that he could work with the establishment and win them over by appealing to mutual interest. He's a businessman. He's a negotiation guy. Surely if I present them with a mutually beneficial arrangement, they'll come around to my way of thinking. That was how Donald Trump operated in 2016. That's why he wound up extending an olive branch to people who had opposed him. And of course, that wound up working against him. This is a different Donald Trump. I don't think he's as aware as he needs to be, but I think he's much more aware than he was in 2020 of the fact that he represents an existential threat to these people, that you can't appeal to their greed and their venality because there are things beyond greed and venality for these people. Some of these people believe in collectivist ideas that have informed their entire existence, and to which no amount of human sacrifice is too much to achieve those ambitions. That there are things beyond mere greed for some of these people that they are pushing to bring about absolute globalist dominion, whatever the fuck you want to call it. And this is very germane to the video game we're playing tonight. But I think this is a different Donald Trump. I need to make a video about this, honestly. But this is a different Donald Trump. I don't think you're going to see a situation where DeSantis is invited to be in the Trump administration. I think he considers what DeSantis has done a betrayal, and you won't see him within 9 yards of the Trump administration. That's my gut. And again, I've heard different things from people who are in, like, at various removes from Trump's campaign. Like, I have spoken to people, you know, I don't want to give away names or whatever in case, you know, they want to maintain their confidentiality, but it's pretty clear that this is a much more vengeful Trump. Like, he's going all in on DeSantis, and once DeSantis is done, he's going to move on to, you know, whoever the fuck else. I don't think Pence is coming back into that inner circle. I don't think Chris Christie is going to be within 9 miles of Trump, although he's within 9 miles of most people. You know, these people are not the Tim Scotts, the fucking Jeb Bushes. These people are not even going to be. They are official. They're not only off the Christmas card list. They are officially on the hit list. And it'll be interesting to see how Trump proceeds after he's most likely made the nominee. I don't know. How do you feel about, like, watching Trump's behavior? Do you get that vibe, Taryn?
Oh, I think he's on a tear. He has to. It's not just of how I read it. It's what he has to do.
Yeah.
If he does not, this is our last chance. He doesn't get another 4 years after.
Well, yeah. Did you hear Pelosi's remarks this last week? If
What?
Trump gets in, it is the end of this country.
It's the end of her country.
Exactly.
And I'm fine with that.
It's the end of the post-Lincoln global order in a lot of ways. Even though Trump is very positive towards Lincoln.
The second that he is in office, he has to fire as many people as possible.
Yeah.
I mean, legally. like, sign the order and end them, to get them out of government, to cut ties with them completely. If he does not, like I said, it's our last chance. Everyone from now on, there are no more independent candidates like him.
And it's not even that Trump's independent. He's not that independent. He is, however, independently wealthy. He doesn't need their money, which you cannot say about DeSantis, and it is a big mark against him, in my opinion. Again, I've defended DeSantis running. I think he's perfectly entitled. I don't have a problem with him running for president. I don't think it's not working out very well for him right now, but which I also predicted. But I don't have a problem with him running.
No, the left saw that he was slightly popular.
Yes, he's
and
being
decided
used
to
as a spoiler.
use him.
He's being used.
Yeah, they're using him to split the vote.
Yep.
That is
This is a Ted Cruz candidacy you're witnessing right here.
And it's so obvious.
Oh, did you see that shit? He dropped into the fucking water.
Oh yeah. I'm watching it.
I
on
think
the
he
screen now.
drowned.
Yeah.
I think he drowned.
Nobody in this game can swim.
That was amazing.
Hey, did you notice in your skills
I love
list
this game
swimming
so
is
much.
gone?
Swimming is gone?
I think it is.
No, it's not.
Check.
No, it's right there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's right there.
But yeah.
Why would you get rid of swimming?
Whoever's out there, give yourself.
Oh shit. Hold on. Buckshot. Oh my god. Holy shit, the shotgun is not great. That does not do a lot of damage.
I think they're wearing body armor.
What?
I think they're wearing body armor.
Well, not anymore. They're wearing body bag armor now. Alright, there we go. Hey. Ooh.
Ryu asks, have you ever watched the original Ghost in the Shell anime movie?
Yeah, back in the day.
And what did you think?
It's a little... It's more like... How do I describe it? It's more like the Matrix idea of cyberpunk, if that makes sense, than it is the Blade Runner idea of cyberpunk. Although it has some common themes with Blade Runner and even... some... What the fuck? He can't swim! You lied! I've been misled! Oh, man. The radiation got me. God damn it.
It was my introduction to cyberpunk genre and fell in love with it at first sight.
Yeah, I really don't care for it. So I'm glad you like it. I don't care for Ghost in the Shell.
Found Deus Ex Human Revolution because...
Well, that's cool. I'm always glad to see the crossover, even though, you know, I'm not personally a fan of Ghost in the Shell.
Gridiron Masters, thoughts on Vivek for future office?
He's got a better chance of holding a future office than DeSantis does at this point. Let's see here. I've never seen anyone exhaust political capital in a more compressed period of time than Ron DeSantis. That was fucking wild.
Yeah. I think the worst part is he's being used to split the vote and, like, just to be the anti-Trump Republican candidate. And the worst part is he doesn't even realize it.
Well, I think... I've said this before, but I don't think the intention was to be the anti-Trump candidate. I think the plan was, and there's, for what it's worth, the New York Times basically confirmed this by saying that the campaign has been privately assuring all of the donors that the indictments were going to come down and take Trump out of the race, and he was going to be inviolable, and from that point on, DeSantis was going to be the fucking messiah of the GOP. The plan was that DeSantis was going to swoop in and save MAGA after Trump was taken out of the race. But the problem was, motherfucker misread Trump like crazy, because Trump isn't going to surrender. He's going to fight. So Trump stayed in the race. And so that put DeSantis in a situation where he had to wait for each indictment. That's why he waited to announce his candidacy. People will say, oh, it was because he wanted the fucking Florida Constitution changed. It's like, first off, that timeline doesn't quite match.
Turn your weapons right now if you're going to be a smartass.
That first off, that timeline doesn't match, and second off, I think he was put in a situation where he was kind of waiting for the indictments to come down so that he could swoop in, play hero. And when Trump didn't surrender, that basically forced him to announce. And then now he's in this awkward position of, he built his entire campaign around being the savior of MAGA. And now he has to be in this awkward kind of the anti-MAGA candidate position. I don't think he prepared for that. I don't think his campaign prepared for that. I think that accounts to a large degree for a lot of his missteps and self-inflicted wounds. And that's where we're at with DeSantis. I think that accounts really for his plummet. He basically prepared for a different campaign than the one he was forced to run. And there's some mismanagement too. Richard Barris, I think, nailed this one. It's pretty clear that someone on the Rhino side of the aisle correctly identified that the way to get to DeSantis was through his wife. And so they cozied up to Casey DeSantis, and of course, Ron defers to his wife, like a lot of husbands do. And she is leading him astray, but they're playing her. I don't even think she realizes that she's being played. But I personally think that's a pretty accurate read. These are the Cruz people. You look at a lot of these people, they're people who were linked to Steve Schmidt, the fucking McCain shitbag, the Lincoln Project guy. You know, the people who are basically controlled Oppo back in 2008, 2012. And this bullshit that the DeSantis campaign came out and said, like, Trump has lost base support or something like that, is just ridiculous. Every poll under the yellow sun shows that Trump actually has retained more of his base than Biden and DeSantis.
Right, you're going to be a smartass.
All right, let's see. Soy food! There we go.
Generic entity, please accept this donation to the Pats for Cicero Fund.
Indeed.
Scroll back up real quick. One Man Army's Swamp Party. Hey, Razor, thoughts on the band AFI?
Do I have to? Not a fan. Not a fan.
Nintendo Wii.
Okay, it was Jay Stewart. M12 chemical insertion? Jay Stewart.
Nintendo Wii. Guile's rally speech from the Street Fighter movie as Dale Gribble.
JSI 357? Hold on.
Okay, take your time.
God damn it. Okay, fuck it. Hack.
Now I'm going upriver, and I'm gonna kick that son of a bitch, M. Bison's ass so hard, the next Bison wannabe is gonna feel it.
Beautiful. Glorious, even.
Uh-oh, 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 log out. Whoo, that was close. And there was password information on that I didn't get to quite see.
Multi-Sam, thank you for the 20. I've noticed that leftists flock to pretty places and ruin them, i.e. Sedona or Jackson Hole, Wyoming.
Yep.
Or areas with national parks.
Yep. I mean, look what Boulder, Colorado turned into after fucking Dan Fogelberg fucked up an entire generation of hippies.
Do you have any explanation to why lefties are attracted to areas of natural beauty?
Because they're affluent, they can afford to. These are pricier places to live.
Thanks.
Nice. Okay.
EBC smuggler. Tell him I'm all right.
All right, good. So that mission is accomplished, even though it doesn't really answer who the fuck these people are or what the fuck they're doing in the sewer. Those guys are still alive, but I don't really care.
Iron Age Media.
Hey!
Welcome back. Thank you for the 20. Anvil issue number 2 cracked 5K funding across FMC and IGG with almost 3 weeks to go.
Right on.
Submissions are open and piling up for issue number 3.
Nice!
What's a specific genre you'd like to see in the 3rd issue?
In the 3rd issue. Why don't you make a cyberpunk special? We're talking about cyberpunk.
Show them what actual cyberpunk looks like.
Yeah. Let's get some, like, Philip K. Dick fucking inspired real cyberpunk. The real deal. And imagine how cool the artwork could look and shit like that. I think that could be neat. If it's done right. Okay. I have to try and do this. Run a jump! Fuck! Okay, hurry. Don't die to the chemicals that are making the frogs gay. There we go.
Reverse Lee, I want to thank you for never taking awful sponsors like other channels.
Right? Now we're going to take a break to talk about Raid Shadow Legends. We have been offered sponsorships.
Using code SELLOUT, you can get 10% off your next coin purchase or whatever the fuck they use. If elected, will Trump finally solve the border crisis?
I think he will definitely finish the wall. Definitely. I mean, he came pretty fucking close. Shit, he came pretty close to finishing the wall as it was. Which is why it's annoying to hear the fucking old Ann Coulter's fucking old chestnut if he didn't build the wall and all that. You hear that fucking talking point all the fucking time. Bro, I live in Arizona. I've been down at the border. I have seen the wall that quote-unquote wasn't finished. Seen the wall that wasn't built. Apparently, my eyes deceived me. Ah! God. Dude, the platforming in this game. How do I do this without getting blowed up? Almost. It sucks. What's really doing it is there's not much headroom. You can see how low the ceiling is. Almost did it. Come on. Darren?
You need more. Well, I don't want to interrupt your concentration.
That fucking... Okay, I backed into it like a retard.
I don't know when I could talk when you're, doing your thing. The number one schmuck. Rare Friday off work. Glad I can watch you live.
Man, I thought that was...
Can we get Master of Evil with French Terran as Darth Vader and Irish Razor as Obi-Wan?
Whoa, what the fuck?
Zoot the Lord! You are nothing but a master of evil, Darth. Hon.
Oh.
And Irish Razor as Darth Vader. Or sorry, Obi-Wan. Oh no, wait. I'm Darth Vader. Never mind. I fucked it up.
What?
Whatever. That's all you're getting. Thanks for the
Oh my
five.
god, what the fuck?
What?
I think I already went over there. Yeah, I killed the fuck out of those guys.
Composite Frylock, Tears and Rain is stereotypical Jamaican. I can't do Jamaican.
Listen here, man. I've seen attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can try. Red stripe. No.
Shackley Ruster.
By the way, that's germane to the topic earlier. Fucking the Trump indictments. Apparently, the judge in the Trump case is like a Jamaican, former Jamaican national. And we're not talking like just a normal Jamaican dude. Like a member of the planner class. Like an elite in fucking Jamaica. This whole indictment, like, hearing thing is so fucking rigged. Ooh. Okay. Now, I think we have to go find the NSF's secret generator. Actually, I should probably go check in with fucking Smuggler. If I can remember where the fuck he was. He was in a weird place last time. Saviorific. Alright. We'll just wander around aimlessly, because why the fuck not? It's cool, and it's a cool map.
Shackley Rusterford. My home state of Illinois proudly calls itself the Land of Lincoln, with all the corruption you'd expect from his namesake.
Well, I mean, it was corrupt in the time of Lincoln. One of the big reasons Chicago and Illinois is corrupt today is because of the groundwork laid by politicians like Lincoln. Fucking... one of my favorite stories about Lincoln's corruption in Illinois specifically is, so he was not just a lawyer, not just a shitbag lawyer, but a railroad lawyer, right? And the railroad industry then, as now, honestly, was really, really corrupt. Massively corrupt. What is that? Ooh, Osgood & Sons key. I need that. So, he invests in, and I am blanking on the name of the city. It was a podunk middle of nowhere city. There was no reason for a railroad to stop there at all. None. Whoa! Yes! Karis! There we go. Ion Storm and Looking Glass Night. And speaking of which, I got a Looking Glass t-shirt on right now. But anyway, so Podunk City, but he had, shall we say, financial interests in that city. And a vested interest, people from there, there's no two ways about it, paid him off while he was a lawyer. So he gets into office, and they're setting up the railroad. And Lincoln specifically steps in and tells, if you watch Hell on Wheels, you would think that, like, Thomas Durant was the guy who decided that the railroad was going to arc around and go crazy places. And he certainly did, in order to make more government money, basically, because if the railroad is going straight, you know what I mean? Like, you're not getting as much in the way of government subsidies. So, no, actually, Lincoln stepped in and specifically said the railroad needs to go through this piece of shit town that is completely out of the way, that it doesn't need to stop in, basically to enrich himself. And he did. That's exactly what he did. Once he got into office, he rerouted the railroad so that it was basically a great big Joe Biden fucking Ponzi scheme, so that he could make a little money on the side. Honest Abe. It's a lot of body bags.
Iron Age Media once again. Heads up, there's a fantastic black and white cyberpunk comic in the second issue. But for the third issue, RazörForce, take note. Send in that cyberpunk.
Do it!
Idle Drifter, thank you for the 20. Your last rant about Obama being the messiah to Democrat voters reminded me of that video with children singing and jumping around and about Obama.
Oh, yeah.
And change back in 2008. The cringe and dear leader optics were off this chart.
I forgot about that. I had totally forgotten about that. They tried to make him the Black Kennedy, and they succeeded, because Kennedy was a bad president.
Scarfy the Strange without saying Philip K. Dick and name a good cyberpunk author.
Right. There's some pretty bad ones. Alright, here we go.
When I can, Sumo Orange. When I can. The Great Scalzini, apparently someone in Biden's orbit, left the cocaine in the briefing room. It would have been way funnier, and ironic, if it was found in the China room.
Indeed. We could have called it the China White House. It would work on 2 levels.
Lampshade.
Man, okay.
20.
So I already checked this street. Do I have like a overworld map of it? Sometimes you get those.
Shlomo Bagelstein.
Okay.
They weirdly rebalanced a bunch of enemies in Baldur's Gate 3. Remember those gnolls that creamed you?
Yeah.
Regular gnolls should only have 1 attack, not 3.
Yeah, it was odd. I've avoided that fight. I'm a little further in Baldur's Gate now. You can actually circumvent that whole thing, because it's really just a side quest for, like, a bunch of smuggler guys. And, the whole thing is you're supposed to go into this cave and get a package that these smugglers are, trying to traffic. And there's some crazy lamp in it that, like, fucking if you open it, I'm sure it's a goddamn demon from hell or something. I haven't opened it. I'm not stupid enough. But I did open the package, and basically they assure you that if you open the fucking shipment, the entire world's gonna end. And, I opened the shipment. So, I think I'm fucked. What's...
Lampshade. Hunts banning Reshade.
I know! Did you see that?
Yes.
Fucking way overdue. I've seen people who use Reshade, and I've long suspected that some of the bigger hunt streamers use it, because you watch their streams and it's like, hey, I've been inside that farm and it's nowhere near that bright, and you can clearly distinguish every single enemy in front of you. It's like, I wonder what version of the game he's using. These are good streamers. They would still be good even without the Reshade, but I think some of them use it, honestly. Wonder what's in here. I have lockpicks to spare. Why not?
Dace Pigeon, thank you for the 2. Hey, he said package.
Right.
Some Centurio.
Give us your best Seth Rogen laugh. Weed, bro.
Some Centurio. What do you think of the band named Rage?
They're pretty good. I haven't listened to enough of their stuff though. But yeah, what I've heard is pretty good.
An actual band not made from commies.
Yeah, we used one of their album covers actually for a long time for our credits. You remember that picture of a fist?
Yeah.
Shattering through that's theirs.
Oh.
That's from them.
Nintendo Wii, with Hollywood running out of franchises to ruin and superheroes going the way of the dodo.
Uh-huh.
What will be the next trend Hollywood will try to ride?
I think it's going to be Westerns for a little while out here, actually. I don't know. Man, holy fuck. If you've been following how many Westerns have been announced, I kind of felt like this was coming when I was working on Ghost of the Badlands. It's why when I was making the rounds doing interviews, I was like, as interested as I am in how well our Kickstarter went, which was fucking great, or Indiegogo, how well the pre-order campaign went, I was more interested to see, like, what the fuck is going to happen when it comes out? Because by then, all the greenlit Westerns, like, more of them will be out. And dude, there's a shitload that have been announced. They just announced, so that Taylor Sheridan guy who does Yellowstone is making like a fuckload of movies and TV shows. Kevin Costner, one of the reasons that Yellowstone is coming to an early end is because Kevin Costner has been working on this massive, epic, incredible, like this is the thing he wants to be his life's work. And it's called Horizon. And it's this, it looks really good. Like the concept of it looks really good. It's a Western. And it's the Western that Kevin Costner has always wanted to make. And he's had his eye on making that for a while. It's period, I believe. And yeah, so he's been working on that. That's going to be coming out. And he's basically put all of his personal money into it. If this doesn't pan out, if nobody goes and sees this, he's destitute. He's going to have to like make fucking Starbucks commercials and shit.
Parasite. You expect me to sit here and listen to your...
Yeah. And then of course there was God, what's it called? There's a Yellowstone spinoff. I don't know how this is a Yellowstone spinoff, by the way, but it's like Lawmen is what it's called. Have you seen this, Taryn?
No.
Every single season, I think, is going to focus on a different famous lawman of the Old West.
Really?
One of them is Bass Reeves.
Hey.
Another one is Wyatt Earp. That's the premise of the show. I think that show, if they do it right, if they make it as well as Yellowstone, is going to be fucking huge. If it's really, really good, that show is going to blow up. So, yeah, there's a lot of Westerns coming. And I think if they make the successful transition from TVs to movies, that might be the next thing. That may well be the next thing. And the good thing about that is Westerns are cheaper to make than some other genres. Because you already have Western sets that have been around since the fucking 50s, right? You've got, like, you can just go to those places. And if all else fails, you can always shoot your American Western in Canada.
Scarfy the Strange. I think gnolls are supposed to be based off of hyenas from African mythology.
Yeah, they're like hyena wolfmen.
Weird.
Have you played much Baldur's Gate since
Yeah, I've been doing my own campaign. I am approaching the Goblin Town.
Okay.
Right now.
Good luck. That fucking bullshit. I had to assassinate 3 goblin leaders. Now, granted, I'm a thief, so I literally did it with 1 character. Okay.
You'd think with the obsession over black representation, we'd get an African fantasy movie by now.
I wouldn't balk at that. I think it'd be cool.
I thought we already had Black Panther.
No, see, that's the new Phantom movie.
The Spaz from Rain Man. Why don't more people take the motorcycle pill? Been a year for me, and my monthly gas expense is down by 75%.
Dude, it's so much cheaper. I've told Taryn that, you know, if you want to, you want to get around a little easier, it might be better than getting a car to get a little bike, or maybe even do halfway, get a little moped or scooter type thing.
Yeah, like an electric bike. I've seen
Insurance can be a little pricey depending on what you buy. Not super insane, but you save it on gas. Dude, gas is so much better when you have a motorcycle or a moped or...
No, I've been saying I'm not against it. I just need the money.
Yeah.
The Spaz from Rain Man. Oh, no, already. Oh,
Okay,
I was finishing
there
that.
last time. and
My
I'm-
monthly gas expense is down by 75%, and my commute is substantially faster.
Yeah.
Lance Corporal.
It's great. Of course, the problem is, depending on the city that you live in, drivers don't know how to drive around fucking motorcyclists. They just don't. They treat them like they're cars.
What are those assholes that love the 15-minute walk or whatever?
The walkable cities.
The walkable city assholes. Oh, those suburbs are so anti whatever.
Uh-huh.
That's not walkable. Blah, 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 blah. Fucking hate those people. People want to just live their lives in a nice, quiet neighborhood. Oh, no, not walkable.
Yeah. Oh, and really what that is you're a giant whore sucking the cock of corporations. Let's like not mince words on that. You want the fucking realty corporations, the fucking home builders and shit, to just perpetually be building skyscrapers and garbage like that. That's really what you're doing. You're not defending walkability. You don't give a flying fuck. It has nothing to do. It's not anti-fat. I saw that video on fucking TikTok recently. Walkable cities are anti-fat.
You want to know?
It's about the fact that that the modern left are all fucking corporate shills at this point.
Oh yeah, yeah. You know what? It's a bit of a side note here. If I might take this little detour. You know that fucking
feel free. Ah, here it is.
You know that monstrosity that they're trying to build out in the desert? What is that in
yes. What is it called?
The United Arab Emirates or whatever. The fucking giant wall city.
Dubai.
No, not Dubai. But
I know exactly what you're talking about.
The fucking wall.
Right.
Where it's going to be all indoors. Line City, thank you.
Basically an arcology from Deus Ex Invisible Revolution.
Right.
Or Invisible War, sorry, Invisible Revolution.
But yeah, like, it'll just have everything that you need within, like, a 10-minute
It's a fucking arcology, bro!
Yeah, it's like, just build a fucking arcology. But no, they're going to build a huge one, and they're going to build it out there, and it's going to immediately turn into a fucking just...
It's gonna turn into Escape from New York. Fucking, you know it is.
I'm picturing Gollum City from Mankind Divided.
Oh, absolutely.
Got your friend out.
Ford, is he all right?
Fine. You were right about those troops. Definitely not NSF.
They're the CIA. They capture people and use them for medical experiments.
Dale Gribble is here in spirit.
You said you'd make it worth my while.
Since you helped Ford, I'll cut you a deal. I'll give you a scope that will fit most handguns and rifles for 700 credits, a bioelectric cell for 250, or some light amplification goggles for 1125.
We'll take the bioelectric cell.
Here's 250 for the bioelectric deal. See you later.
Hey, and thanks again for finding Ford.
No problem.
Found on road dead.
But yeah, thank God it's never gonna happen, because they're never gonna...
How you gonna taunt me with all those goodies back there?
You're never gonna find fucking funding for that. And the only people who would live in it would be the fucking super rich.
Yep.
But maybe that's a good thing, then we know where to find them. Where did I leave off? Lance Corporal Hawk, I thought the Fist Through Glass album cover y'all used for the credits was from Sabotage.
That is Sabotage. I was thinking of another one. What was it? Rage was when we did countdowns. That's what it was. Before we started doing the Mega Man intros on the countdowns, we would have the number and whatever, and it was right in the middle of like this cross kind of thing. That was Rage. That was Rage. Sorry, I was thinking of the wrong cover. But yes, you're correct. That's Sabotage.
What was the name of the album?
I forget.
But the band is Rage.
Yes.
I'm looking at Rage album covers. Not seeing anything familiar. Prophets of Rage has...
No. Rage band... Prophets of Rage is Public Enemy. That's rap. Rage heavy metal band. Like, look that up.
Yeah, I mean, it's
I wonder
coming
what that
up.
door goes to. Should I?
Not seeing it.
Should I?
Well, whatever.
All right, here we go.
Mr. E.
These are, and we're talking really early videos, like 2009, 2010, 11.
I didn't
Super
say
early.
Abe Lincoln.
Hello.
I said, hey, Lincoln.
What? Did that box seriously drop nothing? What kind of bullshit is that?
Turn your light on.
That dropped something. What did... Nothing. Nothing!
Was it marked or was it just a
It was
box?
marked!
That's weird.
What kind of bullshit
Zedekiah. The Dubinese have more dollars than they have cents.
Oh.
John Cunningham. Big city urbanite liberals aren't allowed to complain about climate change while also telling people to live in their cesspool cities.
No shit. One of the big reasons that Phoenix can be so much hotter than other places, and people point this out, a lot of the temperature measurements are from Sky Harbor Airport, which is downtown. It's nothing but concrete. And of course, concrete reflects the sun's heat, creates basically a giant heat bubble, and this is why we don't tend to get as much rain even in monsoon sometimes, because we've literally got this fucking refractory, like this basically oven, this concrete oven that's essentially reflecting the heat back at the fucking clouds. It tends to repel rain for a little while, although we do still get rain. We actually kind of had rain clouds today. It didn't rain, but it looked like it wanted to. We got rain a couple of weeks ago. It does still happen, but it just doesn't, we don't get as many light drizzles, let's put it that way.
We did get a little today, which was nice. Ryan Norris, thank you for the 20.
Whoa, that's the elevator button. Fuck.
As a pitcher, what would be your top 3 choices for a walk-up song?
Damn. For a walk-up song?
Yeah.
Motley Crue, Knock 'Em Dead. Fucking, Motorhead in the Black, and Razor, Cross Me Fool, right? Why not?
As a batter, I'd choose Wheels of Steel.
Ooh, that's not a bad one, too.
Turn on the Action.
That's a good one, too.
And Nightcrawler.
Those are all good choices.
Also, when will Marion Cobretti start for the O's in MLB The Show?
Didn't you watch our last stream? I managed to get out of the O's.
It's still going on, isn't it? They're shooting people right outside the bar.
A shooting in New York City? Well, I never.
Now I've seen everything. Heroes Crest. Thank you for the 20 and thank you for joining us.
Yo.
Hi, Razor. I applied for a supervisor.
What the fuck? What is this bullshit?
What'll it be?
What? You fucking shot me, bitch!
Never mind.
An AI bug?
What'd this loopy cunt just do?
What do you have for me? I don't have any liquor on the bars.
The bar's to my left. Wow.
Beer.
You better get rid of some people.
Wow, I'm that bogged down? Shit.
Apparently I applied for a supervisor position at work. Apparently
Maybe I should drop the drugs.
Apparently I'm actually one of the most competitive candidates. I have 3 interviews coming up. Any advice you can offer aside from the STAR method? Thanks and Godspeed.
A what?
Beer, please.
He has 3 interviews coming up. Do you have any advice you can offer?
Just job interviews?
Yeah. For his supervisor position.
Supervisor position. Be conversational. If it's a supervisor position, ooh, shit. Well, it depends. I recommend attaching, so no matter what you do, make sure, well, I guess if you already got an interview, then you're past this, so you don't need to consider the resume. But be conversational. Pay attention to how supervisors dress at the job. Dress like that. Dress like you already are that.
Yeah.
And that really needs to be the mentality overall. Whatever the position is that you're interviewing for, you already have it. right? You're acting functionally as if you're already there. Not egocentrically. I don't mean like, I'm already working here. But functionally, in terms of the way that you interact and the things that you say and the way that you dress and present yourself as if you were already a supervisor for that position. And I've been a supervisor before, by the way. That worked for me. So
Never mind.
I speak from personal experience.
What do you have?
You can have this beer.
I appreciate it. Yep, I know for a fact it's not just for government research. I've seen all kinds of executives coming and going.
I'm sure plenty of bureaucrats fly out there.
He's talking about Area 51.
Big executives. I think the whole place has been taken over by a private corporation.
Not likely.
Something's going on underground. I'm a pilot, which means I didn't get any access to the main complex. But a lot of rock comes out of there. It's some kind of mine. But what I don't understand is why they're always laying more fiber optic cables.
A pilot? What do you fly?
Copters. You know what I think? I think that's where the UN moved Echelon 4.
Uh-oh.
They promised they were going to stop spying on people.
Surveillance is a very distributed
The
technology.
government
Centralized
promising
in
to
one
stop
large
spying on
facility.
people.
Very unusual, even for the UN.
I bet they did it.
Vagina.
They want to
Vagina.
centralize everything.
Vagina.
Every computer on the planet.
Oh my god. This game is so fucking...
Know anything that's worth the
This old bird's had enough. Hell, I'm about to go on duty.
What kind of chopper pilot starts work at midnight?
You're with Unatco, right?
What?
Why do you ask?
I'm the one that flies your brother Paul to Hong Kong. He told me to watch out for you.
I didn't know Unatco hired pilots.
The black choppers are run by the NSA to support various classified Oregon uses.
This
CIA.
fucking game!
They hired me because I don't ask any questions.
What was Paul's assignment in Hong Kong?
Like I said, I know how to keep a secret. Even between brothers.
So he's holding something back. The reason Unatco transferred him back to the States.
Listen to your brother, JC. Respect his experience. Let's leave it at that.
Interesting. Picking up
Walter.
my drugs.
I'm just picturing how much shit and garbage is going to pile up in the Line City. It's going to be gross.
Oh, man.
And guess who's going to do the work?
Right.
A lot of poor people. Paul. Hey, people. So The Witcher is not about Gerald. Barbie is not about Barbie. And I haven't seen any squids in a certain squid game. Prague fucking speed. 101 Elric, thank you for the 20. My neighbors are dark folk and play loud music late at night.
Really? I've never... Man, that really breaking with type.
I've tried asking them to stop by making a series of vocal clicks. But they looked at me confused.
Anyway, so let's continue.
Do you have any ideas? Oh boy.
Oh, shit.
The Copper Owl. Father Gell, leave that Catholic schoolgirl alone. Pull away and repent. Repent!
NSF are playing...
This city's lit up, man.
Yes, Catholic school girl.
You know that this kitchen island has a lot of loose things for me to throw, right? Crusader Saracen, Godspeed to Blackly Lawless, recovering from surgery.
I know, he had to cancel the Wasp tour, which had to suck because the last tour did really well. It was the first time he had toured the States in a long time, got big crowds, sold out several times. Like, people really wanted to see Wasp live, and they were killer. It's a shame it all ground to a halt now because he had to have spinal surgery. But apparently he's on the mend. And Godspeed to him, he's needed that surgery for a while. He's had back problems for quite a while. I mean, this is a big dude. People don't realize how fucking massive Blackie Lawless is. Put it this way. Blackie Lawless was almost the T-1000 in Terminator. They almost cast him because of his size.
Wow, really?
Yes. He's been up for a number of really big action movie roles. He was almost the Terminator. He was almost... What was it? Was it Predator?
No.
Almost in something. He was almost... It wasn't just Terminator. And he was in The Dungeon Master. And, like, actually, even before Wasp broke big, he was in a movie. He was cast in a movie.
6'3". Yeah, that's
big dude.
Yeah. Zedekiah blind in Texas. Okay. Thank you for the 2.
Blind in Texas is a Wasp song.
Oh.
A good one.
Devirix, thank you for subbing for 7 months. What are your thoughts on Robert Jordan's Wheel of Time book series?
I've read a little of it, never got super into it. I liked what I read, and I also read the comic book adaptations, which were pretty good.
I just hope they don't make a shitty series about it.
Yeah, I know, that would be terrible, wouldn't it? A really shitty fucking femfuck lazy patriarchy analog. Boy, that would really be the drizzling shits, wouldn't it?
The Southern Gentleman.
Ooh, can I?
Subjected the whole break room at work to Chateau's Land over the
Yeah!
last 2 days. Good film. Best Native American centered Western? Question mark?
It's one of the best.
The White
I mean,
Buffalo.
I guess Last of the Mohicans would probably be up there.
Automated security in this area. There's a control panel somewhere about waist level.
Whoa.
Might be hidden.
I could listen to this fucking soundtrack forever.
It's amazing, isn't it?
And the remix is pretty good.
The Last of the Mohicans? I saw that once and I remember nothing about it.
You don't remember anything about Last of the Mohicans?
It was like 20 years ago. I don't remember anything about it. I only saw it the one time.
Warehouse 2167, I think.
Eat My Slamwich. Nerves of Steel line as Brunson.
What was it? You mix might have gears and servos to quell your pain, but I've got nerves of steel. but we nanogs have nerves of steel? I can't remember the exact line. I confess.
Schmotz.
Warehouse code 3316?
Sam just finished Wheel Time books and loved it. Cool. Let's do some bits. Derek, thank you for the 100. What do you think of elected kings like the ones chosen via Althing or Council? Like Iron Age Germania?
I mean, how is a dictator being elected news? That's what democracy always arcs toward. This is the great false binary of all time. The great false binary of all history education is this idea that there's like some distinction between monarchy and democracy. You're gonna get a monarchy if you let democracy get out of hand. Because the people demand that these people be in these positions. And I don't think much of either. Put it this way, I can... Most dictators were elected.
It's true. Sad but true.
Yeah, let's get a little...
Generalissimo Liberty, have you seen all the electric and honking evidence poured out the last few days? It is as someone should justifiably seek to overturn 2020 or question it. No Ned Flanders tears. Dude, Ned Flanders tears and rain. Can you do Ned Flanders?
Hidely hodely, Decorino. Fucking. I've seen diddlies off the doodly of Orion.
It was swell.
Right. No, I'm not great at my Matt Walsh impression.
Continuing what Derek said, would that
There
be...
we go. It was this one.
Would that be a workable monarchy, since it is like a president by another name, or am I
Nope.
being retarded?
Yeah, that's nope. That's a big nope.
Heads up, JC. We've got NSF troops on the rooftops.
Uh-oh. Oh, I remember this part. Okay.
Schmotz,
Definitely want to save here.
the only thing I remember about The Last of the Mohicans was that big protest when it came out.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently they weren't using any actual Mohicans.
Yeah. And Gremlins didn't use any actual Gremlins. Fucking. There we go.
MC Corleone, thoughts on Trump chances to win Georgia in general election?
Oops. Chances to win Georgia? I mean, I haven't looked at poll numbers for Georgia. Is there something peculiar in that situation?
I haven't heard anything.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I haven't looked at state by state polling for that. I've only I mean, because obviously the first of the big primary states is Iowa. It's the Iowa caucus. And there's been a lot of disinformation about Trump in 2016 and his chances because of how he performed in 2016. And of course, the big scam there and a lot of that's being pushed by the DeSantis people and their influencers. And it's just silly. DeSantis is performing worse than Ted Cruz was in 2016 in Iowa. So that, number one, should put that argument to bed. But number two, the argument that Trump couldn't have won is untrue, because if you remember anything about 2016, and anyone who followed my channel back in 2016, I talked about this in real time when it was fucking happening. But Trump was running against Ted Cruz, right? Ted Cruz was the DeSantis of 2016. The establishment went all in on him, funded the fuck out of him. But Ben Carson was still in the race. Ben Carson was struggling a bit, but his campaign was still going. And at the 11th hour, before the Iowa caucus, the Ted Cruz campaign pulled one of the scummiest shitbag fucking moves in the history of politics. They called up a bunch of the delegates for the Iowa caucus and said, Ben Carson, it was a robocall. Ben Carson is dropping out of the race, and he has released a statement saying that he would like all of the people who are going to vote for Ben Carson to vote for Ted Cruz. Anybody remember this fucking bullshit? This is the kind of shit we can expect from the DeSantis camp, by the way. And, of course, that wasn't true. Ben Carson had not dropped out. They lied. And so, literally, the exact margin of Ben Carson's support moved over into the Ted Cruz column. Ted Cruz winds up beating him. And Trump is robbed, basically, of of a pretty major victory. And then Ben Carson comes out and says, yeah, that's a bunch of bullshit. And then Ben Carson was so pissed at Ted Cruz for doing that, he turns around and endorses Trump. God, dude, do not underestimate the mainstream GOP's capacity to shit their own britches.
Self-destructive behavior. Mr. Reese, Walker Texas Ranger has better Western episodes than the Yellowstone.
Yeah.
Andrew Van Halen, which of Barry Goldwater's books would you recommend the most?
Conscience of a Conservative is the most encapsulatory. Ooh, 30-06 ammo.
Podvoisky, have you heard part of the fan film Spider-Man Lotus? It just premiered on YouTube today, and the sheer quality made me seriously question why we need Hollywood at all.
Right. Guys, I think that's a new frontier for the Iron Age. Aspiring filmmakers. Aspiring video game producers. Why be limited to just literary works and comics? And dude, get to work on an Iron Age video game project. Get to work on an Iron Age film project. Even if it's a short film, you gotta start somewhere.
I'm not skipping New Zine. I look to my right and I read new ones. Then I look to my left and I read the list of the old ones.
Calm down, it's okay.
Tell them that, not me. Scarfield the Strange. I think Hollywood's obsession with China pandering has more to do with Chinese investment than Chinese audiences.
Yeah.
Foreign interests are funding movies for us, not them.
Yes.
They are prepping for war.
Not prepping for war. Just, I mean, it's the same shit they've been doing for years. Anything that weakens us is good for them. Keeps us on our back foot so that they can take advantage of opportunities. Or if they have a problem, such as COVID, which they're still not recovered from, then at least we can't gain on them. That's the formulation. It's very simple. Get out through the... Ha! Whoa. Hello. I love this part. So good for sniping.
Henry Carey, I like your style. Where did you buy your leather jacket?
I got it from a local place called Arizona Biker Leathers.
As Rulier or whatever went to Gen Con last week. 85K plus people here in town.
Yeah.
Total blast every year. But the taint of liberal cities is infecting Indianapolis. Tons of homeless.
Ugh.
A lot of theft, etc. Makes me despair.
Yeah, well, Indianapolis has had that problem for a while. That's not that recent of a development, rather. Easy for me to say. Come on, come back around that corner. Let me fucking dome you. Boom. These UNATCO guys got all the tricks.
Filipino white boy. I need a good name for my Battletech team.
Ooh.
I'm thinking either Black Daggers or Bronco Battalion. What are your thoughts?
I think he took off.
Bronco Battalion. Bronco Brigade could be. Black Daggers. I like Black Daggers too. Yeah, like I like the latter one. Bronco Brigade has a nice ring to it. Stop. Stop. Stop so I can blow your fucking head off.
Want to know what I named my company?
There we go. What was it?
Crusade.
Oh my god. Deus and the Volts. Ow.
Ashley, I made a New Yorker salty on Discord by making fun of the PS5 giveaway fiasco the other day. New York City people are so sensitive when you mock them.
A mouthy New Yorker? I think you're making the story up.
Just praise them for being able to live in a sanctuary city.
Indeed! Alright.
Primark, did you hear about the wildfires in Hawaii?
I did. Oh, yes. Yes, I did. I'm not sure what is causing them. I know what their political establishment will blame.
I think it was something like 36 people dead.
Yeah.
Of course, you're on an island. Where are you going to go?
There we go. 30-06. That's what I'm looking for. All right. I love this part of the game. Not enough good stealth segments in this game. Of course, Warren Spector made this game basically as a reply to Thief.
Up to 55 now. Damn.
Let's see here. Ooh, that way. Ah! Yes!
Now, of course, they don't know what started the fire yet, but they're saying, like, just dry, heavy winds
Yeah.
were pushing the fire out, which is, to be fair, is probably true. But, of course, they'll say that it was
Climate change.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
How do you have dry
You
weather
live
on a fucking
a
island?
giant volcano island. Let's be real. I love that story, by the way, of when Dawkins recorded the You Just Got Lucky video. You can watch this, actually. They were, they went to Hawaii and shot some of the video. And the climax of the video is supposed to be George Lynch shredding a guitar solo on a volcano. And the week they show up there, the volcano starts to erupt. And so they're like, yeah, George, it'll be fine. It'll be totally fine. Just go down there and fucking record your shred away on your guitar solo while the fucking... So he does. So George Lynch is shredding a guitar solo right next to an erupting volcano. You can see the smoke and shit behind him. Those are not fog machines, gang. That is an erupting volcano. His shoes are melting during the fucking guitar solo. So metal. Different time.
What?
Better time.
What music video was it?
You Just Got Lucky.
I'm skipping through it right now.
Yeah. It'd be like in the middle point, probably. Guitar solo one. Yep, there you go. That's an actual volcano, bro. Fucking steam and smoke and shit.
Holy fuck. What does this have to do with the fucking video?
Right?
Like they were on a stage like a minute ago.
Yeah! They literally flew him out to fucking Hawaii just for that fucking insert.
I mean, he looks great.
It's awesome. It's awesome. His fucking shoes were melting during a guitar solo. So metal.
Yeah, and then it just goes back to the stage.
And then it just goes back.
Like it's there for like
They
30
almost
seconds.
killed the fucking guitarist.
Oh, he's on his knees now in front of the steam vent.
Yep.
That's pretty cool. Yes, I'm watching a music video while we're doing this. I don't fucking care. Zedekai mug global boiling.
Yes. Oh, shit. God damn.
Skeptical Panda, Razor, did you see the new Twitter CEO say censorship for wrong think, lawful but awful is her term, will return on her watch?
I bet it will if you look at her prior history.
And
I've told you guys, like, Elon Musk, not the droid you're looking for necessarily. I appreciate some of what he's done, but I think people mistake him for someone he is not.
And 2, Musk-Zuck fight thoughts. If it even happens,
Yeah,
isn't he going
publicity
in for...
stunt. It struck me as a publicity stunt. It probably will happen, but it's gonna be you ever watch celebrity boxing? That's all it's gonna be, gang. It's not that great.
Isn't it just like a tentative maybe because he's going in for like surgery?
Yeah,
or
some kind of
medical exam?
spinal, or
Yeah.
no, a shoulder.
Something like that.
Needs some kind of correction to his shoulder. Ooh.
Doomsday Machine. Speaking about the substitute, some of the acting is subpar and the jokes fall flat, but it's not a bad movie overall. Don't watch the sequels though. Stick with Behringer. Brainstorm lore. Best of luck with Ghost of the Badlands.
Thank you.
Got a Western comic idea of my own. Will it be fine to approach George once Ghost of the Badlands is done?
I mean, you're free to. I think he's going to be working on his next book, though.
Yeah, you'd have to talk to him about that. You don't need our permission.
I mean, he has been talking about doing his next children's book after Ghost of the Badlands, I believe. And of course, we already have a second volume planned. Come on, go back in front of that window. Come on. Be like a really bad partner in Hunt Showdown. Just go peek at that window. Exactly. Exactly, Mr. President.
Tactical Furball, thank you for the 20.
Okay, fine. Drop down.
Got into an argument with a black pillar who's convinced, because of a lot of founding fathers were Freemasons, that America is evil and advocates for its abolition. Not a fan of Freemasons either, but how do I convince him?
Just like a fucking glorified Kiwanis Club. Like, why do people freak out about Freemason bullshit? I met a Freemason once at the fucking dog park. And it was just an old fucking boomer. Like, he was trying to sell me on fucking Freemasons, and it just sounded like a goddamn... It sounded like an Oprah's book club for fucking boomer. Like, it didn't sound particularly sinister. People get way into that fucking bullshit. I don't know. Granted, I don't know that much about it, but it was just this old black dude. It was wild, though. I saw his van as I was leaving, and it was covered in Freemason symbols and shit in the back window. Like, this guy was all about being in the Freemasons. Uh-oh.
Humble Dirt Merchant, thank you for the 20. Speaking of disasters, you see the floods in Beijing. There are floods.
They go, which ones?
Saw footage
that fucking place is in a perpetual state of flooding.
Saw footage of troops setting up sandbag wall after the waters receded, while a dude sprays them with a fire hose to make it look like it's raining for the cameras. I believe it. Chooch Magooch. Razor, how do you feel about Nick Fuentes?
I mean, I don't really feel anything about him. He took shots at me one time, so I made fun of how short he was, but that was just back and forth. I don't really care. His fans were like, debate me, bro. It's like, debate what? I think we pretty much agree on most political issues. I don't think there was much to debate. What am I gonna... He was making fun of how I dress, which is kind of funny considering he always dresses like he's headed to a high school prom. But, that's it. Like, what would we... Just motherfuck each other for 2 hours? Like, this is kind of pointless. I don't have a problem with him. I really don't. I don't know why he shit on me, but he kind of does that to a lot of people. So I didn't take it that personally. Oh. Yeah. Fuck you. Oh my god. Okay, I'm dead. That dude came out of nowhere. Oh no, my legs. Did I get fucking kneecapped? I got kneecapped! I've been napalmed! Fuck! They took out my legs, dude. I got Lieutenant Danned.
Ain't got no shins.
I killed Fitty Man.
Almost.
Same voice actor, by the way. Oh, no. That's, I'm the Wiz guy from Seinfeld. Khan's actor is Cotton Hill's actor. Different guy. I always confuse him with Dale's voice actor. They have similar voices.
Scarfy the Strange. Thoughts on the Niger situation? What's happening there?
Oh man. a coup / revolution. The UN is getting involved. Fucking dude. Africa is having a wild one.
I mean, I
It's
saw
just any given day in Africa.
I saw some stuff recently about South Africa, but not Nigeria.
Yep. Look it up. Africa is having an average one.
Libya 2.0. Oh, that's a bad way to describe that. Holy shit.
Getting some regime change going on there.
A coup. West African countries suspend key military meeting.
Yep.
Is someone there?
Just another day in Niger, ladies and gentlemen.
Niger junta warned they'd kill deposed president after any military intervention.
Niger, please. I mean, what?
Generalissimo Liberty, no one has ever convinced me why Masons are evil outside of some crazy tin hat stuff.
I never...
They seem like a do-gooders club.
They just seem like a bored old guys club, honestly. But you know how, like, men, once they get past, like, age 40, they start joining clubs for some reason. Like, right? They start, like, joining these weird... Like, I'm gonna join the Rotary Club. I'm gonna join the fucking Kiwanis Club. I'm gonna join... It's fucking weird. I'm gonna have my little boomer motorcycle club. Like, Deadwood kind of made fun of this back in the day. The ambulators.
Somebody already beat you to it. Generalissimo Liberty. Tears and Rain is Dale Gribble. We did that already.
Yes. I did it. I did it for the rock. I did it for the people.
And he follows up with Amon Bundy arrested again.
All right.
Not nefarious. I think secret societies were basically just LinkedIn for old and ancient people.
Kind of. I mean, there's some that are a little more based than others. Like, look up George Washington and the Order of the Cincinnati, where he essentially had his own private militia just in case the fucking redcoats came back from the dead, just in case the government got too corrupt. George Washington was basically had his own private army. That's kind of based. But today, the Order of the Cincinnati is just a country club for fucking boomers.
Bundy was the standoff guy? Oh, I see.
All right.
Lance, I know this is awful, but I hope the situation in Nigeria goes on for as long as it's required for Joe Biden to be forced to try and pronounce it.
Right? You know what's gonna happen there. You know what's gonna happen there.
The situation in Breed's card. Can I actually say this
Right.
on this?
The situation. The situation in Basketball Americantopia. What happened?
Rob.
Something blew up. Somebody blew something up.
Maybe they tried to throw a grenade and killed themselves?
No, they're still alive. Such as it is. Fuck you.
Also, did you hear about,
Rubber baby buggy bumpers.
About rubber baby buggy bumpers?
Yes. What country was it? A guy running for president got assassinated.
You'll have to narrow that down for me.
It was like 2 days ago.
Oh. I'm not sure.
It was a South American country. I'm sure someone in... Ecuador? Yeah, it was Ecuador.
Ecuador.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
The
The country where Julian Assange was sold out. Interesting. Strange.
yeah,
Total coincidence.
fucking wild.
Totally not a massively motherfucking corrupt situation at all. Alright.
Rob, thank you for the 15. Former South African here. The whole UN thing is just another day over there.
Yep.
South Africa is basically going reverse apartheid, with the whites being attacked at a more higher rate than usual.
Yeah, that's the other thing, is in South America, there was fucking, what was it, at a football game or something? Someone sang the basically fucking Kill the Whitey song.
Yeah, kill the Boer,
Yep.
which is what they call white farmers there.
Yep.
Did you hear that there's an entire political party that's ready to go, like, ethnic cleansing mode?
Yep.
Building with the
And
antennas.
you heard that delightful comment he made, right?
Who?
We are not calling for white genocide yet.
Wow.
Yeah.
I did not hear that.
Oh no, it's out there. Holy shit. They didn't
Down,
fucking
Fido.
learn. They didn't fucking learn from Zimbabwe?
Oh. Wonder if I have another...
Let's see. Swallow Blue?
2167, could this be it? 2167. Damn! Fuck. Fuckity fuck. Ooh. Someone heard me. Okay.
Swallow Blue. So the mayor of Phoenix passed a 35-year public transit expansion plan while the city is
Yeah.
falling apart.
Yep.
Interesting. Not really.
Democrats in Arizona are so public transit obsessed, and it's entirely because they're funded by the California developers who build the public transit.
It's the same situation as you described with Lincoln.
Uh-huh.
They build public transit, therefore they get money for it.
Yep. That's what the light rail is about.
Yeah.
Light rail loses millions of dollars every year.
But
Millions.
But the people
Local
who advocate for it make money off of it.
Yep.
So.
Local press never reports a damn story about how much money the light rail loses. Oh. Wonder if there's a rooftop entrance here. This map is pretty much the same, but I'm detecting some elements of it that are reworked. Oh, shit. Okay. I'm in.
Ashley. Joe, remember, it's Niger, okay? Joel rolls up and says the hard R. Joe, pull up. God, no.
Listen here, fat.
I got this.
Oh, somebody's coming.
Sigil Stone. Julius Malema is the one who sang Kill the Boer and then went on Twitter to denounce anti-Semitism because of his party's biggest donors.
Interesting.
Is that confirmed? Mac Daddy, have you heard Dawkins is getting pretty... I read that one.
Yep, new album. Man, it's so overdue. I remember Don Dawkins talking about the new album fucking around the time of my Mythos is 2015. He commented on that video, by the way. He also commented on my Dawkins rant years ago.
Let's read some bits. Neverwhere, thank you for the bits. It's Friday night, and you know what that means? It's time for another writing advice with Razor stream. Our first question comes from yours truly. Any tips for writing prose, whether it's to convey emotion, set a mood, convey humor, establish a setting, and so on?
I mean, some would argue I'm not the best to deliver advice on any of those counts, but I would say you have to look at what you personally are trying to accomplish with your writing. What style you're attempting to invoke, and pay attention to examples of those that you admire, and then kind of throw that out the window and write your story. You will find that you naturally arc toward those influences anyways. All the above that I just mentioned is more like prep work. For example, I write pulps and stuff that's inspired by pulp writing, so get to the point with the plot, linger on atmosphere, linger on banter because of the noir element, not too long though, and no lengthy dialogue chapters, restrict dialogue to maybe one chapter in the entire book can be mostly dialogue. That's literally a personal limitation that I set on myself when I write my books. And if you notice that, if you read the books with that in mind, you notice, oh shit, there's really only one talking chapter in the whole fucking thing. And those chapters I write this shit out of. Like, I rewrite and cut stuff out, and I slave over those because I don't want them to drag. Pacing is massively important for the style that I'm going for. But it might not be the style that you're going for. It depends on what you personally... If you're trying to write the great American novel, then you need to write in a very decompressed fucking fashion. Right? Again, I've never pretended to be a professional author. I guess I am a writer because I have written and been published. But all I can say is what worked for me. I wound up selling lots and lots and lots of books and being pretty satisfied with the end result for my own part. That to me was a success, as I define it. And as I go on, I continue to improve regardless of that. I think Death Mask was written better than Long Moonlight was, by necessity, because I had more experience under my belt. I had finished a book. And I learned lessons from that I imposed on myself. I would also say, listen to feedback. I very rarely overrode my editors. When my editors said, oh, that's not quite right, or you could probably reword that, or explain that a little better. Goddamn, 9 times out of 10, I went with it. There's only 1 or 2 instances where I was like, nope, that exact turn of phrase needs to stay there, because that's the style I was going for. And it's some of the more questionable stuff, I'm sure, but very rarely did I pull rank. I think your editor usually is speaking to you from a reader's perspective, and you want to please the reader first and foremost. Like, why wouldn't you? I don't have much ego as a writer, really. I don't. If I need to rewrite something, I'll rewrite the whole damn chapter. I don't fucking care. I forget. I'm trying to think of an exact example, but I seem to remember, like, whoa! Look at you handsome bastard. I seem to remember there being kind of a segment where I had to explain something differently, and I wound up kind of restructuring the chapter and whatnot in The Long Moonlight, I think. Can't remember exactly what it was, but I thought it turned out better as a result.
Skullduggery. What a lousy world. We lose Johnny Hardwick. Madonna just keeps getting upgraded.
Okay. Now I have to... Wait, this isn't the broadcast. This isn't the thing I need. Okay. Wait for that to refill and then hack it. Sorry, go ahead.
Skullduggery. What a lousy world. We lose Johnny Hardwick. But Madonna just keeps getting upgraded like some horror from Warhammer 40k.
Right.
Heron, thank you for subbing for 20 months.
I don't know that I would call it an upgrade, though. Let's be real. Slowly turning into one of those aliens from fucking Star Trek Insurrection.
Oh, yeah.
Why is the alarm going off? Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Good job, JC. The power just died at the NSF headquarters.
Oh!
It's up to Paul.
Okay, no, that was what I needed. That was my objective.
With Agent Herman on board. He will lock down the warehouse while you take the chopper back to
Oh
HQ.
my. Okay, I think I have to go up to the roof now.
That was weird.
What?
I lost connection for a second. But the stream's fine.
But the stream is fine?
Yeah,
Okay.
that was weird. It was just the laptop.
Might want to plug it in.
Is it batteries now?
No. Plug it into the router.
Oh.
Shit. Well, the alarm's already going off.
Mandoli has assigned me the peacekeeping occupation of this district.
Not much peace to keep.
Take care of the generator. How's the raid going?
We should have sent Agent Navarre. Your brother is timid like a child.
Timid like a child.
You do not need to hear anything from me. Take the helicopter back to base. I am sure Mandoli has planned a debriefing for the top agents.
I like Gunther's skin. I think Gunther looks better than he did in the main game. JC looks like he has a case of the downs.
Last boarding call.
Hey, you're the guy I talked to at the Underworld bar, right? The one asking for beer.
You don't wanna
I'm
fly one
not
of these
saying
birds
he's a
all wound
Riri,
up.
but I do hear the theme from Life Goes On every time he talks.
Let's go.
Oobati, oobata.
If you weren't gonna sing it, I would.
Fucking Corky over here. I think that's what the C is short for, actually. Jolly Corky Denton.
I'll take you back to the city after you check in with Manderley.
Thank you for the 30 bits, Suma Orange. Let me get to all of these. Been loving hell on Wheels. Everyone in the show is great.
So good.
But I find Elam to be the real bad guy. He hates white people because of slavery. He hates other black men because he thinks he's better than them. He thinks a prostitute loves him, and when she wants to settle down with him, he wants to stay on the railroad. He says he hates. He then gets mad at her husband for being mad he got her pregnant.
Yep. He's kind of a douche, but honestly, he grows on you. Common didn't do it.
You don't know I'm, but I know where you live. I will snitch on you and send you to one of those camps. The bad ones. Also, there are lizard people. I can say that because Kirk fought one and I have the video.
My resume. Hey.
Thank you for that 50.
Jerks from Washington.
Indeed. Whoa.
Mr. Dent,
Yeah?
the prisoners on level 3 are a sensitive matter. Leave the interrogations to Mr. Simons. You are authorized to receive your orders from Joseph Manderley, after which you will return to the helipad.
Oh my.
Simons. You guys from DC? What agency?
Please proceed to Manderley's office. We will expect to see you shortly.
Fucking they
Do not question
in this
the
game.
prisoners yourself.
MIB are so freaky.
Fucking ridiculous.
Like, and they never explain. Are they cyborgs? Are they machines?
Are they
What-
just like nano augmented?
like, what are they?
Guys are saying about Hell's Kitchen.
It's really creepy.
Manderley said he's busy, but to wait outside his office.
All right, here we go. I need to heal badly. Let's get down to the doctor's office first before we do anything.
Let me continue with Suma
Gunther
Orange
says
here.
You guys really whacked some tails in a statue.
Whack some tails.
Also, a pale rider is amazing.
Yes.
On a Clint Eastwood note, Dirty Harry is very much, in my opinion, a type of Western. Some video essay people on YouTube with about 136k subs would say it's noir.
It's noir to a degree. I mean, they were definitely steering into the noir
Agent?
But I would say you could make just as much of an argument about the cowboy underpinnings. I mean, there's a reason that Clint Eastwood was supposed to star in it. And actually, Clint Eastwood wasn't the first choice. I think John Wayne was asked. To be. So, somebody else famous turned down Dirty Harry. Do you know who that is, Taryn? I think it was John Wayne.
Oh.
And then he kicked himself afterward because he's like, fuck.
You know what? You might be right.
It wound up being a huge hit, and he was like, shit. And then he wound up making like a half-assed kind of Dirty Harry ripoff McHugh.
Yeah.
He was kicking himself for not taking Dirty Harry. Clint Eastwood swooped in and stole it.
Well, I thought John Wayne refused at first.
Yeah.
Was it John Wayne or was it Steve McQueen? I'm seeing mixed reports.
It might have been McQueen. You might be right.
You might talk to my friend. He's a little down.
I took a few hits tonight. The doc had to operate.
We'll get well soon, soldier.
Yes, sir. I will.
Looks pretty bad down here.
Keeps getting worse, too. It must be raining bullets out there.
Only when I'm out there.
SF aren't kidding around. How you holding up?
Fine. I lost one of the privates because a refrigeration unit went down. That's always hard.
You've got a lot on your hands. Don't beat yourself up over faulty equipment.
Alright, here we go. Jaime Reyes lost his privates. They call that transition surgery, Jaime?
And finally, Sumo Orange, Tears and Rain by the Swede from Hell on Wheels.
I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion. Dude, do you know, did you watch all of that show back in the day?
Hell on Wheels?
Yeah.
No, I haven't even watched a first episode.
Dude!
I'll get on. I have so much on my fucking plate. You have no idea.
Oh, we need to watch that.
Random, no, I have not yet. Wait your turn.
Welcome aboard, Agent. I'm Shannon. It's a pleasure to
I'm
meet you.
Karen. Go fuck yourself.
Actually, Hell on Wheels season 2 and 3 are amazing. Can't imagine what Deadwood is like.
Around Anna Navarra.
Yeah, Deadwood's even better.
And Neverwhere. Thoughts on the band Satan?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Not one of my favorite bands, but yeah. 837. Damn it! Okay, that's not right. That's too long. Giggity. Oh, it's in here. Well, hello. Oh, a repair. Why, thank you for the recharge. Thank you very much. Alex Jacobson is not in attendance. That's a shame. I don't know where the fuck he went off to. I have to obsessively turn on all the lamps. I'm kind of like that in Baldur's Gate 3 as well. Does anybody else have, like, an irrational compulsion when you're playing Baldur's Gate to go through the dungeons turning on all the candelabras? I can't help it! It's a sickness.
Still haven't had a chance to clean my gun.
I've got a fever. And the only prescription is lit candelabras. Alright, here we go. Can't get back there. Oh, yes I can.
It accepts my handprint.
I heard that, by the way.
What?
Yes, I turn on all of the lights.
All of them, dude!
I use fire spells on the ones I can't reach.
It's an obsession. I can't stop.
Manderley says only senior staff members can interview the prisoners.
I don't think you're supposed to be down here, Agent.
What? Just the
I
brig.
won't say anything, but I think you should go.
I think you should go, even though your handprint being verified is the reason you're fucking down here.
Jovan, Lightfoot's Chicago doing so bad that they ousted that moldering crone.
Yup.
Long night, huh?
And he adds, Windigoon did a pretty good breakdown of Waco.
Really?
Okay. He asks, have you ever heard of the Edmund Fitzgerald?
Of course.
Most people have, yeah. It was a cargo hauler that went down in Lake Superior during a freak storm in '75.
Yep.
During the memorial, they rang the church bell once for each of the 29 crewmen. The next year, a guy named Gordon Lightfoot memorialized the tragedy in song.
Yeah.
Yeah,
which
everybody
turned
knows.
it into a big thing.
Somebody to interrogate
Yeah.
the prisoners.
Even I've heard the song. That's where I learned about it. When he passed away at the beginning of May this year, that same church rang its bell 30 times.
I'd watch what I
20
say
for the
about
crew,
Max around Anna
and
Navarro.
1 for Mr. Lightfoot. Thought that was pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
Agent Navarro was gunning her motors about Castle Clinton. I guess you cleaned the place out.
Jovan, again, Arch, Short Fat Otaku, and Sargon were talking about funky names for groups of animals. Murder of crows, Parliament of owls, etc.
Conspiracy of... What was it? A conspiracy of... ravens?
I think that's... Great. Yeah, yeah.
I think it's ravens. Conspiracy of ravens, murder of crows, gaggle of geese.
Yeah. During a MechWarrior 5 stream, it started making a group names for mech chassis.
Nice.
Pearl's favorite was a Rand of Atlases.
Oh!
That's pretty fucking
That's pretty
good.
fucking solid right there. That's pretty fucking solid.
I better make my rounds.
Yeah, what's a mischief? Is a mischief rats? I didn't think mischief was rat.
I've never even heard of that. Oh, no new bulletins. Okay, let's go talk to Manderley's hapless ass. Oh, Anna Navarro. We get to see her new skin.
Yeah, they've even
I was
got
here first.
fake ones.
Mr. Manderley is in a meeting, JC. You'll have to wait.
A blessing of unicorns.
A debriefing. Do not worry, we are
God
satisfied.
damn, she was...
But I will mention in my report that you mistake yourself for a man of steel.
Okay. Fucking Gunther looks better, but Anna Navarro looks like she fell out of an ugly tree and smacked every branch on the way down.
Be quiet. I am trying to listen.
Just fire the arrogant son of a bitch.
I wasn't exaggerating. He's our best agent.
We don't need him. We've got his brother, and more on the way.
He knows nothing.
I think he does. You should never have sent him to Hong Kong.
Let's be sensible. We have to look at the whole record.
Look, I understand. He was your pet project, but it's out of my hands. Now that the shipment's been lost.
I know. I will comply with the order.
That's all I ask. Carry on. I'm going downstairs to interrogate the prisoners.
This hits a little different when you play Mankind Divided
I cannot wait
and get some
forever.
stuff with these characters in it.
Carry on, Agent.
I like how they predicted the future douchebag haircut. Fucking, we are right on schedule for that, by the way. That fucking stupid shit. Men's haircuts year over year get stupider and fucking stupider. The goddamn carrot head haircut.
I am next.
I am next.
Mr. Manderley.
Carrot head haircut?
Yeah, the fucking carrot head, the shave on the side, and the fucking... the
the bird's nest on the top of the head. You know what I'm fucking talking about?
Oh, you mean the one that all the young white kids are doing on
Oh
TikTok?
my god.
That's what that's called?
Jesus, dude.
You know what I call
I grew up, when you grow up with curly hair like I did, like all you want to do is fucking straighten that shit.
You know what I call it? The fuckboy haircut. Literally.
Alright. Well, go on,
I am
bitch.
losing valuable time. I am losing valuable time. Mr. Mandalay can see you now.
Okay. I thought she was supposed to go in next.
Hello, JC. Come in. Clerical task first. Your op bonus is split between the Castle Clinton and warehouse objectives, 500 each. You get the
Oh
full
man,
1,000
look at the
plus
war
200
crime they
for how you
perpetrated
handle
on
hostage
Anna Navarra's
situation at
ass.
Battery Park subway station. Good work across the board.
Thank you, sir. Who is that you were meeting with?
Politics, bureaucracy, mismanagement. JC, I've got some bad news. The mission failed.
Afraid I've got some bad news.
Never mind that. He slipped out before you even got to New York.
What about the shipment?
I'm just going to say it straight, JC. Your brother screwed up. We got nothing, and he's taking the heat this time. The Coalition is letting him go.
What went wrong?
We don't know. He hasn't reported back. The rest of the strike force says he lost his nerve.
I think he was trying to avoid casualties. In Hell's Kitchen, instead of clips for the troops, he was issuing tear gas.
Whatever the case, now it's your turn.
Now it's your butt.
One more chance to retake that shipment.
At least someone here has a butt.
Get any equipment you need from Carter, then take the chopper back to the city. We know they plan to put the Ambrosia on a plane, but we don't know which airfield.
Where should I start?
If I were the NSF, I'd be moving it through the subways, the abandoned parts of the infrastructure.
If I were the NSF, I'd be in port, waiting for the ships to come in.
This time, especially the tabloids. Do I need to quote the manual? Secrets are lives?
Yes, sir.
I have been waiting for 20 minutes.
Sorry, Anna. What is it?
A new assignment. I think Agent Denton.
I don't think we have to ask what the revision project lead prefers. Fucking tits or ass.
Your appetite?
His enthusiasm in Battery Park
It's
was
the
exceptional.
Unreal Engine.
The courtyard of
There's
Castle Clinton
limits.
was a graveyard.
It's kind of an exercise, you mean?
I am anxious to see one of the experimental agents perform.
Giggity.
Alone, Anna.
You have
Knee.
your orders from Mr.
I call it the for real, no cap
Pilot
haircut.
Jock is waiting for you at the helipad.
That 50 came from Tonberry Master. Thank you very much. Going to turn in? Thanks for the entertainment, RazörForce.
Going to sleep like a pussy. Thanks for joining us.
If you see your brother, send him my way. He didn't report back.
Zalmez, thank you for the 20.
Check in with Carter and Reyes.
Speaking of writing, sci-fi fell off. Speaking of writing, sci-fi fell off. Put fucking punctuation there, goddammit. Been rereading Doc Smith's Lensman books. Despite being somewhat dated because it was written in the 30s, it's leagues better than any modern crap that wears the genre as a skin suit.
Uh-huh. Well, yeah, because it wasn't really an established genre at the time. At that time, it was called science fantasy. If it even had a name. A lot of the early sci-fi, this is why it's important to read the old pulps. This is where sword and sorcery comes from. It's which ultimately becomes fantasy. And science fantasy, which eventually becomes sci-fi. The thing that I love about early science fiction, like from the 30s and 40s, and the 50s even, is that it was less defined as a genre, so there were less limits. You could start a story on a spaceship and be in King Arthur's court the next fucking scene. And it was like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like, it's that kind of a vibe. There were no limits. As long as it could philosophically and in-universe be explained and make some kind of sense, the author went for it. That's been lost. I feel like genres have become strictures, which is one of the reasons that Night Vale bends genre, And so does Ghost of the Badlands. It's not just a formulaic Western, it's a mix of a lot of different influences to make a reinterpretation of a Western. Yeah, I do.
Generalissimo Liberty. The haircut a physical embodiment of actually.
I knew what I was getting into when I joined up.
By the way, we aren't in such shambles that we can't spare a few medkits. Check the storage closet.
Oh, okay, I already did. I'm a filthy fucking thief.
Doomsday Machine on behalf of James Hurley, which is worse, The Last Ronin Game, or Rogan's TMNT.
Rogan's TMNT. Last Ronin Game, we don't really know anything about it. I'm a little... I mean, it's cool that they're making it, but I looked into the studio. What is it called? Like Black Something Studio? I looked into their prior gameography, whatever the fuck you would call it, and it's all RTS games and like tactics games, you know, like, and it's stuff like Destroy All Humans and isometric RPGs and stuff. And I'm like,
oh, there's a teaser trailer. I didn't even know.
Yeah, but there's nothing in it. There's no gameplay or anything. It's just one of those where you just get the logo. So I'm not sure. It looked like, how are you gonna? These guys have never made a hack and slash, I don't think. So I'm wondering what the fuck they're gonna do with it. Is it gonna be stealth? You know, what are they gonna do with it? If I'm making it, it probably would be action stealth game. That would probably be the direction I would go.
Agent Navarro
Like
was
an,
gunning her motors about Castle Clinton.
like Batman Begins, the game, or the early Arkham games, like that kind of mix of simplified stealth with good action.
Good night, person guy. Thank you for joining us. Also, what got you two into TMNT? Oh, for me, it was the original cartoon.
Yeah, same here. Original cartoon, and then I got into the comics, and of course the movie came out. And that was maybe the first movie I ever saw in theaters. I was so young, I don't even remember any of it except the back of adults' heads, because they were all so much bigger than me. They were covering up the screen. I remember going to see TMNT 2, Secret of the Ooze, a lot better. Because I was a little older when that came out. But, and of course, for my birthday, we went and saw Ninja Turtles 3. Which I loved in theaters, by the way.
James Plays, will you ever make another Shadowcast?
Yes, absolutely. Or just between seasons.
Marvelous. In addition to an accuracy weapon modification, I've got some 7.62mm rounds and a couple of multi-tools.
Mr. Carter, I can't tell you how great it is to be a part of UNATCO. You should have seen the fighting in Castle Clinton.
Yeah?
I cleaned the place out.
Clean the place out.
Shooting, I guess that's what this agency is known
I never thought I'd see this much action in one mission.
Yeah. Should have seen how many dogs I fucking killed.
We're citizens first.
Felt like I was in the ATF.
Forget about that extra ammo. I'm only going to give you the multi-tools. I think you should concentrate more on mission objectives and less on the enemy body count.
I can't carry anything else right now. Hold on.
Let me do these drugs real quick.
I'll get to your super chat, Rifleman.
I'll put the scope on the trank thing, because...
Got the whole list right here.
Why the fuck? You know what? Actually, I don't need this fucking crowbar. I've already got the baton.
Vault 5 Dweller. Curious how you and Terran chose your nom de fist.
Mine comes from, I used to do fighting game tournaments. And I played as Vega and Ganon and Samurai Showdown and, you know, characters with blades on their hands, I noticed. And, of course, it was mostly inspired by Alice Cooper, Raise Your Fist and Yell album. But, yeah, it was the name I used at fighting game tournaments. I went to EVO in 06. I didn't compete, but I went there. It was at Comic-Con that year, I believe. And, you know, that's where that came from, RazörFist. And the name of the channel was that because I was just uploading fighting game videos. So, you know, clips of me at tournaments and shit like that. And then I started reviewing games, and that was the name.
Still haven't had a
For
chance
me,
to clean my gun.
I went on a walk to the store, and I just thought it up. Like, it was like 5 minutes of thinking. I put no effort into it. Especially Terran. We're all Terrans as far as I'm concerned. Have a good one.
Yeah, was it StarCraft?
Kind of. A little of that, yeah.
Oh my god.
And we've told the Rageaholic story a billion times.
Alright, here we go. Weapon modification. Scope, weapon modification. There we go.
Walter, I got a new neighbor today by the name of Mr. Shackelford. He keeps insisting that his real name, it's his real name and nothing to hide from the government. He sounds like a nice guy.
Sounds like my kind of people.
Original Pasta Man, thoughts on cyclical society and civilization sciences like Peter Turchin's Cleodynamics?
Not really familiar with it.
Or Spengler's Stages of Civilizational Decline?
No, I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah.
I mean, I've read books that touch on a lot of those themes. One that I recommend all the time that is a little bit more political and economic in nature is, of course, Pat Buchanan's The Death of the West. I've been recommending that since forever. And it was I read it when it came out in 2002. I was in freaking school still, and it blew my mind then. Changed my entire outlook on politics. That coupled with Goldwater's Conscience of a Conservative and a few other books, Michael Savage's The Savage Nation. There were a lot of books that I was reading at the time, and I would always get fucking shitty looks from the fucking librarians when I would check them out. Those had a big influence on the development of my politics.
I can't carry it.
What in the fuck is he talking about? Yes, you can. Motherfucker, you got a bunch of space. What the shit? You're gonna make me... Is he gonna make me drop this shitty shotgun? Maybe I should drop the drugs. Dropping drugs in UNATCO headquarters. How do I know I work for a federal agency?
It was Biden.
Right?
MC Corleone, what do you say to Yarnbrook's claims that any articulate Republican nominee can beat Biden except for Trump?
It's a living.
Pretty simple. Any articulate... These are all being polled. DeSantis has been polled against Biden. His own campaign is not releasing that information. 3 guesses why. 3 guesses why. He's losing. And he looks worse. Literally the only Republican who has retained most of his base from the prior election. In fact, the only candidate in the race that has retained most of his base from the prior election is Donald Trump. Biden has lost a ton of his base. Trump has not. Trump absolutely has not. And as DeSantis declines, you're noticing more and more. I mean, look at fucking Mike Cernovich suddenly back in the Trump camp. All of a sudden. So dude, Cernovich was all in on Ron DeSantis there. But the man knows a sinking ship when he sees it. It is what it is. Only Ann Coulter is all by herself, right, over there, because she's just bitter because she didn't sell enough books, I guess. Using Trump's name.
Valen Star. Thoughts on Crowder re-platforming creators like Alex Jones and the Hodge twins by having them join Mug Club now that it's official?
I think that's cool. I think that's cool. What in the hell... What in the hell is he trying to give me that I can't fit? I think this might be a glitch or something. I'm picking up my drugs, and I'm going home.
Jeff, I can't wait for the day they find proof of Biden's corrupt Ukraine dealings when the military pulls out whatever flying saucer they have in Area 51 and start flying donuts around Manhattan. The Southern Gentleman, after looking up the original Ghost Rider, my heart longs for a crossover with him and Jonah Hex.
Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. Jonah Hex, though, was in a magazine, a comic magazine, that actually had a variety of heroes in it. It wasn't just Jonah Hex magazine. It was in Weird Western. Weird Western Tales, I believe it was called. And there were a bunch of cool characters, frankly cooler characters than Jonah Hex. And like El Diablo was really fucking cool. I like that character a lot more than Jonah Hex. Get this, the fucking character was... He was insensate and in a coma. This like dark writer, this dark masked writer who like kind of roams the fucking plains righting wrongs. He's this vigilante on the fucking plains. Superhero basically of the Old West. Kind of Zorro-ish. And in fact, I think he had a whip even. And nobody knew where he came from. Nobody knew what the fuck was going on. And his alter ego was a dude who was in a coma. And this like Native American shaman guy would basically use fucking Native American bullshit magic to pull him out of his coma for short stretches of time as some kind of blood pact. He basically was put in a coma for an offense against God or something like that. And this Native American shaman like conjures El Diablo basically to fight crime and right wrongs. It was so cool. It was so much cooler than Jonah fucking Hex. And that character, unfortunately, they like modernized him and put him in modern DC Comics where he sucks. Oh man, he sucks. He's terrible as a modern character, but as
Jonah,
as an Old West character, he's fucking awesome.
Let's go.
There was Thomas Jane voiced him in a DC short.
Yeah.
Of Jonah Hex. It was awesome. People should look that up.
He voiced Jonah Hex?
Yeah. Did a really good
job. The
job.
Jonah Hex episode of Batman the Animated Series was awesome.
Oh, yeah.
It basically had nothing to do with Batman, but...
The #1 schmuck worst album from a band. I don't want to talk over it. Worst album from a band that is otherwise one of your favorites.
Oh god, we were talking Dawkins earlier. Shadow Life. Fucking dude, there was this whole period in the 90s where all the hair metal bands either broke up or turned into how do you do, fellow 90s kids? Def Leppard did the what was that fucking album where they did, it was like a grunge album. Fucking Def Leppard tried to do grunge. Kiss did a shitty grunge album too. What was that called? I can't even remember. Fuck that. God, it's gonna drive me nuts. But it's fucking sucked ass. And Dawkins had their own version of that, which was Shadow Life. Basically, George Lynch. Like, Don Dawkins was totally out of the loop, didn't care. He was all drinking. He didn't give a fuck. And so George Lynch basically had his run of the farm. And George Lynch is, how do you do, fellow kids, the human being. And so he was on steroids, and he was into fucking skating and hiking and all this fucking... He was having a midlife crisis, y'all. And so he tried to basically turn Dawkins into a fucking grunge band for that album, and it sucked. It fucking eats ass. It is the wankiest George Lynch fucking self-worship, basically. Sucked. I love George Lynch, I really do. He's my favorite guitarist of all time. But, as a person, he is mildly retarded.
We lost the battle today. I admit it. Yes, Lord.
You with the NSF?
Had myself a division, mind you. Back when we were the Northwest Secessionist Forces.
Ooh, sounds like my kind of forces.
They thought they had us licked. Like they think they have us licked tonight. But look at me, young sir. We're God's army. And what infernal devil can stop God's army?
This guy's based.
Well, you take care of yourself.
Found me 2 30-06 clips. Now all I need's a gun, and then it's me and Satan. Yes!
Yes!
One last look into the devil's red eyes.
Oh my god!
Sounds like you served God admirably in the Northwest War. But maybe you should let a soldier from the younger generation take the clips off your hands. What do you want for him?
Huh? You mean money? You want to buy them? Well, guess I'd take about 300 for each one.
I think I've got that.
I'll take both of them for 600.
Praise heaven.
I love this guy! Yeah, in case nobody's aware of the... I'm sure you are, but in case anyone watching isn't aware of the Deus Ex lore, the NSF who I forget what their name is now in the game, started out as the Northwest Secessionist Forces. Basically, Oregon and Washington State, the red parts of Oregon and Washington State, seceded from the United States. And the reason that they seceded from the United States is that they tried to take everyone's guns. They passed national gun control.
Tonight was a lesson, praised.
Fucking the NSF for peace. But I forget what they're called now. I forget.
National Secessionist
National
Forces.
Secessionist Forces? Okay. And there was a battle of Squalnomi.
R&B, thank you for the 2.
Oops. I'm holding drugs. Okay. Let's put the Zyme away, JC. Oh, I got a fire extinguisher out of that? Really? Okay. Okay, we need the ambrosia.
Sorry, I'm just playing catch up here. Doing pretty good. Here we go. Andrew McGraw. Spicy take. You ever think about Sims and wonder if Aristotle was right that some men were born to be slaves?
Unfortunately, that is a, I think maladjusted and poorly parented people a lot of times crave a governing hand more than others.
They don't know what to do with their own lives, so
Yeah.
they need somebody to tell them.
Yep, absolutely. I think if you had a parent who took a firm hand, but not too firm of a hand, you're fine. You're perfectly fine going out into the world and being yourself and dealing with the travails of life. But if you had an unstable upbringing, or maybe you were just pampered a bit too much, or maybe you lacked kind of guidance from both father and mother sometimes, it kind of can hamper you a little bit. You notice these people are not very confrontational. They have problems with confrontation. Get those kind of issues in people. And they prefer their confrontation by proxy. That, I think, accounts for a lot of people's politics nowadays. I'm gonna penalize the people I don't like, but I'm too much of a bitch to confront them to their face, so I'll have the government do that for me. It really, in a Freudian context, I think a lot of that is what accounts for that behavior. Nothing in here.
Let's see.
We've got the secret passage sealed up, sir.
Read that one.
Okay, so someone's moving through the subways. I think I need to get back to the little hobo shanty town.
We sure appreciate the help tonight.
Help? I appreciate the help.
There we go.
All right. Boy, that skybox and that background looks so much better.
It's amazing.
Yeah, look at that.
They did a really good job.
Chrysler building over there.
For those of you who don't know, we are playing the Revision mod, hosted on Steam.
Yeah, when you download the GOG version of Deus Ex Game of the Year Edition, you get Revision for free. I mean, it's a mod, so obviously it's free, but you know what I mean.
Those NSF boys certainly don't have trouble bringing in supplies with the help of angels and our God in heaven.
And our God in heaven.
Our brothers tonight, all but a few, gave the jackals the...
And keeping out of the way, like they said.
The new guy.
There's like a guy who gives you... I can't use the subway just yet.
The new guy. I watched a bunch of DS9 episodes today. Looking forward to those next few episodes being explored.
Nice.
They're gonna be a doozy. Godspeed.
Yes, they are. We got 3 more episodes left in this season of The Depths of DS9, and it is... The last 3 episodes of Season 4 are fucking bangers.
I can think of safer places to camp.
Yeah, cops said I could be here. Besides, I ain't camping.
I ain't camping.
Why the name Mole People?
Even in the future, no one wants to be accused of being a camper.
Like they're some kind of superior beings or something because they got more money than we do.
Maybe you should join your people. Anywhere underground would be safer than Battery Park.
The moles need someone topside. Besides, it's been pretty quiet. I'd rather be here than have the NSF tromping around with machine guns.
The NSF are hiding out with the Mole People?
Yeah, they haven't hurt anybody. We guess it's all right.
I need to contact the NSF. Think you could tell me how to find the moles?
Sure. Just give me the password so I know they trust you.
Underworld.
Good. As long as they decided to give you access. Go to the phone booth.
Wonder who I got the Underworld password from.
MOLE. That's 665 tree.
Thanks.
665 tree.
When you get to the Brooklyn Bridge station, talk to Charlie. He'll get you into the tunnels where we live.
What about the mole settlement? Don't worry. We're allowed to be here.
Alright. I love how they handle this. The little phone booth.
Oh, yeah.
If I ever have a secret hideout, this is how I'm gonna hide it.
Especially now that there aren't any phone booths left.
Right?
This is supposed to be like, what, 2052?
Yeah.
Let's see, Creeper Weirdo. Any plans for a Noirchive video?
Yeah, I mean, dude, I've had a couple written completely for a while. I just haven't gotten around to producing them.
Thought I'd ask. Also, there's this metal band I'd like to call Sabaton. Do you like Sabaton, Razor?
Never heard of them.
The homeless drifted down here. Junkies, runaways, grifters. There's a DSS file a mile long on this place. Some of them, the so-called Mole People, have permanent living quarters in an adjacent tunnel system not on my map.
Oh, we are in the New York subways.
Martin, what's a good argument against the claim that communism has never been tried before?
I mean, Marxism.org, why don't you read some of their literature? Let's see here. Okay, I think that worked. Yes, it did.
That's weird. I might need to refresh this.
Oh shit! Didn't realize that damaged you. It's fucking Steam, for crying out loud, people! Okay.
Where did I leave off? That's Corporal Hawk, thank you for the 5.
That's right, this is like a side quest.
Medieval Syphilis, thoughts on the FBI killing that old man in Utah?
Yeah, what exactly happened with that? I heard about that recently.
He made, like, keyboard warrior Facebook threats up against Biden.
Uh-huh.
So the FBI showed up and killed him. To show him he was wrong about the government being, you know, corrupt and murderous assholes.
Well, that'll show him.
Yeah, hundreds of news stories, but not one has said why they had to shoot him. Yeah, I bet there's no body cam footage either.
Did he draw down on them, or what the fuck?
Nobody knows.
I highly doubt you would draw down on the FBI.
You were the one that turned on the water?
You mean those valves in the tunnel that was caved in?
Yeah, we lost pressure during the explosions on South Street.
I was just exploring. Can you tell me something about the NSF?
NSF? Yeah, they took over our tunnels.
How do I get there?
Go to the women's restroom on the other
Go
side
to the
of the station. Put a keypad under the sink.
As if we'll have women's restrooms in the future.
Great. I'm glad I could help you out.
What is a women's restroom? You like that revolutionary journalism I'm doing? I've advanced the conservative movement, ladies and gentlemen. I asked the question, what is a women's restroom? Buy my books.
The doctors in that clinic.
I'll grow a beard and be a douche. This is hard-hitting journalism. Oops. Was 5482. That's a much better texture. All right. Ooh, here we go.
Mr. E Quake 2 has been remastered and is now on Game Pass.
It is. I saw that. It looks good too. I thought about streaming that. But...
Skeptical Panda. How much of who chooses runs for high office is just, I need to be on top of the enforcement agencies or my closet full of skeletons will be found?
I mean, I think if you don't have skeletons, they give some to you. I think a fella named Epstein may have been involved in some of that. Theo Epstein!
Skullduggery. Maui had information on the Biden family. Generalissimo Liberty. Marxists are like a director that keeps trying to get his name removed from a string of crappy films and replacing his name with Alan Smithy.
Yeah, Alan Smithy.
Hi, honey. I don't handle the money. Talk to Charlie.
Multi-Sam, thank you for the 20. I've noticed that leftists flock to pretty places. Oh, I read that one already. One Man's Army. Have you ever seen the heavy metal movie from 1981?
Of course.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's I've talked in the past about how like European and French animation and shit is not fucking celebrated enough. And that was like a joint Canadian, American, French, whatever, and of course it's based on a French comic, on a BD, a heavy metal magazine. A great example, and huge influence on anime that weebs refuse to admit.
What you need, bro? Files are $250.
Lazy Man, your take on Carrie Lake's potential AZ Senate run?
It looks like she's positioning herself just in case, but she's still fighting her election challenges. There's still like 2 or 3 pending, for Christ's sake. I honestly should make a video just breaking all of them down. Because it's crazy shit, some of these cases. The nuttiest one was they admitted that more than 10 times the amount of fraud was in that gubernatorial election. So the judge haphazardly changed the bar, raised the bar that they had to hurdle to be, well, yeah, but you have to have proof that it was willful. It has to be deliberate. It's like, yeah, we admit that basically Carrie Lake should be the governor of Arizona, but we need evidence that fucking Katie Knobs did it all on purpose.
Know where I can find the mole people. Good neighbor.
Otherwise, we have to assume that, you know, she tripped and fell into stealing the election.
I'm with you, Natko. Start talk.
I ain't going back to jail.
Let's try some word association.
First word.
First word.
Ambrosia.
Ambrosia.
Yes!
Bitch, I ain't going back to jail.
Come on.
We'll go back in a body bag. Fuck that bitch.
Generally,
I always take a moment to kill that shitbag.
Generalissimo Liberty. The cops followed that guy in Utah for over 2 weeks and could have picked him up on his way to the market. They raided and shot him at dark o'clock.
Sounds about right.
Ashley, unsure if asked thoughts on the 1 trillion debt.
I mean, thoughts? What? Specifically on what topic? I mean, for fuck's sake. We've been seeing this happen again and again and again.
They found us.
Oh shit. He was right there. This has been the case for a long time. It just keeps going up. People run on, I'm going to balance the debt, including Trump. Now, in Trump's defense, obviously, he was dealing with COVID. That's where most of that comes from. Most of his expansion of the debt. But of course, the byproduct of this, the thing that nobody talks about, isn't the monetary figure isn't what matters. It's who's holding the debt, number one, and number two, how much larger does the administrative state and the deep state have to get in order to manage that? And how much is it growing in the process as a result of the spending? Like, what is that money being spent on? Usually on administrative projects, usually on what we call the deep state, the government agencies that are there long before your candidate gets elected and still there long after they vacate the office. Whoa, who is shooting at me? Oh, bitch. Fuck you. Ooh.
Skullduggery, have you seen the Twisted Metal TV series?
No.
Scarfy the Strange. If anime didn't rip off European comics, they'd just be high school harem comedies with an occasional isekai.
That's not really true.
Isekai,
They were still sci-fi and stuff, like Gundam predates Heavy Metal, Speed Racer, Astro Boy. They'd be more inspired by other stuff, right? Like, science fiction, robots have always been huge in Japan, in more ways than one, and Disney. Disney was a huge influence on Astro Boy, and Astro Boy was a huge influence on manga and anime at large. So it'd be that. It'd be more so like a classic cartoon inspiration. And of course, giant robots, because Japan. There's nothing wrong with that, by the way. It's just weebs need to acknowledge this shit and expand their horizons a little bit, because this stuff is great too. That's why Japan loves it. Dude, Heavy Metal in Japan, Japanese audiences generally, when they watch a live performance or watch a movie, it's considered impolite to like applaud and, you know, make a bunch of noise and shit. Like, they're generally pretty quiet and attentive. That's considered polite in Japan. Heavy Metal and Blade Runner, those two movies got standing fucking ovations in Japan. Which is crazy. And should tell you how influential those two movies are in Japanese culture. Anime would not be what it is today without those two movies.
Worst stream ever.
Lone Boy, thank you for the 20.
Oh, hello. 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 Goodbye.
Morning, guys.
Oh, I love the sniping levels.
Just decimated a lefty video in my country. The uploader wants to have a Discord call with me, and I'm the only guy in the comment section. He offered this. Could this be a trap? I won't waste my time.
How are they going to trap you? I mean, what? Let me put it.
You're the spy, huh?
You're the spy, huh? I mean, technically, I'm at least spy adjacent.
You're with the police? They just moved a bunch of barrels through here.
If you're confident in your grasp of the available facts, depending on what it is you're planning to debate, I mean, go ahead. What the fuck? Go for it. I would say, you know, it's more likely to be a legitimate debate if it's not some big public spectacle. Public YouTube debates, I think, are basically Thunderdome for chicklet brains. It's essentially just baby mama drama. Let's be real. Like, it's my dad could beat up your dad in most of those cases. It's not like anybody's persuaded by those. They can be fun if you want to set something straight or, you know, if you have information that the public at large doesn't have. It's why I agreed to so many debates about the Michael Jackson allegations. Go watch my debate with Ethan Van Sciver. My debate with Ben Hameen on Vince Russo's channel about the Michael Jackson allegations and Leaving Neverland. The reason I agreed to those debates was, number one, I respect both of those people, and I knew it would be respectful. It would be a debate about ideas, but also, I knew that I had information that they didn't necessarily have access to. So I would be bringing information to light that the audience didn't have. So that to me is persuasion. Most debate is not. It's just technique. It's this guy is better with a one-liner than that guy. And, I mean, look, I can drop some one-liners, but when it's time to, like, argue ideas, shouldn't we, like, actually argue ideas? I feel like a lot of debates aren't like that, and it bugs me. It's Keemstar shit. Most of them are just a waste of your time.
Yeah, especially that H3 guy.
Yeah, and that's just clickbait, because the dude doesn't really draw an audience that's interested in his shit. They're interested about the drama around his shit.
Yeah, exactly.
That's his channel's entire formula.
Fiction theorizer. Rely on God. Don't indulge in corruption. And you won't need or want to rely on someone enslaving you and taking ownership over your life.
That's what's one of the interesting facts of the development of philosophy. You know who actually acknowledged this? Was fucking renowned atheist Ayn Rand. Acknowledged that religion, Christian religion, was the connection to the Christian God. The crucifixion of Christ was sort of the moment from which the family units that humanity had been basically grouped around, collectives, and of course the greater expanded houses of those. You look at the great houses of Rome, for example. That was how society organized itself for thousands of years, those kind of structures. That's what broke that, really, was the advent of Christ. This the idea that you could have a personal faith with Christ, and that God specifically was interested in your salvation, was kind of the first brick on the path to whatever you want to call it, individualism, the death, the slow death, and the long overdue death of collectivism. And I think that's a pretty good insight, actually, from her, especially considering she was not a believer.
Skullduggery comments on Twisted Metal series. It has its moments, and Samoa Joe is pretty decent as Sweet Tooth.
It was what? Samoa Joe was cast in the Twisted Metal show?
As Sweet Tooth.
Good for him. Good for him.
Doomsday Machine, this super chat is sponsored by Raid. The Bug Spray.
Promo code Razor. There's a thing here.
The Happy Plague Doctor. We regret to inform you that the Banjo and Sullivan show has been cancelled for this evening.
What?
Humble Dirt Merchant, thank you for the 2. Composite Frylock, what evil lurks in the heart of Bing Bongs? XQC reacting to the shadow knows.
What?
Oh, you didn't hear about that bullshit?
I don't know.
People are going after... Some people are going after and stirring up shit about people reacting to content.
Ugh,
like,
it is a little ubiquitous. It's pretty lazy.
Well, no, it's undoubtedly lazy content. But it was just a whole shitstorm that was completely astroturfed. It was completely bullshit. Have you heard
the ridiculous one is, you know, when like Darkside Phil will put up a stream and like 10 people watch it, and then some dude will react to it and it's like fucking 100,000 views, and you're just like, you got, dude, you know Darkside Phil sees that shit, and he's just like, what the fuck, guys? It's like,
but it's telling.
Right? That was awesome. Right in the back of the head. Back and to the left.
Sweeping Hamster, yes, we know. We've been talking about him all night. Rest in peace, Dale.
Indeed. I say just put a fork in the King of the Hill remake right now. Just don't even bother. Fuck! I totally didn't just shoot that female hobo. I promise. You didn't see that? You didn't see anything? Cop, you idiot! Cop, you idiot! Good timing. Detective John Kimball.
Lone Boy, thank you for the 20. I just found it odd. He yelled at everybody in the comment section and offered me a debate. His video contained no intellectual arguments, and he lied often while disproving his own lies. Thanks, guys, but this dude is a time waster. Then, yeah, don't even fuck around
don't
with
bother,
us.
dude.
Debate people go after like debates and actually actively seek out debates.
They
with,
seek
like,
them because they want, like, the dude.
And you
the
can't do a damn thing except send you back to the people in a body bag.
In a body bag. The apotheotic example of this is Vosh. Vosh. Dude, Vosh challenged me to a debate a long time ago. A long time ago. At like 2017, 16, something like that. And I was like, well, maybe it'd be worth debating him. I don't know. He's like a commie. I don't know what the fuck. And there's probably few arguments that he would have that I wouldn't be able to handle. And then I took one look at his channel and it was like, Vosh reacts to X. Vosh shits on X. Vosh utterly destroys Y. Right? And it was like, oh, I see. He's Kami Keemstar. It's a formula, guys. He challenges you to debates. He doesn't matter for shit because he has no talent and he's not insightful, he's not funny, and he's butt fucking ugly. So he doesn't have any of the charisma qualifiers to have success in entertainment on YouTube, anything. So he's got to... He's a leech. He's a fame leech.
Yeah.
He's got to borrow your fame. And that was his formula. And I think he admitted that later on. And unfortunately, all too many people on the right side of the aisle, and I warned them that they were doing this. You can go look up my tweets from around the time. Guys, stop fucking responding to him.
Yeah.
You're giving him the rub. Oh man. The worst example of this was Stefan Molyneux, who, man, I have all the respect in the world for Molyneux, but man, why did you debate him? Make no mistake, go watch that debate. Molyneux decimated that motherfucker. There was no question. You watch that debate, Vosh, it was like boxing a fucking no-armed man. He had no defense whatsoever. But it didn't matter. Vosh was laughing all the way to the bank. Because what happened? Massive spike in his subscribers.
That's all that matters to them.
Because what does Vosh do? He has the debates. He fucking loses 9 times out of 10. But then he does a reaction to the footage of his own debate. And he gets to fucking post facto ameliorate all the mistakes he made during the debate, right? I'm convinced that after the debate, he takes notes based on the things that he fucked up. And then he makes the reaction videos to his own debates like, oh, here's why he's lying about this. Here's a headline of this that proves that that's not true. And that's literally what he does every single time. And it's nothing but content for him. It's regular content, which helps you with the algorithm. It's helpful if on YouTube you don't wait to become inspired to make a video. I do it the wrong way. If you just shit out regular content, you explode on this platform. So Vosh has that nailed down, and then he just challenges much more famous people to debates, and it worked for him, dude.
It's what they all do.
Destiny did that. He spun off of Destiny, correct?
It's Vosh. It's Destiny. Yeah. It's Hassan. It's H3. It's all of these assholes. They don't
Sam
care.
Cedar.
They don't care if they win or if they lose. They don't care about the argument. None of it. It's for views. It's for content.
Yeah.
That's it.
We've
That's
been
it.
waiting for the right chance to run these jerks out of town.
Sterling Sapien, hey Razor, I want to ask, how often do you eat out compared to homemade meals? Planning on meal prepping more to save money, just time consuming.
Yeah, great idea. I do not eat out during the week. I eat out on weekends, or I allow myself to eat out on the weekends. So like beginning on Friday, and if I want on Saturday and Sunday, I can eat out. What that does is just minimize the damage you can do, you know, to your diet in general. And really, I only do it because it makes me feel better, right? When you eat out too much, it's like sludge in your system. It slows you down.
Yeah.
You don't feel as good. You don't sleep as well. Your digestion's kind of shit. Like, you just feel off when you eat out too much.
When I eat like homemade stuff,
yeah,
during any set period of time, then I go out to eat. Like, especially
it feels
at the
heavy
worst
on
place.
your stomach.
I made a mistake going to McDonald's, right?
Oh fuck!
You can taste the chemicals.
Yeah.
Like, it's just ugh.
Especially McDonald's, 'cause it's so mass produced. Like,
it's Mr. Poop Dust. Thank you for the 20.
yeah, so that's generally, just to answer your question, that's generally what I do. During the week, only eat at home. Even if you eat bad food at home, it's way better for you than eating out. Because look, these businesses want you to come back. And 2 very addictive substances will keep you coming back. And those substances are salt and sugar.
Yep.
And so, you know, whatever you fucking eat from fast food places is going to be chock full of salt and sugar. If you eat at home, yeah, you could have like hot dogs or something like that. Dude, even a hot dog at home is healthier than going out to eat and getting a hot dog.
Absolutely.
It really is. So I can't recommend that highly enough. Eat at home during the week. On the weekends, I just say, yeah, you can if you do. And something interesting happens when you do that, by the way. You start paying attention a little more when you go to the grocery store to what you're buying, which naturally makes your diet a little more healthy. And honestly, that helps a lot by itself. All right, let's see. I feel like there's someone I need to talk to, maybe, with the key.
You from the feds? We don't need any help.
I missed something.
Stealth Creations. Not to give attention to the horse admirer, but when Dankula challenges him, is this a waste of time, or might it turn out like Hassan versus Sam Hyde?
Oh, he's just trolling him. Dankula's just trolling him. That's all that is. That's not so much drama. That's just fucking Dankula. The guy getting challenged doesn't even get it. I guarantee you. He doesn't even get what Dankula's doing. It's fucking hilarious. Did you see that video, by the way?
No.
Dankula. He did this, like, really put-on Irish accent. He kept saying boyo. It was great. Oh, what the fuck?
Sweeping Hamster, do you reuse your hot dog water? No.
Ugh.
Generalissimo Liberty. If you don't mind, I need opinions from chat. I'm ordering parts to make a guitar. SG or Les Paul?
About the Ambrosia shipment.
I'll cooperate. Relax. Key to the men's restroom is on the table.
Restroom? I'm looking for an airfield.
First, you gotta go through the restroom to some tunnels.
Don't mind George Michael.
This better not be a joke.
Hey, I'm just an accountant. I know the body armor looks threatening, but I'm part-time, like a reservist. I don't want any trouble.
A terrorist reservist.
The key's on the corner.
No wonder the NSF are getting their shit pushed in. A fucking weekend warriors.
Bastard Luigi, we've heard a lot about subverting expectations in movies and TV, but what do you guys think is the worst example in pro wrestling?
Oh, God.
I never wanted
It was me, Austin! Oh, son of a bitch! I mean, that wasn't actually one of the worst. That was just a shock angle. Although it is worth mentioning that it happened at a time when Russo and Ferrara were burned the fuck out by their own admission. They were just about to jump ship to WCW because they had just added SmackDown, and they were burned the fuck out. But I still think that storyline was pretty cool. God, what's a really... Oh, the Austin heel turn. The Austin heel turn at WrestleMania. That's it. That's it. That is the ultimate example. And also maybe Sting losing to Triple H at WrestleMania. But honestly, the Austin heel turn, that was the death of everything. That was from that moment on. And it had been slowly declining, or at least treading water, for a year before that. Like, 2000 was such a just autopilot year. It was nothing great that year at all. It was just basically cashing checks that were written during 1999 when Russo was still writing. Cashing in on that success, essentially. But that Austin heel turn, it made no sense. They never could explain it. It wasn't organic. It was super, like... When Jim Cornette says, oh, you just need to have good heels and baby faces. It's like, that is a perfect example of why he is full of shit. Because on paper, according to old school wrestling, that should have worked. He had been a babyface for a long time. He's latching onto the coattails of the biggest heel in wrestling, Mr. McMahon. And, you know, he used to be the biggest babyface, and now The Rock needs to be the biggest babyface, so have Austin work heel. Makes perfect sense. According to Jim Cornette's illogic, should have worked. But it didn't, because it was a terrible idea. And it really was the death of the Attitude Era, and really the industry has been in nonstop decline ever since, what was it, March or April of 2001 when that happened. Yeah, I remember how stupid that fucking shit was. It was so bad. Austin couldn't get enough heat because Austin started out as a heel. It was so stupid. Like, having Austin try and turn heel when he had started out as a heel and he never stopped doing the heelish things. That's what got him over to start with. It was like, talk about not understanding what made the character work.
Like they come out somewhere by the airfield. Be careful though. The terrorists probably expect intruders.
Oh yeah, this place is booby-trapped as fuck.
Sub Cinema Productions, thank you for subbing for 10 months.
You watched enough wrestling. What would you say was that? Like the stupidest subverting expectations moment.
Every time Triple H won anything.
Oh god, all of 2000, yeah. I forget what it was. I remember crunching the numbers one time on how many main events Triple H was in the year 2000 and how many he won. And it was like fucking 9-0. Like he never lost. He never fucking lost.
That's what happens when you fuck the boss's daughter.
It was so... And people started turning it off. I did. I stopped regularly watching.
That is about when I stopped watching.
You know who has a really good rant about that?
Huh.
Ivory. The women's champion, Ivory. Hold on. I'm going to try and find this. Because this is fucking brilliant, what she says here. Let me see if I can find it, guys, if you will bear with me for a moment.
Oh, that's pretty good. Steiner deserved a better rivalry against Triple Bypass.
Just a moment, guys. I am gonna see if I can find that audio real quick so you guys can at least hear it.
Generalissimo Liberty. I love the chat in these streams. Yeah, well, we're real people. Sub Cinema Productions, thank you for subbing for 10 months.
Okay, let me see if I can find it.
I read that some absolute...
Okay.
Now, what stinks it up is Triple H sitting in a chair. You know, we are an action show. Sitting in a chair, stationary, cutting a promo for 9 hours with no charisma. That kills a show. That makes me never... I mean, I have jokes of like, you know, oh, Triple H is on, I'll vacuum my house. You know, oh, He's still on. I'll mop the floors. Oh, still on. Let me clean the toilets. Why even sit there and watch a show? So that made me sick.
Someone should tell whoever's in charge over there that Triple H isn't cutting it.
Oh, it's him.
All right, sorry. I had to get that out there. All right, let's see here. Ivory, underrated female wrestler.
I read that some absolute lad stole $300K worth of Magic the Gathering cards from Gen Con this year.
Really?
I didn't hear about it, but damn.
All right, here we go.
Jovan, a trampling of urban mechs.
A trampling of urban mechs.
Because that's what it's meant to do. Ghost Bedine, thank you for subbing for 8 months. He says, yo.
I mean, the obvious one would be a herd of locusts. Alright, let's see here.
Wouldn't it be a swarm of locusts?
Swarm would work too. Yes, swarm actually, sorry. That was exactly what I was thinking. Yes.
Javon.
How to... Ooh, I see. I see.
Oh.
What's up?
A plague of locusts.
That could work too.
Yeah. Jovan, mole men living beneath wider civilization. Now, where have I heard that before? Oh yeah, Fantastic Four. Ghost Bedine. We love our Mickey D's quarter pounder extra cheese McNugget 20 piece. When I'm in a hurry, I grab a McFlurry. It comes with apple pies. Make those fries super soft.
I think that's Weird Al Yankovic.
Maybe.
Isn't it?
A line of catapults.
Alright, here we
An
go.
itch of fleas. No, it's not a map of Atlas. It's a rand of Atlas.
Yes. A shrugging of Atlas. There we go.
Skullduggery, if people watched Russo and Cornette side by side, they'd see how much of a miserable crackpot Cornette actually is in comparison.
It really is. He really, really is. And it's him shitting on Russo's totally just a shtick. He's had opportunities to debate, to talk, not even debate. Like, Russo hasn't even challenged him to debates. He's just said, hey, let's sit down and talk. And Cornette will have none of it. I think the biggest crackpot, though, is not Cornette. You know who the biggest one? You know who's more full of shit than anybody in the fucking wrestling business? Lance fucking Storm. This flat-headed fuck. This no personality having piece of fucking shit still shits on Vince Russo, the man who put, what, 5 different belts on him? Did fucking Lance Storm forget that he is a vacuum of fucking personality, and that if Russo had never come along, he never would have amounted to a motherfucking shit in the fucking wrestling business? Like, fucking, I think Russo has said in the past, I guess Lance Storm hates me because I put too many fucking belts on him. I don't know. In WCW, the only relevant period of Lance Storm's career is when Russo basically turned him into this giant Canadian heat magnet. And it was great. Lance Storm was great in that role. And he doesn't understand why that worked at all. He's basically Cornette's butt boy. And so he just shits on Russo from dawn to dusk. That's all he fucking does. And when you ask him why, he has no rational explanation at all. None. He's even worse than Cornette, honestly. Much worse. Oh, fuck. Wow, how am I gonna get past this?
Skeptical Panda, thank you for the 2.
Oh, there's nothing over here. Man, I don't know how I'm gonna get past this.
Left Cross, have any interested checking out WrestleQuest? It's an old school RPG in a wrestling type of setting.
Yeah, I've heard it's good, and actually I think Al Snow's in that. I think he's talked about how they asked him if he wanted to be in it. I think he's in a WrestleQuest.
Alexander Ferris. Check out Stone Man. Excellent doom metal band from Atlanta.
Who's there?
Or Bid Oath. Tony Schiavone. It's Sting!
I love Tony Schiavone. He's an underrated announcer. Him and Mike Tenay were good.
Deus
And
Pigeon.
Bobby the Brain, when he wasn't lit, was alright, although he was a massive piece of shit in real life. He is a massive piece of shit. It's terrible how he died and the horrible medical complications he had at the end, but like, Bobby the Brain Heenan was no fucking good news. Not a great dude.
Deus Pigeon. Yellowstone is immolating itself. It went woke after season 3. Now it just advertises its spin-offs.
I'm gonna have to... I mean, I might be able to get by while it's looking the other way. It is a pretty slow camera. Oh, this can be okay, this can be disabled with one multi-tool, so I think it's worth it.
The Happy Plague Doctor. Young Riders was the best Western TV show. Changed my mind.
Deadwood.
There you go.
You're welcome.
Scene.
Have gun will trap.
Loving Baldur's Gate 3 so far. Only complaint is that every companion besides Shadowheart is annoying.
She was reworked. Dude, you remember the early version of Shadowheart?
Yes.
Dude, she was such a cunt, they actually rewrote her entire character. We talked about that last week a little bit, but she was such a fucking raving bitch. I mean, everything you tried to tell her, she didn't want to hear it. She didn't want to have a conversation. She didn't want everything you said, she would have some snarky comeback for. She was the worst character in the whole fucking game. And she was so bad that the fans complained. A lot of people who played it were like, what the fuck, Larian? Like, what the shit? This character, why is she even traveling with me? She visibly wants me to die. And so they actually went through her dialogue, top to bottom, changed like easily 70% of it, so that she's an actual character. Yeah, she's still a little standoffish at the beginning, but they softened her a lot, and she became a way more interesting character as a result. But yeah, that early version of the character was like, what the? It was very, very... You could hear the hair colors of the writer that wrote her.
Favorite and least favorite companion.
Favorite so far... Favorite so far. You know, I actually like, what's her name? Karlak, the demon bitch? She's not bad. I thought she was gonna be cringe. She's not bad at all. She's kind of like Gimli. She, like, just wants to kick ass and drink. I like her.
Least favorite?
Least favorite, Asterion. Fucking
go.
Count Twinkula.
They really do try to shove him down your throat.
The moment I started a rogue character, that dude got the stake. How do you... What is the drop
Encoded.
button?
Motorcycles should be treated like cars by their riders. Do not do a lane change 5 feet in front of my car.
And that's the problem. Like, the fucking drivers think that these motorcycles can just turn on a dime. They can't. And they behave that way around them. But a lot of riders, you're correct, behave the same way, especially the douchebags on the crotch rockets, because those are more maneuverable than like a cruiser or a like a, you know, a more long distance, you know, fucking motorcycle design of some kind, you know, more of a cruiser, a Harley type, a Honda type, a Honda Goldwing kind of thing. All right, let's see here. No, I don't see it. I think drop button is just right mouse. Middle mouse button. There we go. Well, that helped. Well, I guess I could just go past over here. Oh, dear. Whoa!
Zero. Walkable cities are just rebranded versions of the USSR's closed cities.
Let's see if I can... man, if I back up anymore, I'm gonna set that fucking shit on.
Turn in your weapons right now. You're going to be a smartass.
Yes! Got it! Thank you, Manderley.
Lone Boy, thank you for the additional 20. So pumped for the day when you stream Deus Ex 2 again. The first Deus Ex game...
I want to do... I don't know if you agree, I want to do a full playthrough of Invisible War. It's a good game, it's an underrated game, and it deserves it.
Love that you can smoke just for fun, and that there is a German level with a gun store.
Yeah, Trier, Germany.
It is closed, but I would mod it into the game.
Yeah, there need to be more mods in that game. Like, they need the same mod that Thief Deadly Shadows has that merges the levels together to remove the loading zones. The game needs that desperately. And it deserves it. There's the meat of a really, really good game in there that's just a little bit poorly executed in places.
I'm listening. Bullshit. Random.
Bullshit. Huh? Huh?
Huh? We should play that before we end the stream.
Dude, we should. We should.
Random, any advice against black pills? I've been feeling a bit down these past few weeks, and it feels like the black pills keep stacking. Even my church has been dropping black pills.
About what? If your church is dropping black pills, leave that fucking church.
Scar for the Strange, wasn't 15-minute cities based off Soviet prison design?
Probably.
Would make sense if it was.
I'm not sure where the original idea came from. Okay. Do you think I can throw this box of TNT without blowing myself up?
No.
Okay, then here goes. You were right. You were right. I'm missing a leg now, but, fuck you.
Swagnarok, what's your take on Disney's recent earnings call? If Apple or others were to buy Disney, would they buy it whole or piecemeal?
I'd like to take a momentary victory lap, because from the very beginning of people talking about Disney and how they're fucking too big to fail and all that shit, I was one of the only people who was like, guys, they're fucking less than 15 years removed from a bankruptcy scare. They are not invincible. They are the exact reverse of invincible. And the recent actions of Disney leadership, really everything that's happened since Iger's return, all ratifies that position. Have you been following the Disney drama much?
No.
I mean, you heard about a massive amount of the company being put up, like basically the entire television division of Disney being put up for sale.
I heard that, but that was like a couple of weeks ago. And I know from their recent, like, what I've heard about their earnings, like they lost a shit ton of money on stuff like The Little Mermaid and all that other bullshit they've been putting out.
Yep.
I hope they sell Aliens.
Oh, shit!
I don't want them in control of Aliens.
Okay. So there's mines around. All right. I won't save scum that. Don't worry. Let me,
Here's another aside from me. Under Marvel, they've had one good Aliens comic. You know what they did in their recent Aliens comic? Get this.
Oh, no.
An alien, a xenomorph, that has ice for blood instead of acid. Like liquid nitrogen.
How does...
It's an ice alien.
What? How does that benefit anyone? How does it benefit the alien?
It's the dumbest fucking thing.
What? Time to kick some ice.
It already stretches belief for it to have acid for blood. It's kind of believable. You know, acidic energy kind of runs the body, whatever. You could justify it.
The acid blood never made a ton of sense.
But fucking liquid nitrogen? What?
Oh, I could have swam through here. It probably is toxic, though. It's so toxic.
But please get that fucking license out of Disney's hands.
That probably needs to go. That robot probably needs to go.
Yes, Chris. It does sound very fanficky. I believe it is.
It sounds like somebody on DeviantArt came up with that bullshit.
Yeah.
Sounds like how they came up with Jenica, the 5th Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, who is efficient with all the different weapons. Isn't named after a fucking Renaissance painter. Every issue after she shows up is all about her. Whenever Jenica's not on screen, people should be asking, where's Jenica? She's the fucking Poochie of TMNT.
9/11.
Nice. I think I got it.
Here it is. Aliens Marvel's new Xenomorph has a chilling ability.
Justice served.
Oh!
C-O-T.
Nice.
Look at this shit. Look over your shoulder right now.
Hold on a moment. Let me brain this guy first.
Oh, pig.
Give me that 30-06 ammo. Thank ya. All right. Sorry.
Look at this.
Gang, it's literally electric blue. It's electric blue Superman the alien.
Look
what
at this shit.
The fuck? Did we need a blue raspberry xenomorph? First off, did we need a xenomorph? Xenomorph's a stupid fucking name. You should have just left it nameless.
Wilby's here.
God, it's so dumb. Anyway.
It is dumb.
Yeah, totally DeviantArt fanfic bullshit. Bong Sips.
That is a...
Go ahead.
Alien... Among all the franchises that never should have been franchises, Alien is the numero uno, the number one. I would put it above any. It never should have been a franchise. It was a brilliant idea for a cool sci-fi horror movie. People seem to like Aliens, people who aren't me, but never should have been a franchise. At most, it should have been 2 movies. It never should have had anything else. And I'm a defender of 3. 3 is a little misunderstood. I think it could have been better, but it's not horrendous. But still, I don't think we needed Alien 3. I don't think we needed any of this shit.
I will say this.
Shouldn't have been a franchise, in my
Entering
opinion.
a heli-base terminal below a private section of LaGuardia. Veer to the east. You should be able to take the elevator to ground level. If you hit trouble, double back across the platform. There's a sewer drain to the northwest which leads to a pond next to the airfield. We think we might know who's moving the shipment. More in a minute.
I will say this, and I'll be honest, in my opinion, I'm a big defender of the Dark Horse comics.
Oh, yes. They're good. They're good. They did a really good job with those comics. And the Predator comics they did are awesome, too.
Yeah. Bong Sips. I'm thinking of doing a comic about a true story where a group of Japanese pilots stole their fighters back after the surrendering them at the end of World War II and were never caught. Do you think that will sell?
It could. I mean, it really depends. It's a book or a comic? What is it?
I think he said writing a book.
A book? I mean, whether or not it'll sell has more to do with whether or not people know it's out, whether it's got a cool cover, whether you're able to sell the premise to people. That's what decides if something's going to sell. okay, really has very little to do with the quality of your story. I think that would make a good story. Let me put it that way. Doesn't mean it's going to sell. Lots of good stuff hasn't sold. And lots of bad stuff has. But I wouldn't say the premise or the story would prevent it from selling. No, absolutely not. Later.
If you're looking for Aliens recommendations in Dark Horse, Stronghold's my favorite. I've said that a couple of times.
What's the collection that you've got?
I forget the exact name of the book, but
it's like an omnibus.
Yeah, it's an omnibus. It's really good. And thank you again for that, sir.
Something funny. That's
Yeah, I'd always known those Dark Horse Aliens comics were fucking awesome. But once they released that hardcover, I was like, okay.
Yeah.
That's gotta happen.
And thank you again. It's beautiful.
How the fuck? How many bullets can this motherfucker absorb? It's just a flesh wound.
Genocide is also good. Some recent...
Clip that. Arendelle saying aliens. Genocide is also good. Taryn with German subtitles saying genocide is also good.
Recent comic, Dust to Dust is very good.
Etod St. Mary. Okay, there we go. Is this just a 6-round clip? It is.
Let's see. Oh,
what kind of fucking semi-auto only has a 6-round magazine? A fucking 1911 has a 7-round magazine. What the fuck?
$1 million.
What kind of fucking pistol is this?
Pedagogy of the Oppressed. My professor taught me that book last year.
Yep.
I actually didn't read it, nor the other books he gave me. I made up stuff for the exams. Still got good grades from the English class.
I bet. Yeah, Pedagogy of the Oppressed is massively propagandist text, both in terms of religiosity and in terms of academia. It's written by the South American academic Paulo Freire, who became very, very influential on the South American Catholic Church and a huge influence on Pope Francis. Marxist to the core. And right up there with Antonio Gramsci as one of the formative influences of cultural Marxism, the wokeness that we're dealing with today. A guy who talks about that a lot is James Lindsay. Highly recommend his podcast. He covers that in a lot more depth. You know, I've only been able to offhandedly mention that in the odd video because, dude, his videos are like fucking... Some of his podcasts are like 5 hours long. It's a lot. But it's important.
B-Dan, any big charities left that actually help people?
I've worked for a number of different charities that were good back when I worked with them, which wasn't that long ago. A good Christian charity that builds houses for people in Mexico is Amor Ministries. They're very, very, very good. I've worked with the Salvation Army a bunch. They were good when I worked with them. I don't know if they still are. They get shit on a lot by all sides, so I don't know, but...
Anybody see him?
Nope. You see nothing.
I think we're safe. That's him.
Bitch! Silent but deadly. I love this fucking staple gun. This is one of my all-time favorite video game weapons, the stealth pistol in this game. Once you get this motherfucker fully upgraded, it is a beast!
Danny numero 6, thank you for the 20. Hey Razor, can I get a Godspeed for the island of Maui? The place is like a second home to me, and seeing how many people killed by the fires and the destruction of some of the most wonderful places there is just heartbreaking.
That is awful. I've never been to Hawaii, but that does sound really, really terrible. Godspeed, and I hope they recover promptly.
Looks like you're on the right track.
Did you see the...
That's one of the 3 missing barrels of ambrosia. We'll be sending a team to recover it.
Did you see the before and after satellite photos?
No.
Like entire like swaths of neighborhoods just gone.
Jesus.
Generalissimo Liberty, the video of the German imam. Best crossover ever.
What is it?
A German imam.
I don't know.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're talking about.
It's space flag, not a battle flag. Donates $2 just to say door. Okay.
Here we go. I think I picked up a... Or did I?
Overkill, thank you for the 5.
Etod St. Mary there. Huh.
Sam quotes Mark Twain.
9905? Okay.
If voting made a difference, they wouldn't let us do it.
Alright, let's see here. Let's see here. Ooh, somebody's in there. Am I gonna have to cap a bitch? I think so! See how I can do this. What in the hell are you doing, dude? Dying. I'm gonna hide under the desk. Oh, damn it! Okay, what do we have here? Some ammo. See if there's any other accounts on these. I like that NSF logo. Why skulls, though?
H.P. Lovecraft. Did either of you guys catch the interview Tucker did with the chief of police of the Capitol discussing January 6th? He certainly had some things to say.
I didn't see that at all. No.
But now
the last thing I saw was that Hunter Biden business partner who was confirming that Joe Biden is full of shit while also making clear that he is too.
Walter says a group of ravens is called an unkindness.
What?
Apparently.
No. It's a conspiracy of ravens. Right? A murder of crows and a conspiracy of ravens.
Apparently there's several.
Yeah.
A rave of ravens, a treachery, or an unkindness, or a conspiracy.
Yeah, I've always heard conspiracy of.
A treachery is pretty good too.
Right? Who fucking named this shit, Varg? Like, you can name a black metal albums and shit. Hey, so, Lionel, I think for naming the groups of fucking birds, we're just gonna go really fucking metal, alright? For the next fucking 500 years, people are gonna be naming death metal bands after these fucking things. biology is serious business, folks.
Treachery of Ravens does sound like a rad band name.
Yeah! Alright. Ooh, I don't think I picked up any credentials.
Scarfy the Strange, I'm disappointed there are not more Tomb Raider clones. Like ODT.
I mean, and the big Tomb Raider clone stopped being one, right? Fucking Uncharted just turned into a great big fucking generic AAA action extravaganza.
And then fucking the new Tomb Raider games ripped off Uncharted.
Ripped off Uncharted, which is just what the fuck?
My favorite Tomb Raider ripoff is the one that wasn't real and completely made up.
What?
You remember?
No.
Was it PSM Magazine that did it?
What?
The fake one with the naked chick.
Oh, what? Not Nude Raider. It was like fucking Valkyrie Wild.
Valkyrie Wild.
Valkyrie Wild. Dude, that was the biggest. When you were in fucking school and shit, that's all fucking nerds would talk about. That fake shit. And I think it was PSM just made that shit up, right?
Yeah.
Range. Oh yeah, that's going. Oh.
There she is. Full frontal assault.
Yeah, some prank.
Yeah. It was like an April Fool's thing. But people like started making fan art of her.
Oh my god. Fucking, you cannot suppress the horny in the gaming community.
April of 2000.
Alright, got an augmentation canister.
Hung Million. As a writer, how can you avoid intense relatability with your lead character? Seems that I cannot write any scenario where he or she's proven wrong.
Oh man. I tell you what, you gotta... Just a moment, this game's fucking loud. Get the fuck out of this room and I'll answer that. Super loud. Fuck. Alright, off. Unlocked. Open. Off. Off. Alright, now get the fuck out of here. If I can. Damn it. Fucking bullshit.
You know I come here tonight.
Right? Rest in peace, Shiki baby. Well, shit. I have plenty of lockpicks, so I'll just get the fuck out of this room. Got 3 lockpicks? Really? JC, how is picking the middle of the door gonna solve anything? What the fuck? Okay. I'm out. Alright, sorry about that. How do you make a protagonist more relatable and less like... You're basically saying, how do you make him not Mary Sue-ish?
Yeah.
And I think the goal, really, that you should go for is write your plot first. And identify who your protagonist is based on who gets hurt by the events of the story. So that they can have the arc where they get to overcome that travail. Whatever it is, right? I think that's the best inoculation for writing a Mary Sue. Because your character is necessarily going to come face to face with their limitations, be deceived, whatever it is, make a miscalculation. If you begin from plot, you can't betray your characters. As long as in your outline, in your plot outline, those characters are behaving in character. That should work. That at least is how I approach it. I get really, really simple when I write stuff. I plot the living shit out of my stories. My outline is pages and pages and pages long. I think Walter Gibson famously for a shadow story that's, you know, only just over 100 pages, he would have like a 35-page outline for that shit. That's how he worked. All right.
Rifleman. Tears and Rain as Winston Churchill.
I've seen attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion. I've watched sea beams glitter in the dark near the townhouse again.
Extra points for Joe Biden's America can be defined with a single word as Winston Churchill.
Oh my, what was that again? What did he say? I don't know. America can be defined with a single word. As unimaginable. You know the DNC are just pissing down their leg that anyone is taking this dude seriously at all. Like, they're just like, yep.
It's all in the numbers.
Yeah. I need... Locate the 3 missing barrels of ambrosia. I've located 1. Locate the airfield. I'm at the helipad. Whoa. Somebody just shot at my ass. Uh-oh, I think they're going for the alarm.
Generalissimo Liberty, they would say Biden was appealing to urban youth.
Sir, would you care for a voltage?
I would love a voltage.
Okay, I will be right back.
It gives me a chance to read some of these that aren't questions. Followed by dead silence. Thank you. Scarfy the Strange, how much you want to bet Baldur's Gate 3 is an allegory for getting an abortion? What?
I'm afraid the deflector shield will be quite operational. No, I'm afraid. I'm afraid that it's much worse than that. Well, I don't know, depending on your frame of reference. Without spoiling it by revealing character names or whatever, the core plot revolves around the tired Boldyke butt-fucking trope of, I revealed that I was the lesbian to my dad, so I blew up the world. That's the core conceit of Baldur's Gate 3. It's that, what was that shitty band, that shitty Russian band in the early 2000s that their big gimmick was that they were 2 chicks and they would kiss? The fuck, you remember? Tattoo! Tattoo is the name of the fucking band. Tattoo! It's that!
Damn, I hadn't thought about that in years.
It's that fucking shit, bro. It's Tattoo. What was the name of that song? I can't remember what the fucking song was called. But the fucking the only song they ever made. As far as I'm concerned. You remember they had the show Birds of Prey had that fucking song. Oh, fucking. All right. That's the plot of the game, though. The lyrics of that shitty fucking song.
The Grand Inquisitor leaves Barbie Land for a better life. Becomes a driver. Since he's artificial, he can live forever. Becomes Officer K. K for Ken. He is Kenough.
He is Bro Ken.
The timeline is complete.
Yeah, but that would imply that Blade Runner 2049 is canon. And that's
only in the Ken universe.
I'm hit.
Shit.
The Caniverse. It's canon in the Caniverse.
I'm afraid this pun is far beyond your ken.
Scarfy the Strange, thank you for the 2.
Ah!
Generalissimo Liberty. SG or less ball. I got 4 votes. 2-2. Here, let me help you with that.
What? What happened?
Oh, don't worry about it. I'm taking care of it.
A poll for what?
Guitar parts. SG or less ball.
Oh! Ooh. That's tough. I wish I could say I'm expert on guitars. I own one.
Un momento.
Tapping some terrorists. Ah, what are you doing? Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Homie.
It's the path thing. He doesn't know how to get to you.
It's time to switch to decaf, I'm afraid, my friend.
Let's see. 2, read that. Alexander Ferris just got back from a doom metal show. I think you would like some of the bands. Who played? You donate, but you still
I
didn't say who
think
played.
he mentioned the name of the band earlier.
Oh.
I think. I've seen a few doom metal bands live. I've seen Paul Bearer. I've seen Sabbath, of course, Heaven and Hell. I've seen Candlemass. I'd love to see Trouble. What in the fuck?
Generalissimo Liberty, thank you. I'm about to drop some huge coin here. I hope you mean on the guitar, not us. You don't have to. You don't have to, is what I'm saying.
Ah, what are you doing? Ah, fuck!
Scarfy the Strange.
I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna get him.
So that's where the ninjas are hiding that Samoan. By the way, Samoa Joe is the
I think I got him.
Physical actor, but he's been dubbed over by someone else. Aww.
Oh, really?
That's lame.
I wish they would do that with all of Batista's performances. I wish they would dub over his career and then his life.
Hung Million, are you like so many other people excited for the new return to form Assassin's Creed game after they showed off the not marked and execute and not drone view?
Oh no, they have mark and execute in it?
Uh-oh.
I didn't know that. I didn't see that footage. I was just excited because of
time period?
The return to the Middle East time period. The return to the Middle East in that time period. Like that is the core of Assassin's Creed.
Generalissimo Liberty. That's the movie I want. A Samoan ninja.
Yes. Ninjas. McMoran slings Chinese ore. Here's some fucking predicting of the future. APR, Beijing, China. With the announcement by the Chinese last week that the Zhao Enlai lunar mining complex was fully operational, today McMoran Global Steel held a press conference to detail the first delivery of lunar ore from the facility to Earth via a mass driver constructed by McMoran. The McMorran MD-118 mass driver is the first piece of accelerated stock to be constructed on such a scale, and certainly the first to operate extraterrestrially, said Sean Murphy. The selection of McMorran for this contract by the Chinese government is a major step towards closer economic ties between China and the U.S. McMorran won the contract in a heated bidding war with Page Industries that reached its most fevered pitch when Page attempted an unsuccessful hostile takeover of McMorran. Oh, Sun Tzu said, in the practical art of war, the best thing of all is to take the enemy's country whole and intact. To shatter and destroy it is not so good. So too is it better to recapture an army entire than to destroy it. To capture a regiment, a detachment, or a company entire than to destroy them. Hence, to fight and conquer in all your battles is not extreme excellence. Supreme excellence consists in breaking the enemy's resistance without fighting. Nothing analogous whatsoever in this game at all. I just want to make clear this is a fantasy game. Nothing analogous whatsoever.
Generalissimo Liberty. What is a grouping of Democrats? The county lockup. Read that.
Epstein's Island, I think, actually.
Mr. E, what are some of your favorite WWF vignettes prior to making their wrestling debut? Mine was the Mountie.
I did love Stephen William Regal when he was the man's man. And he's like squeezing orange juice with his bare hands and chopping down trees.
Yeah.
He's a man. And of course the big gimmick was going to be that he's gay as fuck, right? That was clearly what that was going to be. Fucking brilliant. I love those. He didn't. Now, William Regal was totally shit-faced the whole time and fucked it up in his own damn self. But I loved that. I thought it was great.
Scarf at the Strange, Spoonie's ninja rant as Dale Gribble.
Ninjas, Hank. Ninjas. They're kidnapping people. Kidnapped. On TV. Ninjas. Fuck. Call the cops.
I forget that rant. What is that from?
From TNA. Remember when ninjas kidnapped Samoa Joe?
Oh.
Ninjas are kidnapping people on TV. Fucking ninjas. Oh, that was great. That was top flight spooning.
Oh, that wasn't a novel he was talking about. He was talking about a comic book of Japanese pilots stealing their fighters back.
Huh. Get some good art in it.
Lone Boy, don't worry, I will try to make a sneaky upgrade for Invisible War when nobody else does it. And Fack Black Pilling, I really need to make you more known here. Emperor Creatine, Bob Iger is going to be forever known as the man who ruined Disney, and it will be completely deserved.
He's gonna get the same treatment that Michael Eisner got. Ironically, a impression that Bob Iger helped create to begin with. Michael Eisner saved Disney, and then Michael Eisner killed the shit out of Disney. That's gonna be the legacy. The same thing, history's gonna repeat itself. Bob Iger will be known as the guy who shit all over Disney, even though, you know, he also for a time saved it. It's exactly what's gonna happen.
Good night, Justin.
Oh, we are on the airfield.
Your orders are to locate and kill him.
Oh, yeah. All right, guys. Whoa, 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 robots! Robots! Okay. I got 2 grenades and 2 robots. You do the math.
The Southern Gentleman, most overrated waifu. Nani? Ray.
Oh my god.
You don't even have to know what I'm fucking talking about.
Yeah, everybody knows. I got one health kit left. That was fucking rough. They spawned those motherfuckers right outside of where I popped up. Oh my god, and there's one more. Hold on. Is that a... Yes, it is. Wait, is it an explosive barrel or is it... I can't. It is explosive. Okay, the next time he goes past it, I'm blowing it up. Most overrated waifu. Eris, that haughty cunt. Fuck that bitch.
People also said Tifa.
Hey, you stop that. She was your childhood friend. You respect Tifa.
Yeah. Emperor Creatine. Low Kenergy Jeb.
Oh my god. Come on, Robot.
All right, let's switch over
Come on,
to...
Robot!
Actually, let's finish bits, then switch over to Streamlabs.
Let me save right here, because I disabled those two bots.
Jovan, I would love to see you do a vid lampooning Matt Walsh like you did wrestling channels on YouTube.
It would be pretty easy to parody, honestly.
I don't even know what the man sounds like.
I could totally do Shapiro, too. Honestly, Shapiro kind of deserves it.
Would you get me to be Shapiro?
Oh my... No. Although you do a decent impression. Your impression's not bad.
Ghostbidon. I'm in my 30s, and I come to the conclusion that I don't care about the real communism has never been tried. If you think about it, it's their version of the Holocaust never happened.
Yeah.
The sooner you get into Yuri Bezmenov, the better. Besides, I find most commies to be unlikable trash anyways.
It's... Really, the ultimate red pill is... It's not a good idea poorly executed. It's a bad idea executed perfectly. It's the core philosophical idea that by being born you owe your fellow man anything at all is, there's a word for that. It's slavery. Slavery is what that is. That's communism. Communism is slavery. Socialism is slavery. And of course, we fought a war over that. And nothing else. There was nothing else involved in that war, just the slavery. All right. I thought I found... Maybe not. Bypass strength. Oh, nope. It is rock solid. I'm gonna need the code for that. I could probably use my guidebook. I haven't even grabbed my guidebook. My guidebook's sitting right over there. I have the original Prima strategy guide for Deus Ex.
Generalissimo Liberty. I'm still taking bets on how long until Joey B walks out nude, or with the head of state helping him make a speech. He'll do something. Jovan, it never ceases to grind my gears to see...
You know what? I might save scum this and see what's in here, and if it's worth getting, and then reload if it's not.
Ostensibly right-wing people insist crazily that actually the left are the radical individualists, and that only by embracing collectivism can the right succeed. I've heard this alarmingly frequently from Sargon's people at the Lotus Eaters. Shit like, freedom is a false god and should not be prized as a value.
Okay.
Who says that?
Let's see here. I mean, a lot of the Lotus Eaters' viewership, though not all of them, are European. Europe has been a collectivist centrifuge for a long time. They were subsumed whole by socialism, particularly during the Great War. It really reached a fever pitch when Germany and Great Britain basically weaponized socialist agitators and shipped them back and forth. The most prominent of which, obviously, was Vladimir Lenin, who they played ping pong with. Germany would send him over to Russia. Russia would send him back to Germany. It was a whole thing, and it resulted in a bunch of labor stoppages. Then the leaders of those countries were faced with problems. Okay, we're in the middle of a war. The munitions factories are on strike. What do we do? And these are communist agitated munitions strikes that are funded by Germany. What do we fucking do? And Lloyd George's solution was to sell out Great Britain for all time. It's never been the same country since. Lloyd George killed that fucking country by capitulating to the communist agitators in those munitions factory strikes. And Great Britain has been a socialist shitshow ever since. And of course, we know what happened with Russia as well. And, Germany was not unscathed. Lenin did a lot of damage in Germany as well before he went back to Russia. And the Bolsheviks, of course, just ate that country alive as well. It's still very socialist. So the idea that collectivism would be seen as some kind of deliverance, it's like, yeah. We all misunderstand the formation of fascism and the roots of Nazism. The National Socialist German Workers' Party, apparently the name's not enough of a tip-off. Or the 25-point economic plan, including things like the compulsory expropriation of private land for public use and shit. Like the fucking blatantly socialist, laws that wouldn't be at all out of place in, a Portland City Council meeting. I guess those weren't enough of a tip-off. I guess Benito Mussolini, being the former head of the Milan chapter of the Italian Socialist Party and the editor of the current organ of record for the Italian Socialist Party, Avanti, I guess those weren't enough of a fucking tip-off either.
You know what a video of yours that is way overdue?
What's that?
Explaining to these fuckheads that socialism, fascism, and communism stem from socialism.
Hey, I mean, I did
it's a very simple thing to know, but so many people don't know it.
Tick History has done some great videos on that. I did a rant a while back about the socialism of National Socialism. Which, actually, that was the video that pissed Vosh off. Of course.
Do it again.
But I haven't gotten into Mussolini. Wow! Holy shit! You see that shit?
I actually didn't.
It was amazing. Holy fuck! NSF coming in hot. Holy shit. Whoa. That was out of nowhere, bro. But yeah, I never got into Mussolini as much, which is odd because I studied Mussolini a lot. I find Mussolini the most fascinating historical figure that's ever lived. I've read his autobiography multiple times and read The Doctrine of Fascism, and I was inordinately obsessed with Mussolini in junior high and high school. It was a weird fucking thing. Not in an admiration sense at all, quite the opposite, but the fact that this guy was so socialist and then winds up creating fascism. What all led up to that? The tie-in to World War I. The way that he managed to seize power in Italy with the March on Rome, the way that he maneuvered himself into that position. It's a fascinating story, and he's a fascinating figure. He's a lot more fascinating than Hitler, honestly, because he was respected a lot in the rest of the Western world. He was one of the reasons Mussolini was so tight with Hitler was because he had been maneuvered into that position by Western powers who thought that he was going to be a softening influence on Hitler. It was considered that he was going to be the diplomatic figurehead who was going to sort of talk Hitler down from the ledge. That's what Great Britain thought. That's what a lot of Western powers thought. And then he winds up being the also-ran in, the evil empire, along with fucking Hitler and Tojo. And one of the most misunderstood aspects of Mussolini and Italian fascism is that the Italian fascism, as I've mentioned before, was not intended for export. So you get these, I'm an unironic fascist fucktards on social media. And it's like, motherfucker, Mussolini would shit on you. He would shit in your mouth. Mussolini was like, fucking fascism is an explicitly Italian form of government. You look at the propaganda in Italian fascism, and it was you can watch film reel footage of these vast crowds of people and these, trying to, like, it was the thing that Hitler patterned the Hitler Youth after. Mussolini did that first with the, I forget what they were called, the Black Shirt Youth or whatever the fuck. And it was like, all of it was glorifying Italy specifically, the history of Rome and the reascendant Roman Empire and all that. It was interesting. I think another reason he's really interesting is because he was a way better writer than Hitler, so his autobiography is a lot more interesting to read than Mein Kampf is. Look at this sniper. Sitting on the job. This guy. Oof!
Ghost Speed on. I stopped caring for Vosh real quick, given I still remember the Archfiend. He was the first to start talking shit to other people.
Oh man, yeah, he did.
More popular than him.
Yeah, I totally forgot about that.
Jovan, here's a few more for you. A legion of battle masters. A storm of thunderbolts.
Ooh!
A chattering of cicadas.
That kind of works.
Hung Nguyen, as someone who follows soccer, I can confirm this fact of life.
A round table of Black Knights.
Euro plus opinions equals IQ dropping down to 1 digit.
I didn't say it. He said it. I just thought it really loud.
Jesper says, Dane here, you have some European viewers too.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I'm not shitting on Europe. I'm just pointing out Europe, unfortunately, was consumed by socialist and collectivist sentiment, particularly in the latter half of the 19th century and the early 20th century.
Also, good morning to you.
Yeah. Godspeed. And thanks for King Diamond.
Cesario.
And Merciful Fate.
Is it true that an episode of DS9 actually predicted the homeless problem in San Francisco in 2020? Back in the 90s, yes it did.
Past tense.
Past tense. A very, very good two-parter.
Two-parter, yeah. We reviewed that. I highly recommend you watch it. It's one of the better episodes of Star Trek ever. They predicted the homeless autonomous zones.
Generalissimo Liberty. The U.S. has Smith, Locke. I never know how to pronounce this word, this last name. Tocqueville? And Burke. Europe has Rousseau, Foucault, and Marx. The philosophy is individualism versus collectivism.
Really? Yeah, that's the sum and substance of it. That is the crux of the sort of ideological diaspora there.
Bugging me. I'm at a Young Americans for Liberty 2023 event at the Gaylord Palms Resort. Got to see Vivek Ramaswamy, Ron Paul, and Rand Paul. Vivek is definitely a grifter who plays to his audience. Talked a big game, but it was clear he doesn't know the Lulbert issues well enough to actually appeal to them. Any fun questions you want me to ask to the Cato Institute recruiters here?
Yeah, I don't know. The Cato Institute is hot and cold with me, personally. I don't know. I don't know if I care much what they have to say. I still remember their bubbling bullshit about Trump back in 2016. I can't say I'm that big of a fan. I'm a little... With the Cato Institute, I'm like just this side of how I feel about the Goldwater Institute. So yeah, thank you for the offer, but I will pass on that.
Emperor Creatine, guy on Twitter. How do people live on $50K a year? Same guy on Twitter. Spent half their yearly salary on DoorDash. Cooking saves you so much money.
That too. That too.
Well, good for you, mercenary. Don't worry, I will get to your chats.
Okay, got it. God damn. Fucking Rise of the Robots around here. What the shit?
Jovan. One of those proponents at the Lotus Eaters is Charles Downs, a semi-frequent guest. To my knowledge, he's the originator of the quote about freedom being a false god. He also advocates Britain cutting ties with and taking a hostile stance towards the US, blaming us for exporting wokery abroad.
That motherfucker needs to look into his own fucking nation's history. He needs to look into the leadership of the earliest leadership of the Communist Party USA, which was overwhelmingly Anglo and had strong ties to Great Britain and Ireland. Contrary to the Jews under the bed people, the early Communist Party USA leadership was not Jewish. There was a lot of membership, right? Lower party, like, because think about it. What does communism appeal to? Fucking academia, entertainment. Who runs both those fields, right? People with slightly larger proboscises. The small hats tend to prevail in those particular fields. So they recruited from those areas. But the leadership of the Communist Party USA was not Jewish. It was British. And that was not an accident. Great Britain shit in our fucking salad. They exported socialism over here. They are the reason we're dealing with fucking wokery right now. I'll take my apology anytime, you fucking cunt. The fuck are you talking about? Ella Winter, hey, where'd she come from? What part of Israel was she from? Oh, that's right. She had a fucking British accent, you stupid son of a bitch. The head of the fucking Hollywood Communist Party. Donald Ogden Stewart, sound like a Jewish name to you? Sounds a little waspy to me. I don't know about you, a little waspy.
Jerry Seinfeld.
Speaking of but anyway, continue.
What's the deal with New Trek? Does everything turn to shit if Kurtzman touches it? Is having good storytelling and subtlety problematic? What is the deal? JC Denton, do you have a single fact to back that up?
Have you ever seen that Snickers ad meme? Oh! Yeah.
You got a license for that foreskin, mate.
Oh my.
NSF.
Oh shit.
NSF terrorist leader, number 1.
Uh-oh.
Despite just being 13% of the
Uh-oh.
population.
Shut him down!
Didi. Greetings, Pope Fisticus Emeritus.
Damn it! Okay, I gotta reload there.
Your Eminence, has there ever been a time you nearly excommunicated clergyman Gil from the RazörForce faith?
Never. He's stuck here. I actually have that Simpsons sign, remember you're here forever.
Yeah, why did you put that on the fridge?
I don't know! I felt inspired one day. I don't know what the fuck. Okay. No, there have been times, though, when he wasn't editing our videos. That was true.
Yeah, my
but
computer
that wasn't
broke.
his fault. That was his computer took a shit.
God, that was what?
It was years ago.
8, 10 years ago?
Yeah, it was a while ago.
That was a long time ago. That was that during the time of the Silent Hill retrospective?
We did the Silent Hill retrospective during that time. Final Fantasy 13 review. I think Mass Effect 2. You know, that era. 2010, 2011, something like that.
God, that was a while ago.
He was between computers, but we made the best with it. I had to kind of learn how to edit a little bit better. Which was good, though, because then we could collaborate a little bit more.
Yeah.
Then I could contribute more to the editing as well. And I think the videos got better as a result.
Jegs Dino God. Godspeed to Mr. Hardwick. A.K.A. Dale Griffin. I mean, Rusty Shackelford.
Yes!
Prayers and good vibes to his friends and family and fellow castmates. Remember, guns don't kill people. Government does.
Government does.
Mercenary X, thank you for the... Well, we'll get to all of them. Thank you for the initial 6. Did you see the lady who touched him when he was at the podium and he just basically shut down? No. That was basically,
What?
He would already had... They're talking about McConnell. He had already, like, paused and she, like, checked on him. Like, she nudged him to see if he was okay.
Dude.
No, McConnell's not an android.
That clip of him just stopping. What the fuck?
Oh, it happens.
No explanation. No explanation. The most we got in the way of follow-up was Biden called him, which tells you a lot about McConnell. And McConnell said, McConnell's explanation was, I got sandbagged. Which was a reference to Joe Biden fucking tripping on stage and saying he tripped over a sandbag. I got sandbagged. That's it. They joked about it. Yuck, yuck, yuck. One of the leaders of the free world just, you know, fucking mentally shut down in the middle of a sentence. Nothing to see here, guys. They're having a few yuck yucks. Just to go back to sleep.
Dianne Feinstein is
my God.
fucking dying, and she will not step down.
She looks like a Jim's Henson Creature Shop character. Oh my God, you can't shut that off, can you?
Fucking term limits.
No shit.
God damn. Continuing. Well, Hawaii's burning, and it's all arson. It's pure evidence of direct energy weapons exist. Oh my God.
Okay. That, I think that key that I saw.
Look at the damage.
Is for that.
Cars turned to molten metal, but trees. Dude, that's the way fire is. I mean, it's not energy weapons. Come on.
I think he's writing the new Deus Ex, actually.
Generalissimo Liberty, McConnell.
We're honoring Dale Gribble in our own way.
McConnell, where will you be when your laxative starts working? Sideburn.
Diarrhea.
Stop using anti-Bronson language. Instead of say hello, say hey Pally.
Hey Pally.
Instead of 44 Magnum, say Wildy's here.
Or say 44 Magnum.
Instead of goodbye, say this ain't over.
Yes! We haven't heard that one in a while. Did you turn that off?
I don't know. I'll turn it up back on for the next one. Jack the Outlaw, thoughts and prayers for the people of Maui. Visited Lahaina, and the over a century old tree. This tree still stands, but the city is gone.
Oh my God.
You ever see that picture of Japan. Like, it was a comparison between when the bomb dropped, I think it was on Nagasaki or Hiroshima, one of the two. And then the next picture was that huge flood, that the tsunami. And devastation in both photos, but in both photos, there was that archway still standing.
Yep.
And people were like, in the comments were like, guys, just make the city out of what the archway's made of.
Right, it's kind of the old fucking corny joke of, why don't they build the entire plane out of the thing the black box is made out of?
Yeah, seriously. Jerry Seinfeld. What's the deal with modern gaming? Why do they confuse "if it ain't broke, don't fix it" with "if it makes you money, keep it the same, but make it pander to progs"? What is the deal?
I've notified the recovery team. 1 barrel left. We think this one may actually be Lebedev's jet.
What is the deal with Kramer dropping the N-word during his set? Kramer! You're gonna end your career, Kramer! Don't use the hard R, Kramer!
Do you remember when he came back after that?
Yes!
And he did that skit with that black guy? I'm so mad at you.
Oh my god, that was on Curb Your Enthusiasm.
I wish there was a word I could use that symbolized the hate I have for you right now.
That was so fucking good. That was so fucking good. That was like... I feel like Curb Your Enthusiasm should have ended after that episode. That was, I mean, that was so good. It was like the Seinfeld reunion finale thing that they had.
Hung Nguyen. Speaking of Euro and opinions, have you seen that vid of Varg posted after he got kicked off of YouTube?
No.
He blamed Trump because he probably thought America is a monarchy.
What?
That's a weird one. Jack the Outlaw.
Let's put Varg in appropriate context. Not the murder so much, but I'll never forget the fucking, in the book Lords of Chaos, he's interviewed this fucking retard. And he's being asked, why do you consider yourself a Nazi? And he starts off with, well, from an early age, I was playing little soldiers with my friends. And my friends always wanted to be the UN and the Great Britain and America, and I always wanted to be Germany. The end. That's his explanation. He played soldiers as a kid, and he liked being the bad guys. That tells you everything you need to know about Varg. He wants to be the opposite of the good thing. That's it. That's it. If he was in a role-playing session right now, he'd be the edgelord guy who keeps pausing dramatically in front of fire in a long coat with a fucking sword.
That's dildos.
He'd be that guy. He would 100%. His character would be like named Darth Evil Dude. All right.
Oh, we're doing
Varg is such a fucking clown. It's hilarious because I think Varg is the first guy in history who became more of a clown once he took the face paint off.
Jack the Outlaw. On a lighter note, Marauders is free to play this weekend with the Plunder update.
Yeah.
Like with Hunt, survived the first round, got perforated in the second. God fucking speed.
Marauders is such a great fucking game. And it's on track to be, like... If you guys remember how Hunt was at its launch, it's about where Hunt was at this point in its life cycle, right? Marauders is like a year old. Hunt was still kind of building its audience at the beginning.
Yeah,
I hope Marauders gets there.
Hunt is a very different game now.
It is. And not all of the changes were good, but like I think there's too much daytime in the game now, to be honest. I liked the atmosphere of the nighttime maps.
I swear I heard something.
And the nighttime maps were part of the game balance too. A lot of people forget. There's a lot of people complaining about, oh, the long ammo snipers in the game. They're fucking ruining the game and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, you realize, like, the sniping wouldn't be a big deal in Hunt if you just kept the fucking night maps in the game. 90% of the original game was at night. That was part of the core aesthetic of the game. I just fucked myself there. God damn it. Oh well.
Kangaroo Boxer daytime and Hunt is rare right now. Well, that's because of the whole gator
That's
thing.
only because of the event. It's going to go back to being 90% daytime. But the game was built around nighttime. That was a balancing element. It was supposed to make sniping less practical. I say this as someone who loves playing as a sniper. My two favorite playstyles are the exact opposite of each other. I love playing either as a long ammo sneaky sniper, or I love playing as a close-in, like, revolver gunfighter. I love the two extremes. Those are my favorite ways to play. And I'd say this as someone who likes to snipe. You need the night maps because they force you to strategize more, and they balance out long ammo more. Wouldn't have to worry about all these bush campers and shit if people couldn't see as well. Whoa. Whoa, where did you come from?
Hong Nguyen, his reason was YouTube is an American company, and Trump was the US president at the time. Get it?
Of course! Varg, needless to say, Varg is an intellectual titan.
Brother Cormac, hypothetical question for both RazörFist and Terran. You got the opportunity to remake either Parasite Eve or Dino Crisis. Which would you pick? Parasite Eve.
Yeah, Parasite Eve for me too. Although I think Dino Crisis does need a remake.
It does, but it's not high on the list. Like, I would rather have Parasite Eve.
Parasite Eve, I mean, they've both been fucking dormant forever.
Yeah.
But Parasite Eve had elements of gameplay and story and stuff that are, like, still influencing games today.
Very much so.
I think that it would translate well to gamers of today if you remade it. Of course, with strong female protagonist lady,
Could be the law.
who could that go wrong? Boy, could that go wrong.
Yeah. God, it's Square Enix, so I'm really hopeful that they won't do what Westerners have been doing to their females.
Square Enix have been doing that a fair bit themselves.
Turn her into a fucking fridge. But I would doubt that. And it's a simple enough RPG where I think you could get away with remaking it in a very quick fashion. Like, you wouldn't need a whole 4 or 5 years to make it like fucking Final Fantasy.
I could use some damn healing.
But the big problem with doing that is they would have to get the rights to the book back. And
oh yeah, it's based on a book, correct?
Yeah, so it's dealing with rights shit is always tough. Let's see.
Oh.
Hardcore Bunny. Rest in peace, Dale Gribble, in honor of our fallen gun club president, by saying our favorite Dale moment. Mine is, guns don't kill people, the government does.
That's a great quote. What's your favorite moment? Mine is when he gets fucking rabies and goes batshit and runs around in his fucking tidy whities.
My favorite is where he gets the big job at the superstore.
Megalomart.
And he gets locked in at night. The Megalomart, yeah.
Yeah.
And he meets the dude, and that whole episode is amazing. Mercenary X again. After seeing Star Wars Force Awakens, it made me realize I would take 50 more Attack of the Clones back to back than even one more Disney anything Star Wars.
Yeah.
Here's hoping Nintendo movies work. Shishisha.
Yeah. That too, the one where he's training the Falcon.
Yeah.
Falcon, leave my arm, do a loop-de-loop, and then return.
And then it just attacks Bill.
Yeah. Darkspire's favorite is the Beast.
The Beast.
Isn't that the one where Hank has to watch tons of porn to prove that he didn't watch porn?
I forget the premise.
Because he fails to return or he's accused of failing to return an adult videotape to the video store in time.
I forget.
And he doesn't care about the fine. It's like a $20 fine.
Because
but he won't pay it because it's admitting that he watches porn, and he doesn't.
Yeah, you know what? That might be. I'm mixing up the gun one with the
I think
Beast
that's
one.
the one.
I think that's it. I think that's it. I think you're right. TMN word turtle. I feel bad about the King of the Hill cast dying, but at the same time relieved it's one less voice actor to voice in a reboot that'll get the Yellowstone meme treatment.
Probably.
Does Mike Judge have anything to do with that? He has to.
Yeah, of course he does.
Okay.
Yeah. I just say, shit can it now. Don't even bother.
Yeah, he can't now, right?
There's no point. I need some way to get up there.
Janet Reno eats muffins in hell. My father was a police lieutenant for Miami Metro, dated in the 90s to the mid-20s. Sorry, 2000s. He despised Reno and pissed in her coffee pot once.
Good man.
She was an absolute see you next Tuesday.
Yeah, we had our own Janet Reno here too, who wound up being the asterisk governor of Arizona. Janet Napolitano. It looks exactly like Janet Reno, even. And she was all wrapped up in that Viper militia thing, too. She was all wrapped up in that story. Total bullshit. But she helped make her career on that horseshit.
Generalissimo Liberty. Anytime Dale has a run-in with John Redcorn.
Oh yeah, the episode where he thinks Joseph is an alien. Because he realizes he's not really his son.
I know Joseph is an alien.
Crossfire.
You'll get caught up in them.
Been a while. Evening Razor. Loving the stream and can't wait for all the Iron Age goodness to start arriving. Got my copy of Anvil #1 recently and loving everything in it.
Oh, you got it. Awesome.
Super duper. What's your favorite comic book movie?
Favorite comic book movie of all time?
Clearly Spawn.
Maybe The Shadow?
Hey, yeah.
Well, it's kind of a pulp movie.
What's your favorite all-time comedy flick? Oh, it's gotta be Airplane for me.
Yeah, I mean, at the risk of sounding a little normie, Spaceballs? Let's see here.
If you don't have to pick Airplane or Spaceballs, I would say something like Repossessed.
Naked Gun.
Naked Gun, of course.
I'd put you down normally, Jesus. Things Terry Schiavo's husband said.
Blazing Saddles, yeah. Crusader Saracen.
Ah! I did it again! Okay, wait. I got this. Thank you. I got it.
Crusader Saracen.
I'm getting in there. This is now a matter of pride.
Ron should remember if it weren't for Trump, he would have lost the election to a literal cokehead caught with a dead gay hooker.
Yeah, but not a dead hooker. It was actually the hooker that put him on blast. The very much alive gay hooker.
Oh yeah, wasn't he passed out in his own puke?
Yep, and the hooker put him on blast, took pictures of him, balls naked, on the floor of this hotel room. Matter of pride. Oops. No. No. Stop it. Okay. That. Okay, we've done it. Yes! I'm almost in. This is the kind of autistic shit you would always do in Deus Ex. Just fucking around in the environment is half the fun.
Did you see that video of the streamer who got over the castle wall from the village by just putting a bunch of boxes and shit and crates in his inventory, then stacking them up on one another in Baldur's Gate 3?
No.
And just doing a jump command into the castle?
Wow.
Fuck.
What castle?
It comes later in the game, apparently, but you're super not supposed to be able to do that.
That reminds me of the kind of shit you could do in, like, Thief. Like in,
only took 30
Thief,
minutes of placing boxes.
Like in Thief 2, in the Life of the Party mission, the game's supposed to be over if you land in the street, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you can...
That's terrible.
You can fuck the game up. You can actually make it out into the street by getting around the front door of Angel Watch Cathedral, like walking out the front door, and you can actually get into the street and fuck shit up. There's actually people out there, and you can fuck the... That's the cool thing about Looking Glass games. They would, rather than discourage that kind of stuff, they would just change the levels so that it sort of accommodated people fucking with the game, using secrets and stuff.
Horty, who do you consider your favorite artist for drawing The Flash?
The Flash. God.
That's terrible.
You know?
You're not playing Baldur's Gate 3, you should probably change the category. Oh, did you forget to change the category in Twitch?
I mean, it doesn't change. It's not really... Alright, here we go.
Oh, by the way, to those of you joining us, thank you for joining us for our 50th stream in a row of Deus Ex Mankind Divided over here on DLive.
I changed that category some time ago. It, I don't know what the fuck.
Oh no, skullduggery. Please nobody tell Young Yad that a voice actor died.
Oh god. Can you imagine? 747 house. Okay, I see. I see.
Crossfire again. So a 75-year-old...
You'll get caught up in the again.
A 75-year-old man in Utah posts some rather nasty and spicy comments about the big guy, and the FBI shoot him up just before big guy visits Utah.
Did you?
Oh.
And here's what makes it wonderful. Within 24 hours of that happening, fucking Biden puts up a video of him sipping from a mug of coffee that says Dark Brandon on it and has the shitty AstroTurf Dark Brandon meme on it. And he's like sitting there kind of smirking evil like, and he goes, I like my coffee dark, like Dark Brandon. That's what it says on this cue card right here. And fucking sets it down, and it's like, this is within 24 hours of the new indictment against Trump that Biden is explicitly being accused of weaponizing the DOJ to engineer, and of him being confronted about the fact that it turns out he was very much involved in Hunter Biden's business dealings, and of this guy getting fucking shot and killed by Biden's FBI for criticizing Biden. This dude is laughing at you. He's laughing at all of us.
Mr. E's absurdities and atrocities.
59-14.
Best game ever. How goes the political fight in AZ? I visited 2 other states I was looking at, but AZ still rises to the top. A bit worried the commies are entrenching deep, though.
You're not alone. I'm concerned about it myself. I'm kind of waiting for the outcome of the next couple of election cycles because I need to see that improvement has been made. And if it hasn't, if we haven't moved on elections, then I'm going to be looking at other states, not out of protest or anything, but just because I know what happens to states that ultimately don't secure their elections and begin allowing California money to influence their elections. We've seen what happened in Nevada. We saw what happened in Colorado. I am not interested in seeing Arizona turn into Colorado 2.0. We're not quite there, but we could get there very, very quickly. Man, Colorado used to be a reliably red state. They fucking changed all that.
You can relax, JC. I told the troops to stand down.
No one's gonna relax when you have that look on your mug.
For the NSF. I'll meet you at the 747.
There's crates on there, can I?
Crossfire. Irish joke. Max Clifford, Jimmy Savile, and Rolf Harris walk into a Irish bar in hell. Oh no, says the barman. Not you, Tree, again. If you don't like it, then fiddle-dee-dee, I says.
Oh my god.
Jex Dino God. One anime I recommend is No Guns Life, which is a good mix of cyberpunk and noir, hitting most of your noir requirements. Protagonist is a detective with a giant revolver for a head. What?
Hold fire.
Excellent work. I underestimated your abilities. You work for the NSF.
Listen to what I've got to say. We don't have much time.
You got that right. UNATCO will have a team here in a few minutes.
The Grey Death is a man-made virus. Everyone up to the president is as long as UNATCO controls.
Disregard this scene. There could never be a man-made virus to affect political situations all across the world. This is not true.
He can help us synthesize it ourselves.
You better step away from the jet.
And certainly China would never be involved. Nothing to do with Hong Kong. Nothing to do with China. Nothing.
He can convince
Nothing.
you.
Disregard, disavow, shut it down.
Easy. We don't want any trouble.
That makes one of us.
Let's see. Mercenary X. Ooh. 2 things. Trump never left office in 2020. And 2, he already signed the Insurrection Act.
Scramble grenade.
I told you this game brings out the full tin foil hat. Leviathan gunship. I realize they may have inherited their naming conventions from science fantasy magazines and periodicals, but some Star Trek episodes have dogshit titles. What's the worst one?
Oh man, If Wishes Were Horses, kind of stupid.
Yeah, that one's pretty bad.
That was pretty dumb. Move Along Home is also what the fuck.
Star Trek TOS Season 3.
Huh.
Is it Season 3 that I'm thinking of?
Where do I see those crates at?
Is there in truth no beauty?
Oh, it's up there. Whoa! How do you even get up there? How do you even get up there? Can you get up there?
Where the world is hollow and I have touched the sky is a bit up your ass.
Holy fuck! That is pretense with a side of pretense. What the shit is that?
Let me try Season 2 here.
Ooh! That is one commie fucking jet right there. The Antifa mobile. I'm gonna talk to Paul real quick, see if he has any other dialogue.
Get on the plane. We're almost... Blackmail of the U.S. government could not possibly escape the notice of the United Nations.
Don't
be so quick to trust the UN.
Oh!
Are you kidding? The UN's about the only chance we've got these days. If the U.S. spirals into another civil war. A pretext, nothing more. The whole project of world government, going back to the League of Nations, has been funded and manipulated mainly by wealthy bankers.
Disregard!
Is that so?
Disregard!
Remember that the UN itself was built on land donated by John D. Rockefeller.
I wish I were a baby bumblebee. Oh, this is a video game. It's just a video game. There's nothing.
Yeah, specifically, it was
no
season
red
3.
pills being dispensed here at all to anyone.
Generalissimo Liberty, what are your thoughts on Dinesh D'Souza? Boomer? Question mark?
Sometimes. But sometimes I think you have to remember, sometimes you need those people who are baby's first mildly crimson pill, right? I call maybe a pink pill. The guys who add it, you know, they give you the medicine with a dollop of sugar. There's nothing wrong with that. I take the piss out of Ben Shapiro all the time, and with good reason. But Ben Shapiro is baby's first conservative talking points, right? Not terribly deep in his analysis, not terribly original, but it fulfills an important function for a certain group of people that need to hear the message. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Dinesh D'Souza fulfills a similar function.
The wealthy have always been the ones to profit from one world government. More later. You better get moving.
Samuelson.
Paul Denton dropping truth nukes.
Grats on the 50th stream. Oh, stay safe over there in the USA. Watching from Norway kind of scares me for my friends over there. Generalissimo Liberty. Alamarain.
Alamarain. I love that Cisco, when he was asked at one of the last Star Trek conventions he did several years ago. Avery Brooks was asked, like, what was the episode that you found challenging and didn't like? And he was like, I love doing everything in DS9. And he was kind of like, and then he pauses for a really long time. And then he goes, but Alamarain. And he sings the song. Avery Brooks is a king.
Sigil Stone, question for Razor. If an Irishman parks a car in Romania, can the Romanians strip it for parts before the car bomb goes off?
It's an extremely poor taste, and I'll steal it later. All right. Drinking some soda. Yeah, boy, the inside of the jet looks a lot better in this mod. Did I find the other container of ambrosia? Yes, I did.
That's the last one. Good work.
All right, recharge the old bioelectric energy. How are we going to get into this now?
Hardcore Bunny, I cannot lie. I borderline hate Baldur's Gate 3. Even though it's a great RPG, I hate it. Because, like Divinity Original Sin, you have to backtrack if you sequence break the story.
Sequence break? I don't know what you mean.
I don't know. Maybe it involves a lot of crate stacking.
Well, I mean, I remember you could finish Fallout New Vegas in like less than 20 minutes by speaking to characters out of sequence.
Yeah.
I remember that.
I remember in Fallout...
That was very, very Obsidian.
I remember in Fallout 3, it takes you like... It's like a 5-minute walk to get to your father. And you could just end the game right there.
You could end it right there. I do like games that give you the end game scenario at the beginning. Only it's like impossible. Like you can't complete it. I do like when games do that. I'm trying to think of examples. But there's a few games that kind of do that. Okay. get in there? No, I can't.
Mr. Scruffles, when I was a kid, I thought the future would be like Back to the Future 2. Imagine my disappointment when I found out we're living in this game.
Yeah.
Generalissimo Liberty. Ah, an Irish boomer is a very different thing.
A bit on the nose, but I'll accept it.
Crossfire. How are belly dancers and plastic surgeons alike?
I don't know.
They both tuck and lift.
I see.
Finish the hunt event. Thank goodness.
Yeah, I finished it. Taryn's about to.
Yeah, I'm like 5 levels away.
He's right at the tail end. Are you gonna get the last charm thing? It's a lot of experience at the tail end. You're gonna have to get.
Oh, is it like 55 or 60 or
It's
something?
a lot. It's a lot. I managed to get it in a couple of weeks. Oh, okay. Lebedev time.
Loving the drilling rifle. Your thoughts on it?
I like the drilling. I am trash with it. Well, no, not really.
Mention
okay.
the special ammo thing.
Yeah. I'm okay with the drilling as long as I don't fuck with the special ammo in it. By the way, how fucking German is Crytek? Literally the only country on planet Earth that calls a combination gun a drilling is Germany. And they fucking call it a drilling in a game that is set in America in 1895. Goddamn fucking Crytek. So European.
I mean, is that what it's actually called?
It's called a combination gun in the rest of the world.
Really?
It's only called a drilling gun in fucking Germany. And I think drilling is, correct me if I'm wrong, I do not know German. Isn't drilling literally like German for or something similar to combination gun or hybrid or something like that? If there's a German rageaholic, I would very much appreciate clarification on that.
M30 Luftwaffe drilling.
Yeah. So like in Germany, they called it a drilling. In the rest of the world, they just call it a combination gun, hybrid gun, combo gun, whatever. That's all it's called. But yeah, the big gimp on that gun is with normal ammo, it is a beast. But why would you use normal ammo with it? The big advantage that it has is the dum-dum rounds, and I forget what the other one is. Is it FMJ? Something like that. You know, you want to use custom ammo with it, but it has this crazy muzzle velocity penalty. So if you use dum-dum in that, it's like you fire at someone point blank, and you might as well be sending the bullet by fucking post. Like, it takes 9 years for that fucking thing to get there. Let's upgrade to email, motherfucker.
Apparently drilling in German means triple?
Triple gun. Yes, triple gun, because it's triple barrel. It's 2 rifle barrels and an underslung shotgun. Although, and I fully anticipate they will add this into the game, a combo gun or a triple gun was just as often a double barrel shotgun with an underslung rifle barrel.
Save here.
That's going to be added. I just did.
Okay. I want to just point out one of my favorite moments. I've done this mission many times.
Oh, yes.
If you put a lamb in the hallway.
Wait a minute. No. No. Anna Navarra is my waifu. I am not killing her.
No, I'm just saying.
She is my waifu.
Something I have done.
We are not killing waifu Anna Navarra. This is not happening.
It's funny because if you put it in the hallway, the cutscene happens as she walks in. She gets like a word off before she blows up.
She gets blown up. Great.
It's great.
This
funny.
game is awesome. Okay. No, we're not blowing up waifus, so I'll leave it alone.
What? Easy now, Agent. UNATCO has a policy against killing unarmed prisoners.
That's lovely for you,
We have
Natco.
much to learn from each other.
We're assuming control of the airfield. The vaccine will be returned to the international authorities.
Don't you want to hear why your brother came over
Not
to your side?
particularly.
He makes his own decisions.
You know he wouldn't betray UNATCO without a reason.
Good work. Now finish the job. That should be easy for a man who has nerves of steel.
He surrendered. He's an unarmed prisoner. UNATCO policy protects him.
Terminate the prisoner, Agent. If you are too afraid, You are ordered to return to base on Manderley's...
What did they do to her face? This mod fucks her face up.
If you know something, just tell me.
The question you've got to ask, I'm surprised you haven't, is the obvious one. Who am I?
Jackie Chan.
Who made me, and for what purpose?
UNATCO has briefed me on my augmentations. Get to the point.
Return to base, Agent Denton. I will handle this.
Your parents were murdered precisely because they could have told you the correct answer to that question.
That's a pretty big claim.
You didn't have parents.
You have a single fact to back that
The
up.
ones you knew were employees. You were made by a cabal of technophiles so crazed for power that they would control not only governments and people, but the chemistry of our bodies as well.
There was no father.
Leave us, Agent.
I got him.
I have the command here now.
I got it.
A little more decorum, please. Congratulations, Agent. You are one of us after all. I confess I had my doubts. Your helicopter is waiting at
Now
the
this, of course, is the most famous divergence and sort of unfulfilled ambition of the game. Originally, you were supposed to be able to have a full UNATCO playthrough. This moment was going to be climactic. This was going to be the moment where Deus Ex would basically split into two different games. The one where you follow the NSF track and the one where you follow the UNATCO track. That did not happen. They ran out of time and money, and so you wound up being bottlenecked into the NSF track a little bit later.
That is how it is done. Swift and quiet.
Literally, with a fucking silenced weapon. Alrighty. Let's get that damn augmentation canister. If we can figure out how to. Is there like a...
And we're quickly coming
there
to
it
the
is.
end here. Jovan, while I agree with the congressional term limits, there is a benefit to keeping Feinstein where she is, in that it renders a congressional seat non-functional and denies representation to her California district.
Yeah, you know, you make a good point. You make a very, very good point. And it also, I mean, let's be honest, in the state of California, the absolute state of California, who would she be replaced by? Right?
Right.
This is the state that gave us Gavin Newsom. How much as bad as Feinstein is, and she was... Feinstein was part of that whole 70s California political cabal, along with Pelosi and Jerry Brown, that whole group who were up to their tits in the People's Temple and Jim Jones and cozying up to communists and all kinds of fun stuff. Sort of tacitly, indirectly responsible for the Jonestown massacre. Lovely woman. Wonderful woman. But if any state can manage to wrangle up someone worse, more authoritarian, more of a shambling shitheel than Dianne Feinstein, by gum, it is the state of California. And they will run, not walk, to do so. Believe it.
See to the helipad. We know your brother was here. He is gone, but we will find him.
Dylan Killen, I believe there was a German rageaholic in Germany around the year 1940.
What?
Hell of a speaker, too.
We've
But really?
disabled the security grid.
Something.
Agent
And look at
Herman
his
is on
eyes. They're hypnotic.
This area is secure.
They're almost completely black.
Lone boy.
He was
heard
ahead
that-
of the German Workers' Party and... Whoa! Hold the fort! He hated Jews!
Heard that there is the SRA, basically NRA, for anti-blancos. I lolled. These people will be asprized badly? What? I don't know. He maybe misspelled it.
I would love to know how the fuck you get up there. There is nothing I can use. There's like a crate over here that I could move over, but like... I don't think I could actually get on the top. Wait.
Jovan, Biden is laughing at us. I am too. Though not for the same reason. And there's another one's knowing laughing I hear these days.
Yeah.
You guessed it. Frank Stallone. Loved how Avery Brooks ended that clip, but it wasn't the song that bugged me. It was the hopscotch.
I keep breaking my fucking legs.
You should stop doing that.
I'm like biting on the back of a bicycle here. Fucking JC Traction.
Way to go.
Crossfire. Might we see a stream of the new Pikmin game in the future?
I've never gotten into Pikmin. I don't know if it's any good. I've never played it.
Any strategy games you might stream in the future?
Strategy games. I have always wanted to stream Age of Empires.
That's a good one.
Mandalay has assigned me the peacekeeping occupation of the airport.
Standard procedure, it appears. I'm sure we can count on you.
I want to be the one to execute Lebedev.
Some bad news. I already took him out.
Too bad, Holmes.
Yes, of course. Congratulations, Agent.
Hey, about my brother.
A shame that we have to track down and kill one of our most advanced agents. At least we have one of you left.
Don't you think we should give Paul a chance to explain himself? He's been with UNATCO for years.
Only one thing can happen when you break your oath to the coalition. I will be truthful. I have requested
Are we the baddies?
Right.
Assassination. Again, they ignore me. Again, they think they
You
have
might
a
call
better
us the
punishment
Oath
for a
Keepers.
traitor than a shotgun to the head.
Ooh, those
Just in
are
the north.
shut down. I wonder if there's goodies up here.
I heard of an incident where Lincoln impounded a British ship carrying a Southern diplomat.
Yes.
Have you heard of it?
Yes, the Trenton affair. The Trenton affair was a situation where,
We've disabled the security grid.
as the English press reported around that time, I believe this was 1862, the Confederacy were in negotiations, or attempting to open negotiations with Great Britain to possibly send the British Armada in to break the blockade of southern ports by the Union. And in exchange for that, probably because the British public would have demanded it if they were in league with the Confederacy, one of the things that was on the table was the end of slavery in the South. Contrary to the narrative that the South fought only to preserve slavery and what have you, this demonstrates that the more important factor to the South was, hopefully, their continued independence, the being allowed to be separate and not have to be part of this Goliath that had formed in the Northern government. So Lincoln hears of this, as everyone did, impounds an English ship that turns out to have Confederate diplomats on it. It was a massive international incident, nearly resulted in Britain just flat out entering the war because the impounding of the ship was illegal. And France nearly did too. They both voiced their protests. Of course, France and Britain were playing coy too because they had been looking for a way to turn the American Civil War to their advantage, right? Just as they did the Revolutionary War. But it had been reported in the press that was one of the conditions. The newspaper was, I believe, called the Express, and I've posted the full quote before on social media. But the interesting fact about this is that you don't even have to take the British press's word for this. Lincoln, after impounding the ship, freaks the fuck out, basically because he's getting word that the Confederacy may end slavery before he gets a chance to, basically. So he loses the moral argument. And basically the entire war effort becomes about invading the South and authoritarianism and taxation. So he calls a meeting or a session of Congress, I guess, sort of an unofficial session of Congress between, or requests one with the Central Confederacy states. And those are states like Maryland and such, who were sort of bordering the North and South. Those states sort of confer, debate, consult with the actual Confederacy to find out what's actually going on. And then they reply to Lincoln. They refuse the session. What this does is fantastic, though, because it enters into official congressional record that this was true, that the Confederacy was considering ending slavery in exchange for breaking the blockade on behalf, the British doing it on the behalf of the Confederacy. And they said, and I believe the quote is, "We have been made aware that that is absolutely a condition that the Confederacy would consider, but we refuse to meet with Lincoln on this basis." It's actually in the public record, and it's all wrapped up in the Trent Affair. I highly recommend you look up the Trent Affair. It's an interesting period of history. One of those forks in the road where we almost had a very, very different world.
Gunter told me about Paul.
It's true. Paul's been working for the NSF.
This is going to shake up the coalition, JC. I don't know if you realized how important your brother was.
Coalition will recover. I'm not so worried about the coalition.
UN officials will probably get involved. You'll have to keep your head down if you're going to come through this in one piece. Sure you're ready to head back to base?
Let's go!
Get in.
And we're going to have to wrap it up here real quick.
Okay.
Scarfy the Strange, I hear that Robert E. Lee was going to side with the North before Virginia seceded. Imagine if Lincoln had Lee doing what he had Sherman do.
I highly doubt he would have gone along with that. Sherman was a sociopath, and Grant wasn't far behind. And that had a lot to do with the scorched earth policy that they wound up adopting. That was really about how those two men were wired.
Joseph Manderley, despite black helicopters just making up 13% of the Unauthorized air fleet. Actually, guy.
What?
Actually, you guys, pulp doesn't describe a specific format of genre fiction. It isn't even a genre. It's just a type of cheap paper. I am very smart. Justin in the North, forgive me, but you keep saying Iron Age. What does this mean, and how do we learn more about it?
The Iron Age is just my description for the current age of independent creativity. A lot of people outside of the traditional, for example, comic book publishing space, closed due to maintenance. What the fuck?
Yeah, you can't come here.
This is new. This is new. Huh. Interesting.
I think you can only get in there before you leave.
Yeah, the Iron Age, but is just a description for this current era of independent creativity, whether it's what's happening with Ethan Van Sciver and Cyberfrog, or Eric July and the Isom comics, or what I've done with my own books, and all kinds of independent creators. John Delarose and lots of people are working on independently produced books that aren't not so much anti-woke, not so much anti-left or pro-conservative, but not concerned with that. That by itself, not conforming to and taking a side in the culture war in the creation of fiction, is a revolutionary act in and of itself today, because everything has to be part of that culture war, which is part of what keeps people perpetually outraged and keeps the authoritarians in these positions of power.
Vanderlee's pleased that you followed orders. He wants to see you.
So it's that. I, of course, have two books, two sort of modern pulp novels, the Night Vale series in The Long Moonlight and Death Mask, and of course I have a comic, a graphic novel actually, coming out, a Western graphic novel called The Ghost of the Badlands, that was just fucking destroyed its goal on Indiegogo a month and a half ago, and is going to be coming out at the end of this year, or possibly the very, very, very beginning of next year. And by beginning of next year, I mean like probably New Year's, if we wind up launching that late. But the artist on that book is rolling.
Jagstein God, the main four from King of the Hill are in a battle lance. What faction are they in, And what mechs are they using?
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Probably
Hank is in a fire starter.
Yeah.
Propane and propane accessories. The bulldozer. Shit. He's gotta be. He's in an urban mech.
Yeah.
Dale is in a...
Ooh. What's he in?
He's in a rifleman.
Yeah.
They got Boomhammer. Talking about he's gotta be in that, you know, goddamn Raven. That's what he's gotta be in. Goddamn Raven. Super fast. Super fast. He's in a fast fucking mech. It's gotta be like a Raven. It's gotta be like a Wolfhound. It's gotta be something super fucking fast. Maybe even a Locust.
Drop it.
Because he's a race car driver too. So
Yeah. And they're, of course, in the Taurian Concordate.
Yep. Yep.
Yep. Caligula, look at Hawaii on Google Maps satellite view. Half the islands are lush rainforest and the other half is dry. Something to do with the seas, rain, mountains. Was waiting for this to happen. Brian, a friend called Deus Ex conspiracy theories, all of them. And then 9 out of 10 of them came out and turned out to be true. Insane how prophetic this game was.
Behind the eyes, a sharp burning, almost electrical.
How's your bioelectric level?
It's always at 100%. I like to stay prepared.
That's probably it right there. Free radicals. You should charge your systems only when they've been significantly drained.
Good lesson for charging your phone here, actually.
It's a lot like an electric razor. If you leave it plugged in all the time, the battery loses its 0 point. Just watch your levels.
Interesting. Thanks, Doctor.
A lot of people have fucked up their smartphones that way.
Don't leave it charging all the time.
Yeah,
Let it drain.
Let it drain every now and then.
Brian H.
I am prepared to perform my duties.
Necroner, the Valkyrie Wild Full Frontal Assault artist is also the creator of Empowered Comics. Basically, all of his art is like Valkyrie Wild, even the technically safe for work stuff. Zach Lime, I see that Razor has opted for the Stealth Archer build in Deus Ex. And Mercenary X.
Of course! I mean, come on. Who you're talking about here?
Who else besides myself was cheering on the other teams at the Women's World Cup and booing the U.S. women's team besides myself?
Oh my
and
God.
Pissing off their mom. Dad's
I
proud.
loved Trump's tweet.
Had to explain them all.
Did you see Trump's tweet?
No, I saw that. It's reposted everywhere.
Nice shot, Megan.
Brilliant.
Oh, it's called trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
And our last one.
Alright.
With my last, Lone Boy, with my last post, I meant to say that I think SRA member will be badly surprised, because I doubt a lefty version of the NRA will defend their gun rights when these people are not useful anymore. And that is the last one.
Who benefits society more?
Oh?
But who decides that? You? It's implicit.
I
think Paul just had a soft spot for the plague victims. Every human institution is like a pyramid. Those with ability are at the top. They're more important.
Maybe it's the foundation that's important. When the foundation's gone,
they make the decisions. They keep the machine running. Therefore, they must be protected first.
I'm not saying Paul was right.
It's basic tactics. Protect your command centers, your airstrips, your industrial zones.
It's just the rationing. Seems like the government could pay VersaLife to manufacture more.
Good. No parallels here, folks.
20-year-old game, by the way.
20-year-old game.
Sorry,
Totally didn't
23-year-old
predict
game.
the future. Ignore this stream. Nothing to see here.
But we are going to have to call it there.
All right, gang. We're going to go ahead and save. And until we continue this stream, which I'm looking forward to, let's see here. For Tirangel, I am RazörFist. Thank you all for joining us, Force, and God fucking speed.